Yarros, narrated by Adenrele Ojo and Teddy Hamilton. Chapter 1. Sam. What exactly was the protocol for leaving tampons in a guy's bathroom? A guy's freakishly neat bathroom at that. Well, it was half mine now, so the pristine state wasn't going to last for long. I opened and shut the cabinet door a few times, but the pink box stuck out like, well, a bright freaking pink box. Maybe I should have gotten a different box to put them in. Are you seriously debating tampon placement? I let the door stay shut and backed away from the cabinet slowly, like I'd planted evidence or something. My makeup bag rested on the left side of the sink, but my lotions and army of hair care products I'd need to tame my unruly curls in the southern humidity consumed more than my allotted counter space and one of the newly emptied drawers. Yeah, it practically screamed, "Girl in here." Screw it. I lived here now, too, and so did my tampons. For all of 12 hours. I walked down the hall to my room, careful to tiptoe past my new roommate's door, and made it through mine, directly across from it. Just because I was up at 6:45 a.m. didn't mean he needed to be, and a rude wake-up wasn't the first impression I wanted to make. "Time to get up," Ember sang before she swung into my room, one hand behind her back. Best friend or not, she looked way too happy for this early, glowing from the Alabama sun and things I didn't want to know about with her boyfriend, Josh. The boyfriend I now quasi-lived with, along with his best friend, Jagger, and the other guy whose name I could never remember. 3 boys, 1 girl. Well, there were awkward situations, and there was me. Ember glanced around at the half-unpacked boxes. "Whoa! Did you sleep at all?" "A few hours. Barely at all. You're going to wake the guys if you're not quiet." "Please. Grayson got home sometime last night, and all 3 of them went running a half hour ago. Why do you think I'm already so perky?" Her smile gave far more information than I wanted. Grayson. That's right. They left already? They must be part ninja, because I didn't hear a thing. And as for you two, I swear, insane and enviable. She laughed in response and handed me the bag she'd kept behind her back. "Welcome to Alabama. You live in Tennessee. Hey, as a part-time Alabamian, or whatever, I'm allowed to say welcome. Now, take your present." She shook the silver gift bag. I took it, tossing the crimson tissue paper onto a discarded pile of boxes, then holding up the maroon V-neck tee that spelled out Troy across the chest. A smile erupted on my face. It's perfect, and I love it. It had been so long since I'd felt happy that I almost didn't recognize the emotion. "New start, new school, new shirt." She grinned and pulled me into a hug. "I know you don't start summer classes for another few weeks, but it seemed like a good day to give that to you." I gave her a squeeze before I let go. "Thank you. Seriously. If it wasn't for you telling me to apply to Troy, or for Jagger offering to let me live here, or Josh helping me pack all that furniture, that's what we're here for. Oh, I almost forgot." She pulled a piece of paper from her pajama pants pocket. "Wi-Fi password. I know you have a Skype date with your mom. You ready for coffee?" "Hell yes. Is that even a question?" "Never," she answered, already headed down the hallway. The apple reflected in my dresser mirror as I fired up my laptop. I connected to the Wi-Fi. Flyboys. Of course, I muttered with a laugh, and signed into Skype 3 minutes early. She was already on. The computer rang and I answered, Mom's face coming into focus a few seconds later. She looked tired as she unzipped her multicam top and hung it over the back of her chair, leaving her in a tan t-shirt. "Samantha, baby, how are you?" she asked with a wan smile. Her walls in Afghanistan were bare, except for a framed picture of my high school graduation. "I'm good." I propped my laptop against the dresser, halfway unpacked. "How are you?" "Long day here, but holding up just. What on earth are you wearing?" I glanced down and back up at her. Pajamas?" I had outfits that made these boxers and tank top look downright prudish. "You cannot wear pajamas like that now that you live with men. Go buy some proper pajamas. Or I could skip right to a bundling bag or a chastity belt, Mom." She gave me the look. "Don't get smart. I'm only suggesting that you show a little less skin and a little more common sense." "Yes, ma'am," I answered in song. "Samantha," I sighed. "I'll go today, Mom, but your whole theory is hugely antiquated. Just make me feel better, okay? I'm already not too keen on the boy roommates or you shipping off to the middle of nowhere, Alabama to go to college. Well, this college said yes, unlike the other 20 I've applied to." My fingers stroked across the silver lettering on my new shirt. "And whose fault is that?" she barked. My eyes snapped to hers. "You don't think I know? I'm doing everything I can to make up for what happened. I got into a real college like you demanded. I'm on my own, and I'm looking for a job today. I can't go back and change last year." I would if I could. Regret was a nauseating constant in my life. If I pull good grades, I might have a chance of getting back into Colorado for spring term. If I can face them. Her hands covered her face as she sighed. "I'm sorry. I hate you going through this when I'm not there. I don't need you to save me, Mom. I only need you to cut me a little slack. An inch would be nice, just once. Maybe I gave you too much slack to start with." A knock sounded at her door. "Come in," she answered, immediately straightening in her chair. I'd learned a long time ago that she was really two women, my mom and "Colonel Fitzgerald?" A nondescript head popped through a door. Yep, her, Colonel Fitzgerald, my mother's alter ego. "Captain, I'm talking to my daughter. Can this wait?" Her tone implied so. "No, ma'am. I'm sorry, but it can't." "Then I'll be right there." My shoulders dropped a little bit. She turned back to me with her "I'm sorry, Sam" smile. "Samantha, I'm sorry," I completed with a forced smile. "I know, Mom. Duty calls. Same time tomorrow? Maybe you want to chat about my class options?" "That should work, baby. I'm so proud of you for pulling yourself back up. I have to go." "Bye," I waved, and clicked the little red button that ended our conversation. She drove me nuts, but it had always been just the two of us. She'd put herself through hell raising me while climbing ranks in the military, always looking up to Marslete Harris, the first African-American major general. I had the distinct feeling she'd top her as the first lieutenant general, as long as I didn't stand in her way. My email dinged, updating from the last 24 hours I'd been offline. I passed over sale alerts and a couple personal items before I saw one with "How was your move?" as the subject line from apool@gmail.com. I clicked in curiosity and gasped. "It doesn't matter what state you move to, you're still a whore." I deleted the email and slammed the screen to close the laptop, my pulse leaping. How far did I have to go to get away? You'd think after the last 19 times this happened, I'd stop opening unknown emails. I'd even created a new email address, but then they started showing up in that one, too. I brushed it off, or at least I tried to. New day, new start, new school. Like Ember said. Would she feel the same way if she'd known what I'd done? I hadn't even told my mother. Just glazed it all over as bad grades and moved on. Some things were too ugly to let out into the light. The hardwood floor was cool beneath my feet as I headed down the stairs to the kitchen. The morning looked nice and cool through the sliding glass door, but I'd already learned that there wasn't much cool about southern Alabama in May. It was already hot and about to get hotter. There was no sign of coffee or Ember, but there was a note. Looks like the guys are out of coffee. Go figure. I'll grab some and come right back. I hope you had a good convo with your mom. As if on cue, my head started to pound, like it knew I'd denied it the caffeine it was sorely addicted to. I rubbed my temples and opened the cabinets slowly, taking stock of where everything was. It was as neat as my bathroom had been before I moved in, everything in precise, spotless order. I couldn't remember Josh or Jagger ever being this clean. I opened the second top cabinet after the sink and glimpsed the coffee cups, and 2 shelves higher, a box of K-cups. Sweet salvation, I muttered, reaching on tiptoes but barely grazing the bottom of the shelf. Crap. I couldn't reach it. I dragged a chair across the tile and braced the back against the cabinets. Why the hell did they go all the way to the ceiling? Who were they expecting to put away the dishes? Kobe Bryant? Okay, this wasn't too high. I could do this. 1 knee at a time. I kneeled up onto the granite and reached with my fingers, but still couldn't touch the coffee. I moved the drainer where a few cups were drying and gingerly stood up on the counter, grasping the center support of the cabinets so hard that the edges of the wood left imprints on my skin. Keeping my death grip on the cabinet with one hand, I reached with the other until I had hold of the box. Got it! Ha! Take that, Kobe!
What the hell do you think you're doing?
I jumped, but maintained my balance. Good girl. Reaching for the coffee. What does it look like? He stood to the side of me, dripping sweat, his massive bare arms crossed over his even bigger chest. Holy shit. What did this guy do? Bench cows before breakfast and then eat them? By the time my eyes dragged themselves up the cut lines of his shiny muscles to his face, I was lightheaded. Breathing might have helped. His jaw was cut and as strong as the rest of him, and those lips, well, if they weren't pursed together like he'd tasted something sour, I'm sure I would have been just as enthralled. His nose was as straight as the stick up his ass, but it was his eyes. They were narrowed in suspicion, and the slate gray color cut straight through me. I'd never seen eyes that color before, that hypnotizing or that serious. He waved his hand in front of his face and shook his head. Crap. He'd been talking while I was ogling.
I'm going to crush his skull. I swear. Look, I don't know who you are, but I know you don't belong here.
What? I stepped back toward the dish drainer.
Which one is it? Because they both have girlfriends. Great girls who don't deserve the shitstorm you just dumped on them. So, which one is it?
The veins in his huge neck stood out. I have no clue what you're talking about. He was hot, but maybe a touch psycho.
Jagger or Josh, which one brought you home with them?
My eyebrows puckered. Both, I guess? Something was way off.
You're sleeping with both of them?
His voice echoed off the tile and ricocheted through my heart. My head snapped back like he'd struck me. What the hell gave you that idea? I hugged the coffee to my chest in case the word whore had been tattooed across my boobs or something.
You're barely dressed in my kitchen at 7 in the morning.
My kitchen? The eyes. This had to be Grayson. Holy hell, couldn't Josh have any ugly friends? My skin tingled where his eyes raked over my flesh, but he squeezed his eyes shut and took a deep breath.
You could at least put on some clothes. People live here.
Blood heated my face. Thank God my complexion didn't show the blush easily. Yeah, people like me. My chest tightened.
What?
Why do you jump to the conclusion that I'm sleeping with them? Because I'm a girl in your kitchen on a Sunday morning? Let me tell you something. I don't care how hot you think you are. I shook my finger and let go of the cabinet in the process, taking another step away from him. You don't get to make assumptions about me.
Hey, Grayson,
Jagger called out, and I turned to look as he walked into the kitchen. I squawked as my foot slipped in a puddle of water and I pitched forward. My knees slammed into the granite and my balance shifted over the side of the counter and into Grayson. He caught me without complaint, rolling me into his chest with one arm tucked securely under my knees and the other behind my back. We locked eyes, and something in me shifted from hot and angry to hot and not so angry. No, don't you dare. He arched one dark, perfect eyebrow. What? I fired out of self-preservation. I'm not going to say thank you if that's what you're waiting for. Not when you all but called me a whore.
I did not use that word.
His mouth dropped open. Yep, I was right. Those lips were full, soft, and way too close to mine. Jagger laughed.
Well, I'm glad you two are getting acquainted. What are you talking about?
Grayson fired back, his voice vibrating through my body. He'd like to know what the hell I'm doing in your house and which one of you I'm sleeping with. I growled. Jagger bit into an apple and swallowed, then let out an impossibly impish grin.
Sleeping with? Holy shit. No, Grayson. Meet Sam, our new roommate.
Thank God my feet were ready, because Grayson all but dropped me.
Sam is a guy,
he said slowly. I most certainly am not. He steadied me, his hands on my hips, and then nearly ran behind the breakfast table like he needed to fend me off with a chair. What the hell?
Obviously,
he replied, those silver eyes huge like I'd scared him. Why are you so surprised? I blew out an errant curl of my eyes. Oh, God. What if he didn't want me here? Would Jagger let me stay?
You never said Sam was a girl,
he accused Jagger. Jagger chewed another bite.
Dude, Sam has always been a girl. You said you were cool with this.
Grayson flipped out his phone and flicked through screens.
No, let me read these. Hey man, is it cool if our friend Sam takes the other bedroom? We're old friends from Colorado, and Josh is cool with it.
I took my prized K-cups to the machine. If I was putting up with this bullshit, I was sure as hell going to need coffee. Yep, I'm Sam, short for Samantha, a.k.a. the friend from Colorado.
And you're a girl.
I tilted my head and smirked. Apparently.
You're not sleeping with either of them.
Nope.
And I just...
He squeezed those amazing eyes shut and took a breath before opening them again.
Samantha, I'm incredibly sorry for what I implied.
Oh, look. He can apologize.
But if you could put some clothes on, that'd be great.
So much for him removing the stick from his ass. He nodded his head, pursed those beautiful lips, and retreated toward the front door, muttering something about the gym. What the hell is his deal? Jagger's grin was a step past shit-eating to downright comical.
No clue, but that's the most worked up I've ever seen the guy, and I've lived with him for almost a year. Way to go, Sam.
That's not a compliment. I spooned sugar into my steaming cup of coffee. I really need to pick up honey, and please tell me you have creamer.
Ember lives here every other weekend,
he replied, moving past me to the fridge, then handed me a bottle of amaretto creamer. Thank God for little things.
Sweet and blonde,
he commented with a wink.
Just like I like my women. Oh, a letter came for you yesterday. I left it on the entry table. Make yourself at home and welcome to Alabama, Sam.
He patted me on the back and left me sipping my coffee as I headed toward the front door. Sure enough, a letter addressed to Samantha Fitzgerald from Troy University sat on the polished wood. I balanced my cup as I opened the letter, hissing as the skin of my thumb split. I popped it into my mouth and set my coffee down, opening the letter with my empty hand. The sweetest pressure settled into my chest as I unfolded it. This was my fresh start. This was my hope. Dear Miss Fitzgerald, I started to read along, then stopped. No, no, no. How? They'd admitted me. They'd promised me a clean slate, that my grades from last semester wouldn't matter. They would start me on academic probation, and then let up when I did well this first semester. Sam? Ember asked, balancing 2 cups of coffee as she stood in front of me. I hadn't even registered her coming in. Are you okay? Failure stung like a bitch. Oh, wait, that was my thumb. Shit! I squeezed the skin, opening the paper cut, and almost laughed when I saw it wasn't bleeding. Anything that hurt that badly should at least give you something to show for it. Kind of like the last 2.5 years I'd wasted in college. My voice didn't shake or hold any tone. It was as numb as I was. Upon further review of your transcript, we regret to inform you that we cannot accept you into Troy University. It doesn't matter what state you move to. You're still a whore. Chapter 2. Sam. Sam! Let me in! Ember knocked for the 100th time. Go away, I answered, my head tucked between my knees as I leaned back against my bed. Breathe in, breathe out. This will pass. It has to. That's so not going to happen, she called through my bedroom door. Let me in. Let her in? To what? The absolute mess I'd made of my life? Another school rejection? Another chance? Lost? God, what if that was my last chance? What if this was it? No college was going to accept me, not when my records came with that giant black mark. Every carefully constructed plan, dream, gone. Again. And maybe I deserved it for what I'd done. My stomach rolled and saliva pooled in my mouth. I bolted to my feet and threw open the door, tripping past Ember as I raced to the bathroom. The bath mat cushioned my knees as I fell and curled over the toilet in time to bring up what little coffee I'd managed to drink. Ember pulled a curl from my face as I dry-heaved. The pain, nothing compared to the shredding my heart was taking. Here, she whispered, handing me a cup of water as I flushed the toilet. I swished and spit, keeping my eyes on the cup. Is this why you've lost weight? She asked, as we sat on the bathroom floor, leaned back against the tub. I haven't. She cut me off with a glare. It's been hard lately, I finished. You've been my closest friend since we were 13, Sam. I want to help. She reached for my hand and squeezed my fingers. The irony was almost funny. I hadn't even told my best friend, and here she was, desperately trying to help me. But if she knew? No. Ember would never understand. She planned out every minute detail of her life and controlled every situation she found herself in. Ember was a fixer. I was a wrecker in more ways than one. I slid another brick into the wall I'd been building between us and forced a smile. Nothing you can do, Ember. Really, I have to figure this out for myself. What are you going to do? Do you want to come back to Nashville? You can stay with me until your mom comes home. Fuck my life. What was I going to tell Mom? My stomach turned over, and I breathed through the need to heave, reminding my body that it had just done that thank you very much. She'd lecture, she'd judge, she'd be disappointed. And if she really knew, she'd say, I told you so. And she'd be right. To hell with that. No, I'm staying, I said with more conviction than I felt. I'm staying right here. Are you convincing Ember or yourself? Okay. She tilted her head to the side. I'll get a job, work through the summer, and keep applying to schools. And keep opening rejection letters. Okay. There's a ton of places I can apply to for a job down here, and maybe with a solid work reference, I'll have a better chance at getting back into a good school. The more I spoke, the faster my words came, like my brain was vomiting because my stomach couldn't. Okay. She nodded her head slowly. Right. That sounds like a plan. Work, apply to schools, get in, get my life back. Okay. Will you stop saying okay? I snapped. It's not okay. It's shit. But it's the best I can do, and it's not like I didn't do this to myself, right? Staying here? Was I nuts? You will not go back to Mom with your tail between your legs. Ember sighed. People flung... Her eyes widened. Shit. I mean, people leave college all the time. It's not the end of the world. I rolled my eyes. Flunk. You can say it. I flunked out of college. Flunk a fucking roo. There went 2.5 years of my life down the toilet. My head fell back, knocking the glass of the sliding shower door. Silence stretched between us, more uncomfortable than the tile floor currently making my ass numb. You can talk to me about it, Sam. Holding it in isn't doing you any good. The last tether holding me to my civility, my reason, snapped. No, I can't. Because you weren't there. You left. You were my best friend, and you got into Boulder for Riley, and you left. And that was okay, because I was happy for you, and I wanted to stay in the Springs. But then you quit returning calls, and I know it wasn't on purpose. You got busy. You can't tell me you didn't feel that distance. She looked down at her hands. I'm so sorry. I got caught up in Boulder. I didn't mean for us to grow apart. It just happened, I know. It happens to a lot of high school friends. I just never thought it would happen to us. And then your dad died. My words failed. And you took me in and put me back together. No questions asked. I shook my head. That wasn't what I meant. No. You are my best friend, and the closest thing I have to a sister. Hell, you were my sister that year I lived with you during Mom's last deployment. Of course I was there for you when your world fell apart. I wasn't going to let you go through that alone. When you're around, we skip over what we've missed and go back to being us. But you left again. You got into Vanderbilt, and I'm so proud of you, but you weren't there. You didn't see. I took a deep breath. Things happened. I did bad things. My throat closed. I made stupid choices, and this is all on me. Do you want to talk about it? She extended the olive branch. I'd rather shower. I flashed the fake smile and burned her tree to the ground. After all, a girl's got to look her best to nail a job, right? Her gaze dropped to the floor as she stood. Absolutely. I'll jump online and see who's looking. Ember the Fixer. No, girl. You never get to see Josh. Go spend time with him. I'll be out in a little while. You sure? Absolutely. She squeezed my hand and left me to my shower. I held in the tears until I stood naked under the scalding hot spray. Then I let them loose, sobs racking my body as the water all but burned my skin. It didn't matter how long I scrubbed. I couldn't get clean enough to get him off me or out of my life. I gave myself those moments and let it all in, absorbing the shittiness of the situation and making peace with what I'd lost. The only constant is change. That's what Mom always said, usually followed by, now embrace the suck. There's work to do. But maybe the work could start tomorrow, because all I wanted to do today was forget.
Chapter 3. Grayson. Sam was a girl. Samantha. Check that, not a girl, a woman. And damn it, not only was she beautiful, but I noticed. Not noticed like Paisley or Ember, but in a way where my body woke up and paid attention. She'd climbed up onto the counter, her incredible ass nearly peeking out of those tiny pajama shorts, all curves and skin that looked like warmed over honey. Maybe it tasted. Oh, hell no. The door slid home behind me as I got out of the shower. My hands gripped the counter and I took a good long look in the mirror. Get a grip. She's your roommate. Don't lie, she's a woman you're attracted to. It wasn't the first time I'd been attracted to another girl who wasn't Grace, but it was the first time I'd had to physically restrain myself from doing something about it. Avoid her. I could do that. Hell, I'd made it to lunchtime without seeing her, so this couldn't be too hard. Then I looked down. Boom. I'd gone back to living with 4 sisters. Sam's rainbow of girl stuff took over half my sink. Shit. Our sink. Okay, maybe avoid wasn't really going to work as a strategy. But I wasn't 15, and hell, I'd been with Grace then anyway. It wasn't like I actually liked this girl. I could get over an annoying chemical attraction. I'd have to treat her like she was one of my sisters. Yeah, a sister. I could do that. But none of my sisters looked like that. The door swung open. "Oh, I'm sorry," she squeaked, her arms full of bottles. How much more bathroom stuff did she have? Her eyes sparked, impossibly green. Wait, hazel. Nope, definitely green, as she skimmed over my body, and given the way her lips parted, she liked what she saw. My jaw clenched as I ripped my eyes off the line where her short bathrobe met her thighs. This towel was about to... Sister. Think sister. Knocking is something we should probably make a habit of. She blinked rapidly, her eyes rimmed red. Why hadn't I noticed that before? And backed out of the bathroom. You're right. So right. She shut the door behind her and I heard a thud in the general area her head would have been. Damn. I hoped I wasn't the one to put the tears in her eyes. We were off to a fan-fucking-tastic start. I didn't need to shave on a Sunday so I could get dressed and get out of here, except that I hadn't brought a change of clothes in with me. I let out a huge breath, and counted the ceiling tiles until my body was under control. Looked like Samantha wasn't the only one who needed to adjust. The hallway was mercifully empty, and I made it to my room without seeing her, or having to justify that I was now the one who needed to put clothes on. Clothes, Powerade, and a ham sandwich later, I settled in at the kitchen table with my Apache Helicopter 5 and 9 flashcards, mentally quizzing myself over fuel pressure limitations. "You know we don't even start the Apache course until next month, right?" Jagger asked, reaching for a drink from the fridge. "I heard there's a test on the first day, and if you fail, you're out." I flipped the next card over. "I'll say again, a month." "Yeah, well, not all of us have a photographic memory to depend on. Some of us actually have to work for it." He slapped his hand across his chest. "You wound me. Besides, last time I checked, you were the one who graduated top of our class during primary." I wasn't distracted by a girl. Shit. I closed my eyes and tried to rewind time 30 seconds. My foot lived in my damn mouth today. The problem with always being honest was it bordered on insulting. I was working on it. I counted to 3 and looked up to see him waiting with a smirk. "Not that Paisley isn't worth it." He laughed. "I'd have failed flight school if it meant keeping Paisley. Come to think about it, you'd better study your ass off. I'm taking you down." He drew out the last word like a movie villain. I flipped another card. Challenge accepted. I'd take him down in the air. Jagger might beat me academically, but I could outfly a fucking bird. It was a good thing my instincts and reflexes were rock solid, because I had to fight tooth and nail to keep academics up, which was fine with me. Things that came easy were seldom worth it. Besides, if the Army found out why it was so hard for me, well, they wouldn't let me so much as finger the throttle on an Apache. The cards flipped by along with the minute hand, then the hour hand. The door opened and shut a few times, but I kept my eyes locked on the cards until the house was empty and my cell phone rang out with Pat Green. My scheduled 4-hour study session was over. I silenced the alarm, closed up the cards, and slipped them back into the little box I kept in the cabinet above the coffee mugs. My eyes trailed upward to the extra boxes of coffee, and my chest tightened in a heartbeat of panic, envisioning Samantha slipping on the counter. I quickly switched my study box with the coffee, bringing it to her level. Another adjustment. My phone rang, I checked the caller ID, and my stomach dropped. "Miranda?" I answered. "Hey, Gray." Her soft Outer Banks drawl pulled me into North Carolina like she'd physically tugged. "Everything okay?" "Absolutely. I wanted to call you with the baby news. We're having a girl." "That's great, Miranda. Your family must be thrilled." Grace would be over the moon for a niece. "Everyone is pretty excited. Are you going to stop in when you're home for your birthday?" I opened my mouth, but wouldn't lie, and didn't have the heart to tell her the truth. An awkward silence fell between us. "Gray, we still think of you as family." I tried to swallow past the knot in my throat. "I know. Same here. I also knew I didn't deserve it." "We're hoping to bank her cord blood for the stem cells." I scrubbed the surface of the counter, taking out a stain like I could do the same with the last 5 years. "Yeah, I've heard that's a thing now." Call waiting beeped, and my shoulders softened. "Hey, Miranda, that's Mom. I have to go. Congrats on the girl, and I'll catch you later, okay?" "I'll give Grace your best." "Tell her I'll see her soon." 2 weeks. I clicked over, hitting speaker, and rested the phone on the counter as I took ingredients out for dinner. "Well, I thought you might stand me up," Mom answered, her accent drawing out the final word. "I'm 3 minutes late, Mom. That's hardly being stood up. Besides, when have I ever stood you up to cook Sunday dinner?" "Never. That's why you're my favorite son." That almost made me smile. "I'm your only son." "Well, that secures your position in my heart." "Is that Gray?" Mia asked in the background. "It is," Mom answered. "Hey, Mia," I said as I started to trim the chicken. "Dustin Marley asked me to prom," she squeaked. "Dustin Marley is like 5 years old, and so are you for that matter," I answered, wondering if I'd need to bury the body of a teenage boy in a couple weeks when I went home. 18-year-old girls shouldn't be going to prom, ever.
Oh, whatever. I'm off to go dress shopping with Parker. I miss you, Gray.
Tell Parker nothing above the knee, I replied. She may be 21, but you're not. Mom burst into laughter.
He's right. Your sister has horrid taste, Mia. Text me a picture before you so much as think of buying a dress. Yes, Mama,
she sang as her voice faded. She's 18, I sighed, filleting the chicken.
Tell me about it. Your father's been fending the boys off for years, and you know she's his baby. He's been polishing the shotgun since she told him. I'm mixing breadcrumbs. Where are you at?
Finishing the last fillet. I didn't get them thin enough last time.
Take your time. No one likes dried chicken. I was thinking maybe we'd try coq au vin next week.
I washed my hands, thinking over the dish. That takes a little longer, but I think it's doable. Or maybe we could make brownies.
You're not getting that recipe out of me, Grayson Masters.
It was worth the try. Those brownies were epic.
Keep trying. Maybe when you're in for your birthday, we can make them for a party.
No, I snapped, and she sucked in her breath. Shit. I'm sorry, Mom, but you know how I feel about that. Oil sizzled in the background. She'd started browning her breaded fillets. I turned up the heat on the stove, not far behind.
I know, Grayson. I just thought it's been 5 years. Maybe something had changed.
It hasn't, I answered, careful to keep my tone soft. The sounds of frying chicken popped between us.
Well, in that case, I'll fill you in on the gossip.
She launched into the latest news, or what she qualified as news. In Nags Head, North Carolina, everything in the off-season counted as news, but it was slimmer pickings once the tourists arrived. I listened, rapped, 814 miles away while she worked in a kitchen that would fit in half of this one, but served just as many people.
How are things down south?
I placed the browned fillets in the baking dish and spooned marinara over them, finishing up dinner while I filled Mom in on the random duties I was assigned to right now, but was careful to leave out anything flight school related.
Did you hear that Miranda is having a girl?
She asked. My hand froze momentarily. She called.
Tess sure has her heart set on those stem cells.
She's Grace's mom, of course she's going to hope. I also know there's not one clinical trial that she'll qualify for. I pictured the soft narrowing of her eyes, knowing that she'd pushed me into territory she couldn't follow. She changed subjects.
So, when will we get you for more than a weekend?
I think over the 4th of July, but don't hold me to it. Do not mention my birthday.
You should bring a couple of your friends home with you,
she suggested as I covered the dish. I'll think about it, and I would for about 30 seconds. Walker! Jagger yelled, flinging the front door open with a phone to his ear. He's not here, I answered. Hey, Mom, I have to go. Hot air from the oven blasted my face as I slid the baking dish in and set the timer for an hour. Same time next week?
Coq au vin,
she answered, and an ache hit my chest when I pictured her smile. It's a date. Fuck, Jagger answered, hanging up his phone after I did the same. Good thing, Mom wouldn't let him in the front door with that mouth. Were you talking to him? No, my mom. He raised his eyebrows. Huh, I figured you hatched out of a rock or something. Very funny. It wasn't his fault. I let them in as far as they needed for their sakes, not mine, and no further. What do you need Walker for? He's not answering his phone. He tried one more time, nodding his head absent-mindedly to the beat of Josh's ringback. Still not there. Can you drive a stick shift? I arched an eyebrow. What do you think? Yeah, well, I need you to drive Sam's car home. He glanced over my shoulder at the timer on the oven. We have more than enough time before your precious cuisine burns. Where is Sam's car, and why can't she drive it? He sighed. Oscars. He named the local flight school bar, and she passed driving standard 2 hours ago.
Chapter 4. Sam. I felt alive and drunk. Whatever. It was awesome, and a hell of a lot better than crying into my pillow over stuff I couldn't change. No matter what I did, my life was now defined by one stupid mistake. A mistake that had felt like the first rational decision I'd ever made. and burned me worse than half the stupid shit I'd ever pulled.
Can I buy you a shot?
A half-attractive guy asked, coming into my field of blurred vision and checking out my girls. There was a way hotter guy behind him, but he wasn't looking my way, and truthfully, I wasn't interested in anything but drinking. Yes! I gave him my 100-megawatt grin, pushing every dark thought far enough back that I could drown it with alcohol. Tequila? The bartender lifted her eyebrow at me, and I mirrored the expression. What? Ember had left for Nashville a couple hours ago, after not even having a single drink with me, and I didn't need another babysitter. The bartender shook her head and slid the shot across the bar with salt and lime. I slammed it back, savoring the burn and anticipating the numb that would quickly follow. I was so sick of feeling, hoping, trying.
So, what's your story? You a local? Because I haven't seen anything nearly as hot as you are around here.
I took in his crew cut, arrogant grin, and West Point ring on his left hand. Nope, Lieutenant. I'm a transplant, and entirely out of your league. But thank you for the shot. Crap. I think that came out more slurred than intended.
Is there anyone we can call for you?
The hot one asked, tearing his eyes off the football game playing on the big screen. Do I look like a baby who needs a sitter? I spat back, my head feeling blissfully detached from my body.
Hell no,
the mediocre one answered.
Not with those curves.
The hot one glared at the mediocre one.
You look like you might need a ride home.
Well, I don't. Thank you. Home. Like I even had one of those. No, just a collection of different houses Mom moved us to at duty stations. But I did have Jagger's house. Shit. Did I bring my house key? I hadn't attached it to my key ring. Jagger was going to be pissed if I lost it on the first day.
Bateman?
Hot one asked. Shit. I'd spoken aloud. You know him? A strange smile flirted across his face.
You could definitely say that.
He nodded to the bartender and then stepped outside. Another shot and a cutoff warning later, the jukebox cranked and Pour Some Sugar on Me raced through my veins. Dancing. Yes, dancing would be awesome. My fingers dug into the bar as I hoisted myself onto the bar stool.
Holy shit,
the guy muttered. I was past caring that my miniskirt probably didn't cover my ass at this angle.
Need a hand?
He reached up and helped me step onto the bar. The bartender rolled her eyes, and I almost missed the nod she exchanged with the hot one as he walked back in. But it was there. Whatever. I moved my body to the beat, letting it rule my movements and leaving everything else behind for a song. Then, too, my top drifted above my waistline as I raised my arms.
Okay, Coyote Ugly, it's time to get down.
Jagger's voice made me giggle, and I looked down to see his half-amused face. What? It's not like I haven't seen you drunk on the bar a few times.
Which is why I'm not giving you shit, Sam.
He shook his head.
But I can't say the same for Grayson.
I stiffened like he'd tossed cold water over me. Grayson stood a few feet away, his thumbs tucked into his pockets and his face unreadable. I refused to be embarrassed. Right?
Let's go,
Grayson snapped. A sly smile spread across my face. If you want me to go, come up here and get me. There was no chance an uptight jerk-face like him was going to do that. A muscle in his jaw ticked a second before he climbed up onto the bar stool and then consumed the bar. He was huge. Will this thing even support you?
Now.
I moved back, but before I could take a step, he pulled me up against him and into his arms.
We're not repeating this morning.
He jumped off the bar with me in his arms, barely jarring me as he landed on his feet. How King Kong of you.
I wasn't the one climbing up there in the first place.
His grip tightened on me as he strode out the door into the evening air.
Thanks for calling us, Carter.
He tossed to the hot one. Well, next to Grayson, he was a pale second. I bet everyone was a pale second against Grayson. Jagger walked out behind us, my purse in his hand, which he handed to Grayson. What? Like I can't handle my own purse? I giggled.
You're not getting near your keys,
Grayson growled. I never said I was driving, I argued, trying to wiggle against his iron grip. He glared down at me, his lips impossibly close. His mouth opened like he wanted to say something, but thought better of it and snapped it shut. He unlocked my car, still carrying me, and then dumped me into my front passenger seat.
She's not usually like this,
Jagger said as Grayson shut my door.
You got her?
I opened it back up in time to hear Grayson say,
Yeah, I didn't think you'd want her puking in the truck. Amen.
Stop talking like I'm not right here.
Trust me, we're well aware that you're here, princess,
Grayson snapped, promptly shutting the door in my face again. He slid behind my wheel, cursing my height while the seat took precious seconds to move back to accommodate him. Maybe my car doesn't like you either, I slurred. His eyes cut toward me, and he shook his head but snapped his mouth shut as he turned the key. So stern. I gave my best uptight guy impression, but blew it when I descended into snickering.
God help me,
he muttered, putting my little cabriolet into first gear and taking us out of the parking lot. I let my head loll back against the seat and watched the muscle in his jaw tick. Everything about him, from his eyes to the cut of his jawline, was so severe. You're not gonna give me crap?
Not my job to judge,
he replied, his eyes never wavering from the road. Not my circus, not my monkeys. That's what my mom says. I said louder than I intended, my finger poking him in the shoulder. Crud! When had my hand gotten over there? I pulled it back to my lap. If I had sat perfectly still, maybe he wouldn't realize how truly drunk I was.
Something like that.
His dismissal, that flat tone, scraped me like no amount of lecturing could have. Anyone ever told you it's not good manners to be rude to your new roommate? He parked in the driveway behind Jagger's Defender and glared over at me.
Anyone ever told you it's not good manners to be dancing drunk on a bar on a Sunday afternoon?
As soon as the words were out of his mouth, his shoulders dropped and he closed his eyes.
Crap, Samantha. I didn't mean...
I forced my door open and stumbled out, barely catching myself on the frame. So much for not judging, I fired back, slamming the door and entering the toddler-esque phase of drunkenness. I scowled away his offered arm and made it into the house, nearly tripping on the doorstep. Don't! I snapped when Grayson reached for me. I'm not helpless. I'm pretty sure his sigh was heard in Florida as he dropped my purse on the entry table. Wait, he had my purse? I gripped the back of the couch and took deep breaths as my head buzzed.
Here.
Jagger forced a bottle of water into my hand. I'm fine, I argued.
Sam, I said I wouldn't give you shit, but fine isn't exactly drunk at 5 p.m. on a Sunday unless it's the Super Bowl. What is going on?
I swallowed past my numb tongue and glanced over to where Grayson stood, his arms across his chest again like a damn statue. As if on cue, the oven began to beep, and he walked past me into the kitchen. Wow, this house smells amazing. I wanted to lick the air now that I noticed.
Grayson cooks. Focus, Sam.
Knock, knock, Paisley drawled as she came in through the front door. You ready to head out to dinner?
Hey, little bird.
Jagger smiled, which lit up his face like a freaking Christmas tree. Paisley wrapped her arms around his waist, and he kissed her. Love radiated from them. That was all I had wanted. Love. A chance to belong to someone, my someone. She'd had heart surgery 2 months ago. Her scars were still pink, but it wouldn't surprise me if Jagger popped the question soon. You guys are so cute, I may vomit. The room turned slightly. Or maybe that's the tequila.
I'm not letting this go, Sam. What's going on with you?
Jagger reached over and opened the bottle of water I still clutched in my hand. I took 2 long pulls. I got kicked out of college.
Right, which is why you're here.
I rolled my eyes at him. A year ago, I'd never have guessed that Jagger Bateman would have his life more together than me. Not just Colorado. I got kicked out of Troy.
But you haven't even had a class yet.
He dug a little deeper. I laughed, the sound as hollow and empty as I felt. Yeah, how special am I?
They can't do that.
They withdrew their acceptance, Jagger. It's done. I looked up at the ceiling fan like it was going to spin me away into my dream life, or at least away from here. What am I going to do? My eyes burned. Oh, Sam, Paisley whispered. I moved down here, completely inconvenienced you and Josh, and I motioned to the kitchen where Grayson watched my meltdown quietly. Him. Took this last chance hundreds of miles away from home. Hell, not that I have a home, right? She's gone so damn much, and it's not like we stay in one place long enough to mark up a height chart on a freaking door frame or anything. What the hell am I doing here? I have no job, no school, no family, and no direction. My fingers bit into the plastic, distorting the bottle as a tear slipped down my cheek. What am I going to do? The question hung in the air, devouring any other thought that could come to mind as seconds ticked on the wall clock.
You're going to eat,
Grayson answered from the kitchen, the sound of clattering dishes breaking the silence as he put plates on the large bar-height square table.
We all are. We have this family thing to...
Jagger started, glancing down at Paisley.
This family thing is happening now.
Grayson finished.
What did I miss?
Josh asked, toweling off his hair as he walked into the living room and glanced from Grayson to Jagger.
We're eating dinner now,
Grayson ordered.
Sunday night, family dinner, no excuse.
Josh's eyebrows hit the ceiling.
Okay. Since when do we... Since now.
We shuffled into the kitchen, and Grayson heaped my plate with chicken and pasta, then sat me down at the table next to him. Once everyone was seated, I reached for my fork and nearly knocked over my water. Grayson caught my glass and moved it far enough from my plate that it wouldn't happen again. Thanks, I muttered, then concentrated on cutting my chicken. My knife slipped twice before Grayson sighed. He stole my plate and cut my dinner into bite-sized pieces, sliding it back without a word. I side-eyed him, but his face gave no indication of what he was thinking. Conversation struck up between the guys, punctuated by a laugh or answer from Paisley, like everything was normal. They didn't give me a chance to feel embarrassed, either by my outburst or my drunkenness. just drew me in as I relaxed and sobered up. Wow, that chicken was good. Okay, maybe still a little drunk. I'm sorry for everything, I said to Grayson as he cleared my plate after dinner, the other three having left. I'm not normally so drunk, he supplied, keeping his wide back to me as he loaded my plate in the dishwasher. My cheeks burned. Yeah, I know I'm a giant inconvenience. Hell of a first impression, right? He stilled, took a few breaths, and I stood as he turned toward me. His face was unreadable, which I was beginning to think might be the status quo. I'm going to head to bed and hope today was all a nightmare. Thank you. Seriously.
Samantha,
he called as I was passing the half wall that divided the kitchen from the living room. Yeah?
you're not an inconvenience. Maybe a pain in the ass, but you're not an inconvenience. And if there's something I've learned from living here, is that Josh and Jagger make you family. We're a dysfunctional one, but family nonetheless. And now you are too.
His eyes locked onto mine, and I forgot to breathe. Intensity poured off him, holding me captive, and I was torn between longing to get closer to whatever fire fueled him and my sense of self-preservation warning me from the burn. Not that it mattered what I was thinking. He was talking about family, and my mind was skipping to things most definitely not PG and way inappropriate. Do not make an ass out of yourself any more than you already have. He dropped his gaze, breaking the moment, and I sucked in a breath. There was definitely more to him than I initially thought.
Get to bed so you can get up early and pull your shit together, Sam. We all make mistakes, but I'm not pulling you off another bar.
Never mind. He was still an ass.
Chapter 5. Grayson. Tacos? The scent hit me as I walked in the door from the gym on Monday night, and my mouth watered. With Jagger and Josh on a different detail, both working late, it had to be Samantha cooking. Alicia Keys playing on the iPod confirmed the thought. It had been a week since Sam moved in with us, and despite nearly constant contact while I was home, I'd managed to control my reaction to her. I dropped my gym bag on the floor and ran to the corner into the kitchen to tell her I was here. Damn. She swayed with the slow beat, stirring the meat sizzling in the pan, and a new hunger took precedence over my stomach. Her khaki shorts, if they could be called that, hugged her ass perfectly, and the white tank top only made her skin look warmer, more kissable. But something was different. Her hair. It didn't rest against the tops of her breasts anymore. She'd cut it clear to her chin in a sleek bob that Mia would have called edgy. The most ludicrous vision played itself out in my mind, how easy it would be to slide up behind her, brush her hair away from her cheek, and run my lips along the delicate line of her neck. I shook my head to clear it. "Hey," I muttered, hoping not to scare her. She jumped anyway.
"Oh, Grayson!"
She turned, revealing a fitted apron that read, "Kiss the Cook," which was longer than her sorry excuse for shorts.
"You're home."
The words struck something in me, cracked open a piece of me that I thought I'd fortified a little thicker than that. But she looked like a better meal than the one on the stove. She was happy to see me, and she cooked for me. I was defenseless against that combo. "Yeah," I cleared my throat. "You cooked?"
Apparently.
She pointed the spatula up at the cabinet.
"Grab the plates. We're about ready to eat."
"I always cook." "Wrong thing to say, you moron." She arched an eyebrow.
"Are you complaining?"
I shook my head. Why couldn't she do something stupid? It was a hell of a lot easier to keep her at arm's length when she was drunk on a bar. Well, until I'd pulled her into the very arms I was trying to shove her away with. But she'd been ready to topple over, guys ogling right up that tiny skirt, and it was either get her down or start swinging punches. So naturally I'd climbed up onto the bar like any other rational roommate. Right, because Jagger was climbing up there too. Roommate my ass.
Good. Then get the plates.
I should shower first. I was still soaked in sweat from the gym. Where the hell was this self-consciousness coming from? Her eyes raked down my frame with a healthy amount of appreciation.
Well, you have about 5 minutes before dinner starts getting cold.
Maybe it had to do with me cranking the water temperature all the way to frigid, but I showered even faster than I did at home when I fought for shower time with 4 sisters. I made it back a minute after Sam's deadline. She pulled the shells from the oven as I took down 2 dishes, keeping my eyes on the cabinet and not the curves of her ass. Holy shit. 8 days with this woman, and I was turning into a sex-starved perv. Sister. Treat her like a sister. Yeah, only problem was I'd never wanted to jump one of my sisters. This attraction had to wear off, right? Sam tucked her hair behind her ear. Your hair looks nice, I said carefully. She fingered the ends of the strands.
Yeah? I found the only place in Enterprise with an opening. I just
needed a change, I supplied. She raised her eyebrows. My mother, I explained. She told me if a woman cuts her hair that much, she's looking for a compliment or a change. I figured you didn't really need a compliment.
I'm going job hunting again in the morning. They all want a college degree, so I haven't found anything yet. But I haven't given up. This guy I know told me to get my shit together, so I'll find something. Anything.
She smiled, and my heart fucking stopped, dead, right there in the kitchen. I remembered to breathe, sucking in air slowly, and gripped the plates. That pounding in my chest, I'd only felt it with one other woman in my life. Well, make that 2 now.
Only 2?
What? Was she reading my mind? Was it that obvious?
You only took down 2 plates,
she said, motioning to my hands. Walker and Bateman are on late shift, and we were alone.
Doing what? You guys don't even start your next classes for a couple weeks.
We still have to work. They're rounding up series students running through the woods so they can get tortured. Her eyebrows shot up and I shrugged. Practice, just practice. Survive, escape, resist, evade training had sucked. I didn't envy the students getting rounded up. I barely suppressed a groan as she bent over into the fridge, pulling out 2 hard ciders. Couldn't she not bend over?
Then, shall we?
I shook my head, taking the cider she offered and slipping it back into the fridge.
That's right. You don't drink,
she said, filling her tacos. I drink, I countered, heat rushing up my arms where our skin touched at the stove. I just have rules about it. She took the seat diagonal from me. Rules
for drinking.
I bit into a taco instead of answering her, groaning at the taste. Wow.
Yeah. My mom likes Mexican food. It's the only thing I do well, so don't get used to it. Now, about these rules?
She looked at me expectantly. Were it Walker or Bateman, I would have simply ignored the question, but there were circles under her green-rimmed hazel eyes, and something lurked in them that looked like loneliness. I was all too acquainted with what a bitch loneliness could be. I don't drink outside the house, ever. Not if there's the slightest chance I'll need to drive anywhere. I don't drink if there's no one else sober. And I don't drink if I know I'm in a situation that requires me to be in complete control of myself. I downed 2 more tacos and avoided her eyes.
Do you have to control everything?
Yes. She leaned back in her chair, sipping on her cider.
Care to elaborate?
No. I'd already told her more about myself than I'd ever told Walker or Bateman. I waited for the crushing guilt that usually pulverized what was left of my heart whenever I let someone close. After all, I was having dinner alone with a woman I was attracted to. Shouldn't that trigger the betrayal clause of my conscience? But none came. Odd. She raised a single eyebrow and chased a drop of cider off her lip with her tongue. I shoved another taco in my mouth to keep it busy.
I'm trying to understand you.
Good luck. Not today.
I've got some of the pieces already figured out.
Oh, this should be interesting.
Right now, I'm leaning toward narcissistic control freak, but the jury's still out.
I choked on my food and started sputtering. She calmly handed me my drink, and I swallowed the lodged pieces of my temper. Narcissistic.
No one spends 3 hours a day at the gym for their health. Do you get off watching yourself in the mirror?
Do you get off dancing on bars for strangers? Her bottle slammed onto the table, and I bit my tongue so hard it almost bled. Shit, that came out all wrong. Why the hell couldn't I control my mouth around this girl? I lifted for the same reason she drank, to silence the demons.
Let's suggest that first thought, narcissistic control freakish asshole.
She pushed back from the table.
Who is now doing the dishes.
I fought every urge I had to apologize, to go after her. I had no business screwing up that girl's life more than it already was, and there was no room for her in mine. It was better this way. I repeated that in my head over and over while I cleaned up dinner. "When are you gonna let me ink you, Masters?" Matt asked as he worked on one of Jagger's 100 or so tattoos a week later. 2 weeks of living with Samantha. 2 weeks of being home as little as possible, and hence another trip to the tattoo parlor. It didn't stop my mind from wandering to her, and how sad she seemed. It was worse every day, and she wasn't talking about it. As much as I wanted to keep the hell away from her, someone was going to have to get her to talk before she broke herself. A girl not talking about her issues is a definite clue that it's worse than she's letting on. Constance's sisterly advice ran through my head. "Not happening," I answered, flipping through my 5 and 9s and stretching my legs out from the plastic chair. "I'm just here to babysit." "Chicks dig it," Jagger answered with a cocky grin. Not too concerned. I flipped another card and looked at oil pressure limitations. "Guys dig it too," Matt offered. "Definitely not concerned," I answered. "You owe me $50, Jagger whispered loudly to Matt. I looked up at them over the cards, told Jagger with my look exactly what I thought about that idea, and went back to studying. I had to blink a few times at the jumble of words, so I closed my eyes. Time to break. "Finish for today," Matt told Jagger as he sprayed one of Jagger's pieces down and wrapped him in saran wrap like leftovers. He settled his bill, and we headed back home. "So, how was sharing a bathroom with Sam?" he asked with a sideways look at me. "Fine. I was not going there with him. Her insane amount of hair stuff isn't driving your OCD nuts." "I don't have OCD. I liked things neat, orderly, in their place. Go figure, I was panting after the one woman who wouldn't let me keep things that way. She left stuff everywhere." "Right. Well, I'm glad you're getting along. I grew up sharing a bathroom with 4 sisters. I think I can handle some hair crap on the counter. What I couldn't handle? The way the bathroom smelled like her after a shower, all vanilla and caramel. I got a raging hard-on just walking in." "She rattles you." I ignored him and stared out of the window, watching the outskirts of Dothan fly by as we reached the edge of the small city. If I couldn't come to grips with the effect Sam had on me, I sure as hell wasn't using it as bonding time with Jagger. "I don't mean to pry, then don't. She's been through a lot lately." His hands tightened on the wheel. "Yeah, and she needs someone to get her back on her feet, not coddle her. She's stronger than you give her credit for." "And you're her person?" "I'm not anyone's person, but I do know what it is to mess up your life. I couldn't go back and fix mine. I was too far gone, my path concrete. But Sam's? Maybe I could help with that, even earn a few karma points." "Want to talk about—" "No." I looked back out the window as we stopped at the red light and... You have got to be fucking kidding me. My hands morphed into fists and I sucked my breath in through my teeth. "Wow, I think I've heard you swear like twice?" Jagger jerked his gaze to me, then back to the road as the light turned green. "Pull the car over now." "At the strip club? Dude, I'm not sure now is the time." "Now!" He swerved across the open lane and into the dirt parking lot in front of the small, ridiculously pink building. "Okay, well, you're on your own because Paisley will fucking kill—" Holy shit. Yeah. He pulled into an empty spot right next to a bright yellow cabriolet with Colorado plates. "What the hell do you think Sam is doing here?" "I'm going job hunting." "Nothing good. Go home, I got this." My feet hit the ground before Jagger killed the engine. The Alabama heat matched my temper, both overrunning my senses. I swallowed back the immediate urge to rip the building to shreds and remembered that I didn't have all the facts. Yet. I opened the door and the bouncer stood, eyeing me up before stepping back. We both knew I could have destroyed him if I wanted to. "ID?" he asked. I handed mine over, and he scrutinized it, reading over my name several times while I did the same to his club. A skinny blonde was up on stage, wearing a cowboy hat and not much else, gyrating to a Kid Rock song, while a few leering scumbags drooled. "Here you go." The bouncer handed my ID back and tried to size me up. My eyes adjusted to the dim lighting as I swept the club, spotting her sitting at the bar. Her skirt rode high on her thigh, and the guy she was talking to had definitely noticed. "What experience do you have?" he asked, not noticing my approach.
I took a year of pole classes back in Colorado, but only for exercise,
she answered, fingering a white piece of paper. An application. Fuck that.
I'd be a quick study at the bar, too.
"Very nice," the manager drawled, his eyes lingering on Sam's cleavage, where her shirt was unbuttoned. "Let me give this a once-over and see what I can do." He reached across to take her application, and she leaned back before he could brush up against her. He shot her a sick smile, then headed back behind the stage. Something dark twisted in my stomach and threatened to erupt. Sam turned in her seat, offering me her profile as she watched the girl on stage. Her strong, sure facade slipped, and her swollen eyes turned dim. She looked like I'd felt the morning after... Yeah, not going there. I slid onto the bar stool next to her, and her shoulders dropped.
"What do you want, Grayson?"
"To get you out of here."
"I'm on an interview?"
Her spine straightened. "This is your dream job? What the hell was she thinking?" She threw me a look that clearly said I was an idiot. What? Like I was the one about to audition as a stripper?
"You know what I realized the last couple weeks? I have no money. My savings account can cover one last month of my cell phone bill. I have no job to make money, no college degree to get the job. Even the jobs that don't need a degree, all full. I've spent 3 weeks searching out every job in Enterprise, Daleville, and Dothan. No one is hiring. I'm not going to freeload off you guys while I figure out what the hell to do."
"So this is what you want to do in the meantime? Work here?" Her gaze hit the floor.
"It's the last thing I want. But these girls make a lot of money, and it beats the alternative of moving back in with my mother."
"Well, as much as I'd love to see what that pole class taught you, this is not where you belong, Sam." Shit, that is not what I meant to say. Not the first part, at least. The girl on stage hooked her leg around the pole and spun. She raised her eyebrow and smirked, sending a jolt of electricity through me that settled in my dick. I shifted my weight.
"Well, there's no one here harping on me to put on more clothes."
She toyed with the buttons on her blouse. It would have been hot as hell if she was doing it out of genuine interest in me, but she was proving a point, and I knew it. "Samantha," she flicked a button open, enough to glimpse the lacy white material of her bra contrasting beautifully against the light mocha of her skin. But I kept my eyes locked on hers.
"What's wrong? Don't you think I have what it takes? Just because you're immovable doesn't mean I can't turn on at least one of those guys."
She nodded her head toward the guys hovering at the stage. Immovable? Good thing she didn't have a clue. "You could turn on a statue, Samantha, and I'm not immovable, no matter how much I wish otherwise. Shut the hell up before you say something else that's going to get you in trouble." Her lips parted and her eyes widened slightly, enough to see her defenses slide down a little.
"Why do you do that? Call me Samantha?"
The music shifted to porn star dancing, and the manager whistled at Sam like she was a Labrador retriever. My fist clenched. Sam looked from me to him and back again, clearly torn. "I call you Samantha to remind myself that you're not just a roommate, but a woman, and to make sure I don't jump to the wrong conclusions about you like the first time we met, when I assumed you were sleeping with my roommates. Don't do this." Her eyes flickered, showing the uncertainty, the doubt.
"You don't control me," she whispered.
I'm not stupid enough to think that any force in this world could control you, Samantha. But I will remind you that in the last 3 weeks, I have caught you off the kitchen counter and pulled you off a bar. That stage doesn't scare me. If she got anywhere close to it, I'd burn the damn thing to the ground without a second thought. She pulled her bottom lip into her mouth.
God, why is this so important to you?
Because the thought of you taking your clothes off for money makes me want to rip every man in here to shreds for making it possible. Because you're in free fall, Sam. You can't see it because you're the one in midair, but you're spiraling in the wrong direction. The manager waved his hands at Sam.
I have to go.
She hopped off the bar stool, raised her chin, and headed for the stage. She didn't make it 2 steps before I swung her over my shoulder. My fingers spread on the warm, bare skin of the back of her thighs to keep her still, and I tugged her skirt down to cover more of it. Then I grabbed her purse and headed for the door.
Grayson!
Hey, you can't... The bouncer stood in front of the door. I glared at him, letting all of my fury show that a place like this even existed, and he stepped back. I pushed out the door and glinted as the dying sun hit me in the face.
Fucking put me down, Grayson!
Sam shouted. Damn, she was loud. She braced her hands on my back, trying to get upright. Her waist was tiny in my hands as I lowered her to my eye level. She was furious, her lips pursed and her eyes on fire. I breathed a sigh of relief. I'd take the fire over the defeat I'd seen in there any day.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
She shouted in my face, uncaring that we were inches apart. The girl didn't back down, I'd give her that much. Now if she'd realized that I didn't either.
Well?
Catching you.
Chapter 6. Sam. What the hell are we doing here? I asked as we pulled up in front of Anytime Fitness. He hadn't even trusted me to drive, and I'd gotten perverse satisfaction at his grunt when he tried to vault himself behind the wheel again. And what's the point of a 24-hour gym? Who honestly works out at 3 o'clock in the morning?
I do.
He killed the engine. Because you aspire to vampirism? Or maybe you can't get enough of those bulging muscles in your dreams, so you need to see them in the mirror for yourself?
Sometimes I can't sleep. I end up here.
And why are we here now?
You need a job. Maggie is hiring.
He got out and walked around to my side, then opened my door.
And I know she needs some help with her books, and you're good with math.
How would you know that?
Ember.
He made no apologies for prying into my life, just waited for me to get out. I made a mental note to give my best friend a call. And someone I've never met is going to hire me because you say so? I asked as I reluctantly climbed out.
Actually, you've already met her,
he answered, opening the glass door to the gym. The air conditioning was heavenly. What? When? I know every application I've put in. Hi, fly boy, a smiley red-headed girl in an Anytime Fitness polo called out, pushing her glasses up her nose.
Hey, Avery. This is Samantha. Is your mom around?
I gave the girl a small wave, which she returned. She's in the back. I'll grab her. She ran off in jeans that were easily 2 sizes too big for her frame. Grayson leaned over the counter and brought an application back with a pen.
I spend a lot of time here, he explained with a shrug. Now fill it out.
How do I know her? He fidgeted with the pen attached to the sign-in sheet.
She owns Oscars, too.
Oh, shit. Oscars, where I'd given my impromptu Coyote Ugly impression. The bar?
Yeah. She was tending the bar the day you visited.
This was not happening. There had to be hidden cameras somewhere. Oh, hell no. She's gonna take one look at me and laugh, and that's not something I can take right now. He took a deep breath.
You are so frustrating. You'll take your clothes off for a room full of men, but you won't ask Maggie to hire you?
I don't expect you to understand. Like he'd ever made a mistake in his life, let alone left a trail of them in his wake. He turned, leaning one elbow on the counter, dangerously invading my space and my head.
Understand what? That your skin is a lot easier to expose than your pride?
I sucked in my breath and tore my eyes away from the gray ones that were currently cutting through my defenses. Yes!
Then I understand just fine. And I'm telling you, they're equally important. Now fill out the application, Samantha.
She's going to throw me out, I whispered, looking up at him. Grayson arched an eyebrow.
Not everyone judges people on a first impression.
You did.
Something I'm still paying for when it comes to you.
There's people here. I counted at least 15 people working out in the immediate vicinity who would all bear witness to my humiliation.
Are you going to let them stop you?
I weighed my options as Maggie walked toward us with her daughter. I couldn't get by without a phone or gas money, and at least this would keep my clothes on. Head high. Let's do this. Something you might not know about me, Grayson. I don't let anyone stop me.
Something you might not know, Sam? I was depending on it.
The corner of his mouth lifted into what I could almost define as a smirk. But that might mean a smile was possible.
Here she comes,
Grayson said into my ear, his lips barely brushing my skin. Chills raced down my neck.
Hold on.
He walked through the line of treadmills to meet Maggie halfway. At least 2 spandex-clad girls eye-fucked him, but he didn't seem to notice, and not in the way a cocky guy would ignore it, but more like he didn't see. What was a guy like him doing single? Sure, he still had a stick up his ass, but there was more to him than the wall he used to keep people out. Maggie smiled when she saw Grayson and met him near the entrance to the locker room. Her gaze jerked toward me, and I gave a half wave. Nausea rolled through me, but I fought the urgent need to puke. I'd made my bed. I was strong enough to lie in it. Maggie made her way to me and cocked her head to the side. If it isn't my personal showstopper, Grayson tells me you need a job. I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. Yes, ma'am. I'm so sorry for how I behaved. I promise that's not my normal anymore, and it won't happen again, ever. Well, you got Grayson here up on the bar, so I have to give you credit there. Yes, ma'am. Another time he'd saved me from being an idiot. She sized me up. You're a math girl? I nodded. That's my major. I'm only a junior, but I'm a fast learner and a hard worker. She clucked her tongue and glanced from Grayson to me. Well, Grayson vouches for you. I need some part-time help behind the front desk, mostly secretarial duties, mail, schedules, phones, supply orders. Are you up for that? Wait, what? Really? You're going to let me work here? She laughed, showing perfectly straight teeth. Darling, you're not the first girl to dance on my bar, and chances are you won't be my last. She glanced down at my button-up. We're pretty informal around here, so why don't you grab a shirt off my desk and my daughter will show you the ropes? Take her back, would you, Grayson?
Yes, ma'am.
He put pressure on my lower back and guided me toward the door past the locker rooms. The office was neat, and I easily spotted the stack of shirts.
Here,
he said, thrusting a white polo shirt with Anytime Fitness embroidered on the front. She sure knows you pretty well, I questioned, taking the shirt and pulling it on over my blouse.
Like I said, I'm here a lot.
I glanced over the huge muscles of his arm as he curved the brim of his baseball cap. I can see that. He shook his head and walked me back out to the desk.
I'm going to lift a little while you train up. Avery, take care of her.
He abandoned me for the locker room. Hi there, Sam. She smiled, revealing a set of sparkly braces. Ready to get started? Sure, I said, and we began with the computer system. There were 4 managers, 3 receptionists, 5 trainers, and Avery, who filled in behind the desk when she wasn't at school. Mom doesn't want me at the bar, of course, so I'm here. It's cool that she owns 2 businesses, I said as I familiarized myself with the mail system. She got the bar in the divorce, but she's trying to sell it. This is pretty much our place now. She reached into her bag, pulling out a heavy math book. Aren't you on vacation? I asked. 1 more week and it's finals. Junior year Algebra 3 is kicking my butt. Want some help? I used to tutor high school math back in Colorado. You wouldn't mind? Not in the least, I answered with an easy smile.
Nice to see you again,
a vaguely familiar guy said as he signed in, a bag slung across his shoulder. He flashed me a smile. He was good-looking, but my usual hot guy response must have been broken because he didn't so much as stir my interest. Welcome back, I said with a polite smile, trying to remember where I'd seen him before. He laughed.
You don't remember me. It's okay. I'm Will. I'm the one who called Jagger a few weeks ago.
Ugh, the hot one from the bar, because I wasn't embarrassed enough already today. Nice to meet a friend of Jagger's. Well, officially meet, since I'm guessing you didn't exactly get my best side last time. His grin was contagious.
Well, if you'd ever like to show me your best side, no chance, Carter. Not happening,
Grayson said as he walked over, dressed in shorts and a loose tank. My heart jumped, and my breath caught at the possessive glance that swept over me before glaring at Will. Maybe I wasn't broken. I was simply having a hard time comparing guys to Grayson. Shit, that was inconvenient.
Whoa, you marking territory, Masters?
Will teased.
She's my new roommate, so hands and eyes off, or I'll explain the many different ways in which you really are second choice, Carter.
The muscle in Grayson's jaw flexed.
You're an asshole.
Carter tipped his hat.
Ma'am, you have my most sincere sympathy at your living situation.
He turned back to Grayson.
We still on for Memorial Day?
Grayson smacked his back.
You bet. Barbecue starts at 2, but I'm missing out. I'll be home. Ah, yes. The mysterious trips. We'll catch you when you're back.
Will nodded and headed to the locker room.
He's an acquired taste,
Grayson explained. Yes, you are, I responded, tossing him a flirtatious smile and digging into the algebra book with Avery. Crap, I'd just flirted with my roommate. I needed to watch that. I also needed to not ogle him lifting weights between learning my job and helping Avery out. Epic fail. He got me a job, thank God. Such a simple thing, but simply knowing it made breathing easier, like I'd been underwater for so long that coming up had me drunk on oxygen and possibilities. He took me home a couple hours later. Thank you, I told him as we walked up the stairs to our bedrooms. Josh and Jagger were both on the main floor, which gave us the entire second floor of the split level.
You're welcome. You'll be on your own next weekend, since I'll be going home.
He gave me a nod and headed into his room. Why do you go home so often? I asked, curiosity getting the better of me. Will wasn't the first person to say something about it. He turned, hand on his doorknob.
What's the pool up to?
He countered with that half-smirk that was sexy as hell. Oh, so inconvenient. No pool, just wondering. He studied me for a moment, making me wait so long that I figured he was going to blow me off. The intensity he wore so easily was exhausting to be around, draining me mentally because I couldn't stop wondering what he was thinking.
Everyone is accountable for something, Samantha. Me included.
He shut the door on me and the topic. The sirens woke me, piercing through the haze of sleep better than any latte could have. My legs didn't get the "we're awake" memo and buckled under me as I stumbled from the bed. The clock flashed 1:37 a.m. Wednesday morning. Wait, Thursday morning. Whatever. With the late shifts I'd been pulling at the gym for almost a week now, I'd only been asleep an hour. "What the hell?" I called out, peeking between the many blinds. A few neighbors stood on their porches all wrapped in robes or pajamas. "Grayson!" I yelled, tripping into the hallway. His door was open, the bed as messy as I figured I'd ever see it, but he wasn't in it. I raced down the stairs, shouting, "Guys!" Before I remembered that Jagger and Josh were out of town for a few days on a detail. Holy shit! That siren was loud, like being bombed at Pearl Harbor loud or a tornado in Kansas loud. Shit! Tornado! There was no way, right? We were in southeast Alabama, not the Midwest. Did we have a shelter? That close call while we were stationed at Fort Leavenworth was bad enough, but we'd had a shelter. I adjusted the girls inside my shelf bra. Those things never were enough support, and then swung open the front door. Humidity, thick and heavy, hit me in the face, almost as if I could drink the air. Wind gusted, whipping branches of the lilac tree against the porch railing. The siren blasted from the electric post 4 houses down. "What's going on?" I yelled toward our neighbors.
"Tornado warning,"
Grayson answered from behind me, his voice low and raspy from sleep. He reached around me, showing me his cell phone alert. "Tornado warning, Coffee County, Alabama, until 3:30 a.m. Seek shelter immediately." Where are we? Kansas? This is so not right. A knot formed in my stomach. There were very few things that scared me, but tornadoes were on that list. They made me small, insignificant, and powerless to my own fate. I'd had enough of that lately, thank you very much.
"'Tis the season, and warning means they're not kidding. One's been spotted in Elba, not far from here. Now get inside, get some clothes on, and meet me in the bathroom."
He pulled me back gently by my elbows until we were inside, and then shut the door. But we're in the South, and not like Tennessee South. Like deep South. I turned around, my hand brushing the skin of his chest, his bare chest, and damn. But he was warm and cut and smelled better than chocolate. His hair was sleep mussed, but his face was still set in stern lines. Did he even relax when he slept?
"Yeah, and you live in a town where a tornado destroyed the high school and killed some of those teenagers a decade ago. So get your ass in the bathroom. The weather doesn't care if we're in Oklahoma or Oz."
Okay. All thoughts of naked Grayson fled as I bolted up the stairs to my bedroom.
"And put on some clothes,"
he called out. I threw a sweatshirt over my head, unplugged my phone from its charger, grabbed my iPad, and skipped back down the stairs to the bathroom. "Grayson?"
"The little bathroom."
I moved quickly down the hall to the powder room, where I found him pulling a shirt over his head. His sweatpants hung low on his hips to see that V of his muscles that was probably illegal in a dozen states. Or should have been. Those hours he spent every day at the gym seriously carved the guy. Being invited to the bathroom by a guy is definitely a first. He raised an eyebrow before he shook his head.
No windows in here, and it backs up to the kitchen, so it's the safest place to wait it out.
His eyes glanced down at my very bare legs.
You and I have different definitions of clothes.
Not the time, Grayson.
Right. Stay here.
He left. So, we'll hang out in the bathroom for... I checked my phone. Another couple hours. Good call, I muttered to myself. The siren stopped, but if it was like Kansas on a timer, it would be back while we were still under warning. I set the iPad on the counter and queued up the weather app. We were entirely surrounded by red on the Doppler. The knot in my stomach tightened. Grayson walked back in, his arms full of his comforter, a couple bottles of water, and my shoes.
Just in case,
he said, dropping them to the floor. The bathroom wasn't big to start with, but with Grayson closing the door behind him, well, it may as well have been a porta-potty for how small it felt. He sat on the floor and leaned his head against the wall, closing his eyes. Where was I supposed to sit? On the toilet? Because that wouldn't have been awkward or anything. Grayson occupied almost every spare inch of space in the room.
Get comfortable, Samantha. We're going to be here for a while.
How could he be so calm? Oh, right, because the man had zero emotions. But if I was a robot like he was, I wouldn't be on the verge of using the toilet to vomit in. But then I'd be left sitting on a vomit-splattered toilet. Ugh. He cracked open his eyes and held out an arm.
Let's go.
I swallowed. Being that close to him felt more dangerous than anything going on outside.
Samantha, I'm not going to bite you.
Well, you don't exactly like me. He let out an exasperated sigh.
I don't understand you. I like you just fine. Now sit down.
If the distant way he'd treated me since I got to Alabama was him liking me, I'd hate to see how he'd treated someone he didn't like. I lowered myself slowly and slid into the space he left under his arm. He reached with his other arm and brought the comforter over us. God, it smelled like him. I physically restrained myself from burying my nose in the fabric. So now we wait?
Yep.
I swallowed and tried to ignore how easily I fit against him, but every sense was taken over by Grayson. The strength in his arms, how indestructible he felt next to me. Did he have to smell so good? For someone who spent that much time worshiping his body in the gym, shouldn't he smell a touch? Well, smelly? Of course not. He had to torture me by smelling like the ocean, with a hint of cedar like the body wash I secretly sniffed when I showered. Don't think about it. Think about anything else. Anything. So, you're headed back home tomorrow? I asked.
Yep.
You're such a conversationalist.
It's 2 a.m, Samantha.
Well, it's not like I'm going to sleep on the bathroom floor, I pouted. Not that his warmth wasn't relaxing me, because I hated to admit that it was, tornado warning and all. He sighed.
Yes, I'm going home tomorrow.
I'd shoved a car jack into the tiniest crack in his wall, and I twisted it a little. Where are you from?
Nags Head, North Carolina.
The Outer Banks?
That's the one.
Do you like it there? He sighed, but it was the short kind I was beginning to understand meant he was about to let me into his world a tiny bit.
I love it. My father builds sailboats, the racing kind, and he's pretty certain I'll come back to stay. But sometimes I need the space.
I've always wanted to go there. My mom spent a summer there in college and loved it. I was born right before she graduated UNC that spring after. My stomach turned sour again thinking about her. I still haven't told her about Troy.
Scared she'll lose it?
His arm flexed around me, pulling me closer. No. I shook my head slightly, unintentionally burrowing into his shoulder. I wanted to prove to her that I could do this on my own, that I didn't need her approval, or disapproval, rather. That's why I'm staying here. All she sees is this giant screw-up, and I love her, but she wants to fix me. This Troy thing proves that I'm a step beyond fixing. His chest rose and fell a few times in the silence.
There are broken people in the world, Samantha, but you're not one of them. Dinged up, maybe, but not broken, and definitely not beyond repair.
A small, empty laugh burst free. If you only knew, you wouldn't say that. You would shove me outside and let the tornadoes spin me away. He pulled back enough to look down at me. The turbulence in his eyes was enough to suck my breath away.
I don't abandon people.
It was there in my throat. The secret I'd been holding in for too long, suffocating me in its need to be heard, to quit festering inside my body. But what would he think if he knew? Guys like Grayson didn't sleep with the wrong people, let alone have their lives ruined by them. Grayson's choices were so calculated, so deliberate, I doubted he'd ever so much as been late for a class.
Samantha?
His eyes softened, revealing the give in him, and it cracked my own defenses. Have you ever made a mistake, Grayson? And I don't mean the kind that costs you an apology. I mean one that destroys you, where you lie awake at night, unable to sleep, because you're terrified of what's going to happen the next day, and the one after that, where you'd give anything, and I do mean anything, to go back and make a different choice, where you're sick all the time at the thought of what you've done, because I have. I've crumbled my entire future, shredded any hope of finishing college, and killed off who I used to be. And I don't know how to come back from something like that.
You don't.
I jerked back, but he held me immobile against him.
Stop and listen to me. I'm not going to belittle you by saying nothing is that bad, because some things are. Things happen that can change who we are and what we're capable of. So you're not going to come back from that any more than you're going to erase whatever you did. You have to decide if you're going to try to keep patching yourself up or if you're going to tear down and rebuild.
I don't know how to do that.
You wade through the pain and the guilt and the excuses you make to yourself. Stop drowning in alcohol to numb the fear and suck up the bitter taste of accountability. You move on with who you are now. It's not easy. If you think you screwed up that badly, then maybe you did. But you also have to leave room for the chance that you didn't. Have you talked about it?
I shook my head. There were two of us who knew the whole truth, and that circle was big enough. I'm not sure I'm ready to let go of everyone's vision of who I am. It's so much prettier than the truth.
Not even Ember?
Definitely not think through everything twice Ember. She wouldn't understand, and I'm not sure I could handle her reaction. He swallowed and broke our stare like it had become too much because we both knew the truth. It had.
That's the hardest part. Letting someone see who you really are, scars and all.
He cleared his throat.
You need to trust someone enough to tell them the truth. Make peace with it before it eats you alive. I listen really well if you don't have anyone else.
I scrambled to throw up a wall between us. It was safer when he was hurling snotty comments at me. That I knew how to handle. But this Grayson, the one holding me carefully, keeping me warm while the storm raged outside, offering to help carry the crippling weight destroying me? I didn't know what the hell to do with that one. Why would you even offer? Everything you know about me is a mess. I drink too much, wear too little clothing, dance on bars, and impose on everyone around me because I can't get my shit together.
You can get your shit together. You've just chosen not to up until now. You took that first step with Maggie. I'm offering because I've made that kind of mistake, Sam, the one you don't come back from. I look at you, and I see what I went through. It's too late for me.
He took a deep breath.
But you're going to spring back. So yeah, I'm offering.
As friends? I held my breath, needing to hear it. The push and pull, the attraction, it was all there on my side, but I wasn't sure about his, and I wasn't about to make an ass out of myself. We were roommates, and this could get complicated really quickly. Our eyes locked, and heat skimmed down my limbs, leaving chills in its wake.
We're both adults.
We're trying to be, I joked. His lips quirked up at the corners. Almost a smile.
Right. I'm not going to say that I'm not insanely attracted to you. I don't lie. Ever. Plus, I'd have to be dead not to realize the way you affect me. But I'm also not in any position to act on it. And let's be honest, you're not either. But I think we can stop picking each other apart and be friends.
Friends that are insanely attracted to each other? He inhaled sharply, like my attraction to him had been some secret. Yeah, right. I'm pretty sure my body threw out "screw me right now" signals the minute he walked into a room, even when I was angry with him. Hell, perversely, especially when I was angry with him. The siren wailed again, and I jumped, despite the exhaustion pummeling me. "An hour to go," I muttered, looking at my iPad.
Relax and try to get some sleep.
Like there's a chance of that. But he tucked the comforter up to my chin and drew me closer, so my head rested on his chest.
Just try. Some of us have to get up for work in the morning.
His tone was light and teasing, so I didn't jump his case about giving me shit. I yawned, feeling my body betray me and start to shut down like he'd flipped some magic Sam sleep button. I'm glad we can be friends. Sleep slurred my words.
Me too.
Sleep claimed me quickly. My body and emotions both run into the ground with exhaustion. His heartbeat filled my head and kept the nightmares at bay, but not the weird dreams. No, because I dreamed he kissed my forehead and lingered.
Chapter 7. Grayson. My heart pounded time with the ticking on my watch. 37 questions to go and 13 minutes to do them in. Stop thinking about time and concentrate on the questions. I took a deep breath and pushed it out slowly while I read the next question. If it becomes apparent that TGT will exceed blank degrees Celsius 701 or blank degrees Celsius 701C before NG idle speed parentheses blank percent blank blank is attained. I read it twice, slowing down and willing the question to make sense and the answer to come to mind. I made it through primary. I could do this. 869, 851, 63, or more. I filled in the answer and moved on, taking only as much time as physically necessary to fill out the blanks. You're not moving fast enough. My grip on the pen was almost painful, and my throat closed with every minute that ticked by, until my quick math told me there was no way I'd finish in time. Fuck! The timer blared on my cell phone, and I silenced it with a quick swipe. I slammed the edge of my fist onto the wooden table, and my phone fell over from where I'd had it balanced against my coffee cup. 67 questions answered, 13 more to go. Those 13 meant the difference between flying the Apache and getting kicked out of flight school in 10 days on the first day of Apache training. I set the timer to 0 and hit start, then went back to the questions. I stuck to method, reading each question twice, making sure I understood what it really said and not just what my brain translated, and then answered. Hey, you okay? I heard something that sounded suspiciously like a temper tantrum. Jagger checked in as he opened the door to the tiny private office where I was working. Yep, studying. This was all so easy for him and his photographic memory. If I didn't really care about the guy, I'd fucking hate him. We still have 2 weeks until the course starts. You know that, right? You don't have to hide in the janitor's closet to take practice tests. 10 days. A mop bucket does not make it a janitor's closet, and yes, I do. Stop harassing Masters, Josh called from the hallway. He's got more work ethic in his finger than you have in your whole body, Jagger. Jagger smirked. True story. Half day. You up for lunch? I looked at the time on my phone. 11:30. Shit. I'd been in here for 2 hours already on 3 different tests. Yeah, give me a couple minutes. Mind if I tag along? Second choice Carter called out. He'd been our class leader through primary, and as much as a West Point douchebag as he'd been, he'd ended up giving his Apache slot to Jagger, so I couldn't hate him either. As long as he kept a healthy distance from Sam, we'd keep the arrangement. I was getting really sick of having to like people lately. Sure, Jagger answered with a fake smile. Given the fact that the dude was Paisley's ex, he handled it pretty well. Her grace was rubbing off on him. Right, lunch settled. If we only have a half day today, then I'm studying. Get out, I said, turning the timer back on and settling into the rest of the test. Always a pleasure chatting, Grayson. Jagger laughed and shut the door. 17 minutes later, I finished with a 93% score. I was getting faster, but not fast enough. I was 17 minutes and 7% away from getting my ass kicked out of flight school. I rethought lunch. Maybe I needed to skip today, grab something from the chow hall, and get back in here for another test. I could easily sneak in another few rounds at failing my future before I caught my flight home. Yeah, that was a way better plan than sitting with the guys and getting nothing accomplished. Or the gym. I could definitely use that release. No lunch. It was settled. Hey, let's go, Einstein. Sam said she'd meet us there, and I'm not keeping that little hurricane waiting. Hurricane? At least you saw those coming. Sam was more like a squall, coming out of nowhere and knocking you on your ass. On second thought, lunch sounded great. My brain was close to shutdown from the workout I'd put it through, and unless I could fit in a few hours at the gym, I could use lunch to refocus. Liar. You want to see her. I crumpled up that thought with the last 3 tests I'd taken and tossed it into the trash can. We all filed into our cars and headed off-post toward the restaurant. The temperature in my F-150 was enough to cook an egg, not that I was going to experiment. I was used to southern summers, but not in full, long-sleeved uniform and not without the ocean breeze. Pretty sure I could pull some Wizard of Oz shit because I was fucking melting today. We pulled up to Firehouse, and I was the first through the door. My eyes searched for her before I even realized I was doing it. But we must have beaten her there. I flexed my jaw and attempted to relax. It wasn't like I wasn't going to see her at home. I lived with the damn girl. but my brain craved more. 4 damn weeks, and if I wasn't with her, I was thinking about her, wondering what she was doing and what ridiculous pranks she was pulling. It was getting more than a little out of hand. What trouble was she going to get into this weekend while I was gone? It was my turn up to the counter, and when I heard Jagger on the phone with Sam, saying back her order to get it right, I placed it, putting it on my tab. Apparently having her as a roommate meant I needed to either curb my irrational infatuation or make a new line item on the budget that read, "For misogynistic displays of illogical possession." We took the booth nearest to the door, and the guys started talking about their plans for the 4th of July. I heard them, but their voices took a back seat to the white noise in my head. Failing 3 tests. 1 more week. Flying home tonight so I could spend the weekend at home. Again. "Not sure. I have to check with Paisley," Jaggers said. "And I'll answer for Josh and say that he's headed to Nashville." "Ha!" Josh threw a fry at Jagger's head. "Not like you're not just as whipped." "Ouch. Yet true," Jagger answered. The bell sounded as the door opened, and my head whipped toward it as a few soldiers walked in. I bit into my chicken parm hoagie like it would fill the pit that was slowly growing in my stomach. "Little anxious over there?" Jagger asked, smirking like an asshole. I didn't bother answering, sending a death glare across the booth. The bell sounded again, and this time Sam swept in, dressed in a flowy skirt that ended right above her knees and a strappy top that left her collarbone bare. I swallowed, my food suddenly a lot thicker, or maybe that was my tongue. "Hi!" She grinned and waved, skipping over to our table. "Scooch over." She nudged my shoulder, and I slid toward Carter, more than happy to be the barrier between them. "You look happy," Josh said. "Friday payday. So I picked up some groceries and swung by the library to ask Paisley if they need any volunteers." "Oh, is that mine?" She raised her eyebrows at me, and I slid her sandwich toward her. "Thank you." "Sam, you don't have to grocery shop," Jaggers said, a French fry hanging out of his mouth. How he got by dating the commanding general's daughter with those manners, I'd never know. "I wanted to, but I wish I'd been warned that they didn't stock peppermint mocha coffee creamer down here. I would have stocked up in Nashville." She took a bite of her food and moaned. "Oh my God, so good," she mumbled through her chewing. I'd never really thought a girl eating was hot, but damn. "Stop it. You're going home today." "Do you want my muffin too?" I motioned to the banana walnut one I'd added to my tray. "Thanks, but I'm allergic to nuts. I'll stick with this masterpiece," she said to her sandwich. "So, are you flying straight into Nag's Head?" she asked, her eyes on me. Jagger dropped his fry. "Nag's Head?" Sam nodded, her eyebrows knitting together. "Yeah, it's where he's from. Right, Grayson?" Their stares burned holes through my uniform, but I nodded anyway. "Yep." Jagger leaned forward on his elbows. "What else do you know?" She looked up at me for permission, her eyes wide, inquisitive. They broke me down like nothing else could, and I gave her a short nod. "His father builds racing sailboats, and his mother believes in old-fashioned manners," she stated, then sipped sweet tea through her straw. Those lips. "I didn't tell you that last part," I said softly. "I've lived with you for the last 4 weeks. You didn't have to." She tipped her chin and smiled up at me. Her lips demanded all of my attention, and I tightened every muscle in my body to keep from kissing her. Her face would fit perfectly between my hands. Her skin would be soft under my fingers, and her mouth would be sweet and warm until it was hot and demanding. I wanted her needy, her hips in my hands, my name a gasp on her lips. Snap the fuck out of it. I blinked and fought to picture Grace's face, the way her brown eyes softened after I kissed her, the gentle touch of her hands all seemed so far away. Too long ago, Grace was my moon, my constant. But Sam? She shone like the sun, fiery, a little temperamental, and she was burning away the darkness I'd lived in for so long. Problem was, I didn't deserve sunlight. "Shit, that's why you have the degree in marine engineering?" Jagger asked. "Yeah." I sat up straight and shoved food into my mouth. "Huh." Jaggers said with a shit-eating grin that I wanted to punch off his face. So, who's up for the Outer Banks over the 4th of July? I wish, Josh answered. I'm game, if you're inviting me, Carter replied. I mean, are you? No, I answered, and he scoffed. No one is inviting anyone. The conversation died swiftly and turned to the sounds of chewing while they looked at one another with the whole fucking Grayson look I'd become accustomed to.
Well, I'm up for it. Grouchy Pants Grayson, you don't have to visit or anything. You stay on your side and we'll stay on ours.
Sam broke the tension with a giggle, nudging me with her shoulder. I shook my head and sighed. There are no words for you, Samantha. She shrugged, then stole one of my French fries with a grin.
You're going to miss me this weekend.
Damn it. She was right. The smell of the ocean hit me the moment they opened the airplane door. Home. I descended the steps out of the aircraft, the warm breeze washing over me better than any welcome home banner could have. I waited on the tarmac until my carry-on made its appearance, and then walked into the tiny airport I'd seen far too much of this last year.
Gray!
Mia shrieked, racing past the small crowd to fly into my arms in a skinny tangle of dark curls. Hey, Mia. She weighed next to nothing as I leaned back, bringing her feet off the ground. You need a cheeseburger, little sis.
Ugh, shut up. My prom dress barely fit as it was.
She let go and led me through the living room-sized waiting room to where Parker leaned against the doorframe.
Welcome home, Gray,
she said with a Parker-like half-smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She was an older version of Mia, but she'd clipped her curls to pixie length and wore her skirts around 4 inches higher. Did you draw the short straw, Parker? She snorted.
Dad is busy with the alibi, and Mom is pulling double duty on the accounting books. Besides, I'm not sure you'd make it anywhere alive if we let Mia drive you.
I nearly blanched. No, Mia will not be driving.
I'm not that bad,
she protested, but climbed into the back of Parker's Jeep Liberty. I folded myself into the front seat and slid it back. Is your boyfriend a shrimp or something? She rolled her eyes at me.
No boyfriend.
Maybe that's why you're so incredibly pleasant. I raised my eyebrows at her, and she flipped me off. Mia burst into giggles as we left the parking lot, pulling out onto 64 and heading off Roanoke Island. The traffic backed up once we crossed the bridge into Nag's Head, and Parker cursed. Fucking tourists. Watch your mouth around Mia.
I'm 18, Gray. It's not like I haven't heard the word fuck, or even said it a few times. Fuck, fuck, fuck. See?
Mia stuck her tongue out. That girl was going to give a guy a run for his money one day. She'd love Sam. I shut that thought down pronto. There was never going to be a reason for Mia to meet Sam. Well, you still act 13, so let's hold off on the swearing, especially around Mom. Unless you'd like to put on a show, in which case I want to be there. I rolled down the window and took a deep breath of the ocean air. This I missed. Everything else, not so much.
It's not like I have a death wish,
Mia laughed, poking me in the shoulder as I took my phone off airplane mode. A text came through. Unknown.
Hey, where do you keep the cumin?
My eyebrows hit the roof. Grayson. Who is this? Unknown.
Oh, come on. Like Josh or Jagger even know what cumin is?
A corner of my mouth lifted. Samantha. I entered her as the contact on the number, whispering her name as I spelled it out on the keyboard. Grayson. What have you done with my kitchen? Samantha.
Wrecked it. There's batter dripping from the light fixture.
I full-on snorted. Grayson. Top shelf to the left of where we used to keep the coffee. Please be careful when you get it down. I'm not there to catch you this time. My hands itched, remembering all too well the feel of her curves in my arms when she'd fallen, the way her gaze had dropped to my lips. Damn, even 1,000 miles away I felt tethered to her by an attraction that only burned hotter the more time we spent together, the longer we lived together. Knowing Sam existed would be enough, but living with her heightened everything, like reverse immersion therapy or something. Samantha.
Then stop putting things where I can't reach them.
Smart ass, I muttered.
Holy shit, is that?
Parker's head whipped back to the road.
Is that a smile? What's different about you? You almost seem happy?
Mia added in. Happy. Everything in me locked down like I'd been caught stealing, or worse, cheating. Sam's face flushed through my mind, the way she'd fit perfectly against me on the bathroom floor, the softness of her skin setting fire to mine, and the scent of vanilla. That was ludicrous. Yes, I had something for Sam, but it could hardly be considered cheating, right? I rolled up the window and focused on blinking brake lights as we crawled through the Memorial Day influx of tourists. Nothing's different.
Who's Samantha?
Mia prodded, digging in. No one you need to worry about, imp. Just one of my roommates. I regretted the words the moment they were out of my mouth.
You live with a girl? Is she pretty? Nice?
Mia leaned forward so her head was between mine and Parker's. My jaw flexed as I gritted my teeth. Yes, and yes.
Does that mean...
It means nothing, Mia. She's just a roommate. Keep telling yourself that. Parker shot me a sideways look, but didn't poke.
You want to go home and grab your car?
I nodded, itching to feel the wheel of my 66.5 Mustang under my fingers. Mia filled the silence with details of her senior prom last weekend, from the dress to the corsage to the bullshit I didn't care about but pretended to because she was my baby sister. We pulled into the driveway as the sun started to set behind the house. Thanks for the ride, Parker. I grabbed my bag and tossed it into the passenger seat of my car, noting that it hadn't been locked. Have you been driving my car? I asked as Mia swung around one of the support stilts that raised our house off the sand.
Headed to see Grace?
She asked, dodging. You wreck it, I wreck you. I don't care how cute you are. I raised my eyebrows. Yeah, she was definitely not getting near Sam. Those two could rule the world.
Have fun.
She blew a kiss at me and flounced up the stairs. Something told me I was going to be killing off a few boys at UNC next year.
She'll be happy to see you,
she called back over her shoulder before I started the ignition. She purred to life. Gravel crunched under the tires as I pulled out of the driveway. Happy? Of all the things Grace was, happy to see me wasn't going to be one of them. I let go of that dream years ago. Or at least tried to. But no matter how dead my hopes were, there was one impossible-to-kill kernel of faith that burned brighter than the darkness. It was that faith that kept me coming home to her. But even that flame was fading, and I hated myself for it. I fiddled with the radio, switching between the local stations as traffic moved at a snail's pace until I reached Grace's. Parking, I took a deep breath and curved the brim of my hat before heading in.
Grayson!
Her mom greeted me at the door, her blonde hair perfectly styled, leaning up to hug me.
We've sure missed you. I know your visit is just what she needs.
How is she? I asked, more out of habit than anything.
She misses you, I can tell. She always perks up when you're here. Parker's been by a bunch, but it's not the same.
Parker has been here? Yes, ma'am. Well, if you don't mind, I'd love to see her.
Of course. Why don't you head on up?
I took the familiar stairs two at a time, 1,000 memories of my childhood assaulting me. How could they not? I'd basically grown up in this house with my best friend, Grace, me, and Owen. Asshole. I knocked on Grace's bedroom door and pushed it open. She sat, half reclined in bed, watching something on television, her blonde hair draped around her shoulders, and my chest tightened. She was still pretty, but that beauty that had always shone through had dimmed. I imagined her smile, how she'd turned to me with her eyes lit up, arms outstretched, but that wasn't going to happen. Her bed depressed under my weight as I sat next to her and brushed my lips across the smooth skin of her forehead, inhaling her lavender shampoo's scent. Her brown eyes were open, but she didn't so much as look my way. Hey, baby. I'm home.
Chapter 8. Sam. It's not as bad as it sounds, Mom. I forced a smile for her benefit. Because seriously, what was she going to do from Afghanistan? Hug me? Oh, really?" Her voice sounded shrill, even from 6,000 miles away. She ran her hands over her face and sighed. I saw exhaustion clearly cut into her features, from the weight she'd lost in her face to the circles under her eyes. There was no way in hell I was going to add to the stress she was under, no matter how many of my buttons she pushed. "Really? It's not like Jagger's charging me rent." "No! I've told you before, you're not going to let some guy take care of you financially. I expect you to stand on your own, Sam. And I will. I am. I actually got a job last week at a gym." "Phew, what?" she whispered in her "I'm going to kill you when I get my hands on you" voice. Air whistled through my teeth as I sucked it in slowly to maintain control. Mom was the perfect officer, steadfast, loyal, smart. But all those qualities that propelled her forward in her uniform sometimes came at a cost, and right now it was compassion in my general direction. "It's a good job, Mom. Mostly admin. It's not my life's ambition or anything, but it will hold me over and pay bills while I find my feet." "Find them. Now. Because whatever you're doing is completely unacceptable. You've been kicked out of college, can't seem to find another one to accept you, and now you're shacked up with 3 men. I honestly don't know how this all happened in the last 6 months. I didn't bust my ass raising you alone to have you do whatever it is you're doing." 6 months? Is that all it had been? 6 months since she found out I'd been expelled anyway. I'd let everything just slip away. Over what? A pretty smile? Sex? My control snapped. "You don't think I know the knee-deep crap I'm in right now? I don't need you to lay it out like I don't know. I'm here and you're not. You never are." I was on my own. "That's not fair." She rubbed her temples. "Haven't you ever made a mistake, Mom? Because that whole math major thing tells me that you were pregnant at my age, right? Did you bounce back from that? No. How do I know that? The only memory I have of my father is his back as he walked away. My already married father, right?" Her mouth hung open long enough for me to suck in my breath reflexively. Shit. It had been 4 years since I'd thrown that out there, the same length of time as the affair that had decimated my family, but only wounded his marriage. "Mom, I'm so sorry. I never meant. I'm so sorry. I know what you did for me, what you've been through for me. How could I judge her after what I'd done? Taboo relationships. Guess the apple didn't fall far from the tree, eh?" She closed her mouth slowly, taking a deep breath. "I've done everything I can to make up for you not having him in your life. I know. He already had a family and didn't want me, or you, and it's his loss. Mom, I need you to remember what it was like to be my age and maybe cut me a little slack. I'm underwater. I know that. You know that. So you can ease up on me until I start treading water. Or you can drown me." Silence dominated as we stared back at each other. 6,000 miles apart and more than distance. Finally, her shoulders dropped a fraction. "I love you, baby. I know I'm hard on you. I'm just stuck here, and I can command this entire brigade, but I can't seem to keep a grip on my own daughter. You're slipping away so quickly.
As soon as I get home, I want you to move back in with me. We'll figure this mess out together. Just another month."
I shook my head. "No, Mom. Then I'd be dependent on you instead of these guys. I have to do this on my own, and you have to let me. Please. I have a plan. Just have a little faith in me. I'll find a way to get back into Colorado." I couldn't do it. Move home like I needed to lick my wounds.
"You're at least coming up to see me, right?"
"I wouldn't miss it." She sighed.
"Okay. We're getting busy here tearing down, so it will be a few days before I can get some time. Just try to stay out of trouble, okay?"
"So don't apply for jobs at strip clubs?" Her eyes flew wide.
"Don't even joke about that, Samantha."
"Thank you, Grayson." We hung up, and I scurried through my closet, discarding the wrong outfits into a pile on my bed. I wanted... Yes. I slid into my favorite pair of shorts, the ones that hugged my ass and made my legs look longer. I paired them with a black tank top and a light green button-down. I checked my phone. 4:15 p.m. I had to hurry or I was going to be late. I skipped down the steps, waving at the guys, including Will, who were camped out on the sofa watching baseball and enjoying the last day of their long weekend for Memorial Day. Grayson will be home tonight. A rush ran through me, singing in my veins and making my skin tingle. "Down, girl," he said. "Friends." Maybe he was up for the whole friends with benefits thing. Because the more time I spent around him, the harder it was not to crawl up his body and attack his face with mine. I bet he's strong enough that we could actually have sex while standing. No wall. Nada. Just him and me and those arms.
"Earth to Sam!"
Josh called out. "Yeah?" I asked, snagging my keys off the hall table. Holy shit, I needed to get laid. Wait, that's right. I didn't have sex anymore. That's what got me here.
"Are you headed to work? We were thinking about dinner and didn't know if you wanted to order from Mellow Mushroom."
"Pizza? Again? What do you guys usually do when Grayson isn't here?" I located my purse in the hall closet.
"It's Tuesday. We order pizza. Same as Saturday,"
Jagger answered.
"And Thursday,"
Josh added. "I miss living with Ember," I muttered, but Josh heard me and grinned. "Order whatever you want. I'll grab something on the way home. I have to run an errand before work, so I'll catch you later." They waved me off and I ran out the door. "Fuck!" I shrieked as my black leather seats scalded the backs of my thighs. Could it be any hotter? I checked the dash. 97 degrees. In May. What the hell was July going to look like? I rolled down all the windows and blasted the air conditioner. My heart pounded for the 10 minutes it took me to drive past Walmart and pull into the parking lot. It kept pounding the other 5 minutes it took me to get the courage up to actually get out of the car, and didn't stop when I opened the doors to the admissions office at Enterprise State Community College. "Welcome. May I help you?" A young brunette drawled sweetly. "I have an appointment with Mrs. Traper." My fingers flexed on my purse. I should have filled out the application online and left it at that. At least rejection didn't actually laugh in my face.
"Suck up the bitter taste of accountability."
Grayson's voice rang in my ears, and I raised my chin. I could do this. "Yes, ma'am," the girl answered, pointing down the small hallway. "She's waiting for you. Second door on the left." "Thank you," I replied, and then walked the plank toward her office. "Come in," Mrs. Traper called to me as I peeked inside her office. She looked mid-40s with short blonde hair and a kind smile. She stood and shook my clammy hand, motioning to the seat in front of her. "What can I do for you, Miss Fitzgerald?" "I'd like to apply." I sat, reaching into the folder I brought with me and handing her the application I'd printed and filled out. The pleather squeaked under my shorts. She took it from me, glancing through it with a perplexed smile. "You didn't need to make an appointment to apply. We'd be happy to look at it and let you know. I thought I might have a better chance in person." She raised her eyebrows. "We're a community college, darling, not the Ivy League." I swallowed. "Yes, ma'am, but this is important to me." It was a step, one I desperately needed. She raised her glasses from the necklace they hung from and slipped them on, delving into my application. "You're coming to us from the University of Colorado?" "Yes, ma'am." You had a 3.9 GPA until this last semester, and then it appears you failed all 4 of your classes." She looked up, her eyes boring into mine. My breathing accelerated, and I concentrated on slowing it down. "Yes, ma'am." "Can you explain for me?" My mouth opened and shut a few times before I made the words come out. "I stopped going to classes in December. I didn't turn in any of the work or take any of the finals." "Well, that would do it. I don't see why you couldn't take some classes here until you're ready to head back to a bigger university. I assume that's your goal, right? Your bachelor's in—" She checked my application. "Mathematics?" I nodded. Not that Colorado would ever take me back until I faced the disciplinary board. I'd like to take a few classes to boost my GPA and give me some concrete to stand on. Right now it feels like it's all quicksand." She nodded, her eyes searching me like she knew I hadn't told her the whole truth. How could I? I hadn't told anyone. "So, we'll fetch your transcript from CU and get you enrolled. Sound okay?" I sucked in my breath. "Is there any chance we can do this without my transcript?" She took her glasses down and folded her hands on the desk. "What would your transcripts tell me, Samantha?" Nausea turned my stomach over, but I breathed through it. "It would come with a disciplinary report." "And what would that say?" Her features stayed relaxed and open, calming me. "It would say that I struck my ethics professor in the face, in broad daylight, in the middle of the quad with at least 30 witnesses, if not more, and it felt great." Her eyes widened, but that was her only reaction. "And why would you have done that?" My chest tightened, my secret simultaneously clawing up my throat to be free and clinging to the mess it had made in my soul. I closed my eyes and centered myself. "Samantha?" "Because I found out that I wasn't the only girl he was sleeping with." There. It was out. The crushing weight lifted off my heart, and I took a deep, clear breath, then another. I felt lighter than I had since December, and cleaner, despite the dirt I'd laid bare to a perfect stranger. As my eyes opened, I found her staring back at me, the same kind concern shining out of her eyes as had been there before I told her. "Of course none of that is in the report, just that I hit him." "I see." She thumbed through the pages of my application again, and I awaited her verdict. At least this time my cards were on the table. There was no giant axe waiting to land in my back while I wasn't looking. I might be facing the guillotine, but I was looking at it head on. "You used to tutor math?" I licked my suddenly dry lips. "Yes, ma'am." The high school is looking for tutors if you'd like some volunteer work under your belt. She's rejecting me, telling me I haven't paid for my sin yet. I'm screwed. While you take your classes here. We start next week, so be sure to grab a course catalog at the front desk. I'll get you put in the system and you can enroll online. My mouth dropped open. You're gonna let me in? She nodded. Everyone makes mistakes, Miss Fitzgerald. Not everyone has the integrity to admit them as you did. Just pay Charlotte your application fee on your way out, and I'll take care of the rest. I took in sweet, gulping breaths and laughed. Thank you. Thank you so much. I couldn't contain my smile or the tears that pricked in my eyes. Relief, light, floating relief was all I could feel. She smiled. This is why I'm here. I batted away the silly tears and stood to shake her hand. I swear, I won't make you regret it. Grayson had been right. Accountability tasted bitter, but I was putting one foot in front of the other, gaining distance from the person I didn't want to be. I was almost out of her office when she called me back. Samantha! I pivoted. Don't take it back. Please, don't take it back. Yes? Would you do it again? She asked, her head cocked to the side, but her eyes soft. Sleep with him? I pictured Harrison, his smile, his hands, the way he'd made me feel like I was special, something worth risking his job over. And then the fallout. No. Never. She nodded. I'm glad to hear it. One mistake doesn't define your life. She was right. He'd taken everything from me, and I'd stood there and let him, then run away when it had all fallen to pieces in front of me. Nothing had happened to him. He was still teaching, his record unblemished. My handprint had vanished from his face as if it had never happened, but my academic career had been executed. But I'd sure hit him again, only harder. I swear I saw her smile as I left.
Chapter 9. Grayson. I parked my truck in the farthest spot from the door, hoping to avoid some asshole opening a door into it. I'd been back at Fort Rucker for all of 45 minutes, long enough to drop my bag at the house and empty the contents into the washing machine. But now I was here because after 4 days of being surrounded by family, friends, and Grace, I still couldn't get Sam out of my head. It shouldn't have happened. My life here at Rucker never followed me home, the same as my world there stayed separate. It was the only way I could survive, locking the shit away so I could focus on my future. But she followed me there, and didn't even know it. The gym was fairly empty for a Tuesday night. Only the regulars at the free weights, and a couple local girls at the stair climber. Speaking of which...
Hey, Grayson,
Marjorie drawled as she swayed past me, her eyes running up my torso, a bottle of water in her hand as she headed for Carter, who was lifting in the corner. He was courting trouble there. I nodded to her and immediately searched the gym until Sam sailed through the office door, a clipboard in hand. Her shirt molded to her frame, and her shorts were definitely made by someone who was out to torture me. I wanted to peel them down with my teeth. Then I'd lick back up her thighs. Damn! It was supposed to be better now that I'd seen Grace, remembered my responsibilities. But my brain ran away the minute Sam stepped into my sight. Something was changing in me that I couldn't stop, like a cracked dam ready to explode and eviscerate everything that lay beneath it. 4 days away from her, and I was ready to crawl out of my skin to see her smile or hear her laugh. The parts of me that were waking up to her, craving Sam's sunshine in the darkness, were way overpowering the saner parts of my brain screaming for distance. My trip hadn't built up my defenses. It had taken a chisel to the mortar. Sam handed a towel to one of the local guys and gave him a sweet smile as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. My stomach clenched as the guy reached out and touched her arm, and I took a step toward them. Sam retreated from his touch, still smiling, and it turned into stadium-worthy bright when she saw me.
Grayson!
She ran the 10 feet or so that separated us and flew into my arms. I caught her easily, pulling her against me while her feet dangled off the floor. She hugged me, her grip strong as her vanilla scent overwhelmed me with an unearned sense of peace. Home.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
She tried to pull back.
I just jumped right on you.
I held her tighter, my hands splaying wide along the small ridges of her spine. I don't mind. She melted, resting her cheek along my neck. How's my kitchen?
I burned it to the ground. I missed you.
She laughed, pulling back to beam that gorgeous smile at me.
And guess what?
Guessing with you can be dangerous. I raised an eyebrow and tightened my grip around her back to keep from gazing any farther south.
ESCC let me in. I went and talked to the guidance officer, and they're letting me take classes. I know not all of them will transfer once I get back to the university level.
Her mouth fell a little, like a child who'd been told their artwork wasn't nice enough to hang on the fridge. That's great, Sam. In fact, I think it's amazing. She'd faced her demons head-on and came out victorious. Hey, Masters! You maybe want to put her down, or were you thinking of benching her? Carter called out with a laugh. Sam pressed her lips together and dropped her eyes. Nah, I called back. I could, though, as small as you are. I whispered the last part to her. Her eyes flew back to mine, wide and impossibly green, and I let her slide down my body, for once taking in every nuance of the way she fit against me, the press of her breasts against my chest, to the way her fingers sparked my nerve endings to life as they trailed absently down my chest. Awareness sizzled between us. I'd flipped a switch from friends only to whatever it was I was flirting with, and she knew it. I wasn't sure I was even sorry. I came by to tell you I was home. You get back to work. I'll work out until you're ready to head home.
You don't have to walk me out.
Her lips curved up, and her eyes darted back and forth between mine, like she was trying to figure out what was going on. Good luck figuring it out, because damn if I know. I know. She narrowed her eyes and shook her head with a perplexed smile.
Did you hit your head while you were home?
Nope. Now get back to work before you get in trouble.
Uh-huh.
Sam left to head back to work, and I changed, then took up the station next to where Carter had set up.
Water?
Sam said as she set the bottle next to the bench. She gave me a shy smile and skipped back to the desk. I unabashedly watched her walk away. What's the deal there? Carter asked. I turned my attention back to the weights, anxious to lose myself in the burn. No deal, just watching out for her. Or just plain watching her. My eyes shot up to his in clear warning. Hey, I'm not judging. Sam is gorgeous and funny and... Damn. He took a long drink while he watched her lean across the counter to clean it. What the hell would you know about Sam? My fingers dug into the dumbbells. He raised an eyebrow. Feeling touchy. I spent some time with her at the barbecue while you were home doing whatever it is you do when you go home. She's a firecracker. My veins ran thick with something hot that tasted a lot like jealousy I had no right to. No. Just no, Carter. The West Point prick had the nerve to grin at me. Oh, this is going to be fun. You scared you'll be second choice this time? She is not a game. I leveled him with a glare, and he leaned back. Relax. I have no intention of fighting over a girl ever again, he sighed. Ever. He took another drink and eyed Sam. Besides, she's the first person I've seen get under your skin in the year I've known you, Masters, and that's saying something. He looked back at me and waited for a response. We're not having a moment, Carter. This, I motioned between us, is not happening. He shook his head and laughed. Someone needs to warn her what an asshole you really are. Grace's face sprang to mind. Not like I'd seen her this weekend, but before it happened. Her smiles, laughs, the way she'd slide over the Mustang to lay her head on my shoulder. Then, after, The way she'd looked through me when I'd held her, when she'd stopped seeing me. I took a deep breath and let the pain sweep across me, scalding a well-beaten path. I'd learned long ago that pushing it away only made it come back with a vengeance. Then I glanced over to where Sam leaned over a book with Avery and laughed at something. Yeah, someone really should warn her. If I were half the man I should have been, I would have. Welcome to the AH-64 course. I'm Mr. Wolfton, and I'll be your academics instructor. The Wednesday morning light streamed through the windows, reflecting off the shiny surface of the tablet in front of me as the other pilots filed in. There were 30 of us in this class. Statistically speaking, that many of us wouldn't graduate. First rule in my class is to turn off your cell phones. I hear it go off, and you owe 24 donuts the next morning. No exceptions, because it's rude to distract your classmates. He smiled, his graying eyebrows shooting up. And because I really like donuts. You'll all note that you have tablets in front of you that will serve as your pubs. Hey, Masters, Jagger whispered next to me. I slid my eyes sideways at him. This, he pointed to the power switch, turns it on. You know, in case you wanted to have a prayer of beating me for top of the class. He finished with a cocky grin. Funny, I remember kicking your ass in primary, I remarked without taking my eyes off the instructor. Jagger laughed under his breath. It's a new ball game. I swallowed. I needed to be top of the order of merit list for 2 reasons. The first was to get top choice of duty stations after we graduated. Fort Bragg was only 5 hours away from home. I could make the drive every weekend, instead of the once or twice I made it home a month right now. What the hell was I going to do if I got stuck all the way across the country, somewhere like Lewis, or worse, Korea? But what was my life going to look like if I succeeded and wound up at Bragg? A sour taste filled my mouth. I washed it away with the Powerade I'd brought to class and tuned back into the instructor. I wrote down the dates he listed, trying hard not to think about the second reason I needed to graduate at the top of the OML, so no one would look too closely at me. But I could do this. I just had to study my ass off and use the gym to keep my brain focused. No distractions, no extras. I made it through primary, and I could make it through the Apache course as long as I worked twice as hard as every other pilot here. As you know, on Friday, you'll take your first 5 and 9 test. If you don't pass, it will also be your last. He leveled us all with the I'm not fucking around glare. You will pass. Good thing Gandalf isn't teaching, Jagger muttered. You shall not pass. Shut up, or trade seats, I answered, unless you're going to let me borrow that uncanny memory of yours. He raised his eyebrows at me. Someone's on her cycle. The instructor made it easy to ignore him. Once your academics are over this week, and your 5 and 9 test is perfect, you'll head to the flight line on Monday to meet your instructor pilots. He walked us through our tablets and the general course requirements. Now, death by PowerPoint was handheld, but it cut down on the amount of writing I needed to do, so I was all for it. My brain fumbled a few times, but I fought through it. By 2 p.m., I felt like mush, trying to store the incredible amount of information that had been dumped on me. We're going to end our day early today, thank God, but there's one last thing. Fuck. Turn to the man next to you and introduce yourself. I turned to Jagger, who had his hand thrust forward. Nice to meet you. I'm Jagger Bateman. Very funny. I shook his hand. Everyone acquainted? Mr. Wolfton asked. We all mumbled our assent, even though we hadn't looked around much. Good. You just met your stick buddy for the rest of the class. Sweet. Jagger fist pumped. Fuck my life. If there was one person I'd look like shit next to academically, it was Mr. Photographic Memory. I could outfly him with my eyes shut. I wasn't blind to that, but I couldn't compete with him on any written exam. You don't look nearly as enthused as you should be, Jagger grinned. Yay, I responded with jazz hands. Hey, this is way better than getting paired with Carter. That guy would knock his fucking West Point ring on the damn sick lick if he could. I'll give you that one, I answered. Carter was growing on me, but that didn't mean I wanted the guy as my stick buddy. It had been bad enough having him as my class leader when we had the same date of rank. This was a solid plan. Study, fly, work out, focus. Come on up and write down your stick buddies on this list so I can get a record, and then you'll be dismissed. See you bright and early tomorrow. The class rumbled to life, packing up for the day and shuffling to form a line at his desk. You cool with this stick buddy thing? Jagger asked from behind me. I don't want it awkward at home. Don't worry, dear, I answered. I'll still put out. Holy shit, did you just make a joke? Jagger looked at his watch, which cost more than my car, not that he'd flaunt it. Let's mark the moment in time where it was discovered that Grayson Masters has a sense of humor. I shook my head at him. The stick buddy thing is good. You'll push me. You mean pull your ass? You're a cocky prick for someone who landed 9th in the class. The line shifted forward. Yeah, well, Paisley's heart is in tip-top shape, so I think we'll avoid that situation in the future. Oh, you have excuses. Only 2 guys in front of us and we'd be to the desk. But seriously, I need to nail this, Jagger. I can't afford to fail anything or to be distracted. Just studying, flying, and gym time. What about lasagna? You wouldn't take that away, would you? A corner of my mouth lifted. Food is life. And Sam? He lowered his voice. My head swung around to look at him. All the joking was gone from his eyes, leaving a serious big brother face I recognized only because of Mia and Parker. What about Sam? My muscles tensed, even though my heart jumped. Damn, I reacted to her name like a prissy rom-com movie. I checked my stomach. Thank God those weren't butterflies, just hunger pangs. He snorted. Don't think I don't recognize the way you guys look at each other. You two could probably power the fucking house from the electrical vibe you put out the minute you're in the same room. Next, Mr. Wolfton called, sparing me from responding to a question that I didn't have the answer to. Second Lieutenants Grayson Masters and Jagger Bateman. So much better than Carter, Jagger whispered behind me. He scribbled our names down on the running list and then looked up with a smile. Lieutenant Masters, I have here that you graduated from the Citadel. My forehead puckered. Yes, sir, I did. In the top 1% of my class, thank you. Good. I've been informed that you're the class leader. No, hell no. Sir, he handed me a manila folder. Here's the class roster. Split them into platoons and give me back the phone roster by tomorrow. My hand froze on the folder. Is there a problem? He asked, his eyebrows raised in question. Jagger elbowed me in the back. Hell yes, there's a problem. I didn't have time for this. No, sir, no problem. Thank you for the opportunity. I took the folder and met Jagger outside. The heat blasted us in the face as we put our covers on and headed for my truck. What are you thinking? Jagger asked, climbing into the passenger side as I cranked the ignition and then the air. Now I miss Carter. He laughed. Yeah, well, the guy has his uses. I put the truck into drive and headed for home, my mind fumbling to grasp the concept of taking on the extra duties of class leader and still keep my grades up. Don't stress. You're not going to fail. Am I that transparent? My grip tightened on the wheel. You're stressed. We turned into Enterprise. Yeah, well, this isn't as easy for me. That doesn't mean I won't work twice as hard to get it. We'll study, starting tonight. Whenever I'm free, I'll help. He laid out a detailed study plan as we pulled into our neighborhood, still going on about the merits of taping flashcards to the cabinets as I parked in the driveway next to Sam's cabriolet. We'll minimize your distractions and get you into second place. Second place my ass, I joked with him. If Jagger was on his A-game, I'd be lucky to come in second. I opened the door, and before I could close it, I caught the scent of vanilla. Home. Come here. Sam raced up behind me, her eyes wide as she grabbed my hand in her tiny one and pulled me into the kitchen. What the hell? I asked. Are you okay? Is your mom okay? Do you need me to kill someone? The questions fired out of my mouth as I thought them. My filter dropped with my bag in the entry hall. What? I'm fine, it's not me. Then what? I cupped her face in my hands to steady her and so I could feel her racing pulse beneath my fingers.
She got here like an hour ago and just started inspecting things and going through your room and kind of put me through the Spanish Inquisition. I really don't think my sex life should be up for discussion.
She talked so quickly that I had to concentrate to make out the words.
And not that I mind sharing my clothes, but
Who did?
your sister.
She whispered loudly. Holy shit. Which one?
How many do you have?
Sam's eyebrows shot toward the ceiling. 4. Now which one, Sam? Not that they weren't all pains in my ass, but if it was...
Gray, I love what you've done with your room. I dropped my bag there. I hope you don't mind. And, oh my heavens, aren't you just the tastiest thing I've ever seen?
Oh, hell no. I turned slowly, keeping Sam protected behind my back as my sister raked her eyes up and down Jagger. Josh walked through the front door. God, I want off this detail. Why the hell can't I start my classes the same time you guys do? He rounded the corner to the kitchen, holding his uniform top in his hand, and my sister's eyes bugged out.
Well, hello there.
She looked at the rest of us for an introduction.
Oh my God, are all the army guys this hot? You could seriously sell tickets to this show. Tell me about it.
Sam muttered, stepping around me. Grayson? Jagger asked, thoroughly enjoying himself. My jaw ticked a few times as I fought for control. My life was about to crash on all fronts. There was no controlling this one. Parker, Constance, hell, even Joey, I could have handled, but not her. Josh, Jagger, meet Mia, my baby sister. Hands off or I'll kill you while you sleep. Jagger started laughing hysterically. Well, so much for no distractions. Chapter 10. Grayson. What are you doing here, Mia? I cornered her in the kitchen while Jagger fired up the grill.
I wanted to see you.
She pouted. I just saw you less than a week ago, now cut the crap. She bounced back on her heels to sneak a look out the window.
Why didn't you say your roommates are gorgeous?
Because I'm a guy, Mia, now stay on topic. Why? How are you here? She might only have been 5'2", but she could destroy the small amount of peace I'd managed to attain here.
I took a flight. I told Mom I wanted to see you, and she thought it was good that someone was finally checking up on you.
She picked up Sam's coffee mug, which still wore her shade of sparkly lip gloss.
Plus, I wanted to meet her.
Meet who? Sam? I took the mug out of her hand and put it back on the counter. It was empty, which told me Sam would be back soon.
The girl who made you smile.
She grinned like she'd caught on to some elusive secret. Mia, this is my life, not some kind of matchmaking game. I wasn't lying at home. Sam is just a roommate.
I know you better than that.
You can't say anything about home, Mia, or Grace, because...
Relax, Gray. I'm not here to dish out your secrets. Why you keep it secret is beyond me, but if you need to compartmentalize, I get it.
Sam waltzed into the room and came to an abrupt halt, her gaze flickering between me and Mia.
Oh, I can come back?
I lifted up the empty coffee cup. No, you can't. You'll drop dead on the floor or something if you don't get a fix. You're not bothering us, I promise. Sam bit her lower lip, and damn, I wanted to suck it out, then caress the little indentation from her teeth with my tongue. Shit.
If you're sure?
Yes, I'm sure. About both. She gave Mia, who was unabashedly taking in every detail of Sam, a shy smile and loaded a K-cup. While it was brewing, she passed me on the way to the fridge.
I forgot I was out of creamer.
Look behind the milk, I suggested. Her squeal was well worth the extra effort it had taken.
How the hell?
She turned with wide eyes, presenting her bottle of peppermint mocha creamer.
Did you do this?
Her eyes were lit up like a kid at Christmas, and her smile could have sailed 1,000 ships easy. It was nothing. Just a matter of checking a suitcase full of gel packs and praying TSA didn't think I was out of my mind. She jumped at me, and I swung my arm around her back as she noisily kissed my cheek.
Thank you. I will ration it, I swear.
I scoffed. That bottle will last you about 3 days at the rate you inhale your coffee. She landed back on her feet and grinned.
Well, it will be a glorious 3 days.
A corner of my mouth twitched upward, disobeying my order to keep a straight face. A glorious 18 days. Her eyebrows shot up as the Keurig hissed at completion. Huh? Check the freezer. I gripped the counter behind me, ignoring Mia's eyes boring holes into me. Behind the second bottle of tequila, Sam's mouth dropped for a millisecond before she opened the freezer door to see the 5 other bottles I'd stored there yesterday.
No way!
She jumped, bouncing on her tiptoes. She shut the freezer door and spun, this time directing her smile at Mia. Your brother. She pointed at me like there was any other guy who could have been mistaken for Mia's brother.
Is a god among men. So I've heard,
Mia answered, her smile nearly consuming her little face. Sam passed me on the way back to her coffee and squeezed my bicep.
Thank you,
she whispered, sneaking a look up at me before she turned her attention to her coffee. Sam, will you bring me a clean plate? Jagger called out as he slid the glass door open a fraction.
Right on it,
she answered, and took her coffee and a plate back outside. Mia started laughing, snorting in between gasps. I leaned back against the counter and crossed my arms. What is so funny?
Just a roommate.
She leaned over, holding her stomach.
Oh, you have it so bad, big brother.
Just a roommate, I reiterated, but she headed into the backyard, her laughter louder than before. Whatever. She could think what she wanted. Yes, I was insanely attracted to Sam, who the hell wouldn't be? But having it bad? Not in the least. I opened the freezer and pulled out one of the bottles of creamer, taking note of the manufacturer. Maybe if I ordered a case, they could just have it delivered. Wait, was I seriously contemplating this? Damn, I muttered, shoving the bottle back in the freezer. Bad, indeed.
Please, come on, Gray,
Mia cajoled from the Fort Rucker pool. Thank God she had on a one-piece. I would have hated to kill any of the new privates for hitting on my sister. It would have interfered with my class ranking, no doubt.
I've been here for 3 days, and all you do is study. What the heck could be so difficult?
I flipped another 5 and 9 card. I was halfway through the stack, and then I'd take another test. As of this morning, I was only 3 questions short of completing the timed test and was killing it with 100% accuracy. 2 days to go. 2 more days of Mia investigating every part of my life before we both flew home to Nag's Head. You're not supposed to be here, Mia, I reminded her and flipped another card.
You're not supposed to be here, Mia,
she mocked me in the way little sisters do and climbed out of the pool.
At least Sam is on her way.
That got my eyes off the cards. You invited Sam?
She said she'd head over after she finished her tutoring session at the summer school.
Mia wrapped herself in a towel and wrung the water out of her hair. She's getting tutored? That doesn't sound right. Besides, her classes don't start until next week. Monday, in fact, 9 a.m. Chemistry, if I remembered her schedule correctly. She'd taped it on the fridge with an adorable, goofy grin.
No, she's doing the tutoring. She's got mad math skills.
And a big heart. She cracked a grin at me, squinting in the harsh afternoon light.
I thought you were studying.
I dropped my gaze to the flashcards. Tutoring. Sam may have made some huge mistakes, but the way she'd stopped the spiral and started digging herself out meant a hell of a lot more to me than what got her there. Whatever it was. That was the measure of a person to me. Not the shit they pulled, but the way they recovered from it. Like when Jagger had taken the blame for us with that damn polar bear statue. The hardest thing I'd ever done was to march into that office, lay my shit bare, and risk everything I'd fought so hard for. But he wasn't going to fall on my sword.
What is that?
Mia pointed to my flashcards. Shit. I moved to throw them into my bag, but she caught them with those freakish cat-like reflexes of hers. She opened to a random card, and I cringed.
Fuel pressure limitations on...
Her inhaled breath may as well have been the shot heard round the world.
Are you?
Her eyes flew to mine, and I lowered my sunglasses, my chest instantly tight. Am I? I challenged her.
Dad is going to kill you.
She narrowed her eyes in my direction. I quit seeking Dad's approval years ago. I held out my hand and waited, though every nerve ending itched to rip the study guide from her fingers. Tension coiled beneath my skin. You're 18 now, Mia. Legally an adult and headed to UNC in a couple months. Are you really going to tell me that your life is going to be about what Mom and Dad want? She sighed, then gave me the cards back.
You can't lie to them.
I didn't blink. I never have.
This is a lie of omission.
She folded her arms under her chest. This has always been the plan. I stood, tired of feeling like Mia had the moral and physical higher ground.
The plan changed.
Her voice dropped. No, everyone wanted the plan to change. Because they don't have something to prove like I do. She shook her head at me, but I cut her off before she got a word out. Do you really want to go there? Constance, Joey, hell, even Parker have all given me their godlike opinion. Are you ready to throw your hat in that ring? She flinched. Fuck. I'd never taken that tone with Mia. How the hell was I going to make her understand? This is all I have. Even my throat was tight, and it took effort to force out every word. This is it. I'm here working my butt off, and when I'm not, I'm back in Nag's Head with Grace. Forgive me if I want just one thing for myself. Her face fell. Gray, I'm not asking for your approval or your understanding. I'll tell them after graduation. He'll need me to prove myself. She got that stubborn look on her face, the one she'd had since she was 2, scrunching her nose. Fine. That's why you're my favorite sister, I said, and turned around to grab my flashcards.
Yeah, well, that's not hard to do looking at the rest of them.
A skinny jackass whistled as he passed by us, lowering his sunglasses and scoping Mia out like a piece of steak, or worse, a piece of ass. I pivoted toward the pool, tripping him with my foot in the process. He screamed like a girl and fell into the pool. I stepped in front of Mia, taking the splash. He sputtered to the surface and I crouched down to pool level as he swam to the side. Dude, the kid called out, wiping the water out of his eyes. That's my baby sister. Would you like another look? I dropped my voice and narrowed my eyes. No, he sputtered.
Gray, come on. You're scaring the guy. He probably thinks you're about to go all Hulk on him.
Mia tapped my shoulder, which was still tense. I grunted, but offered my hand to the guy and pulled him out of the pool easily. His street clothes dripped enough water to fill the baby pool.
Hey, Sam!
Mia waved her arm above her head. My eyes latched onto Sam before the rest of me even registered that Mia had spoken. From beneath the wide brim of a straw hat and huge sunglasses, Sam gave off a megawatt grin that could have tanned my soul. Her fluorescent orange wrap made her skin look like dessert. The tension in my chest instantly dissipated, like she'd pulled the thread on an old sweater, slowly unraveling me, dissolving not only the strain but my defenses as well.
Hey guys!
She came over to us and claimed the chair closest to Mia. Well, that sucked. Wait, it was for the best. Damn, I couldn't even decide where I wanted her to sit. I waved. Lamest wave in the history of man.
How was your tutoring session? Mia asked.
Long, Sam answered, dropping her hat to her chair with her glasses and then stretching her arms toward the sun. At 6 p.m., the temp should have started dropping from its 99-degree high, but damn if mine wasn't spiking. Get a fucking grip on yourself.
Want to swim?
Mia asked, dropping her towel.
Sure.
Sam nodded enthusiastically. She untied the belt around her waist and let her wrap fall to the chair. Holy fucking shit. Fuck shit. Fuck. Her suit was made up of a halter top and boy shorts. It left the toned muscles of her stomach bare to the sunlight and hugged her ass. Her breasts rose high and her nipples stood out against the fabric. My mouth watered at the thought of peeling the tiny scrap of fabric away and taking a taste.
What's with the disapproving look? Are you going to tell me to put on more clothes again, Grayson? Because last time I checked, we are at a pool, and I technically have on more clothes than you do.
She motioned to my bare chest. I looked disapproving. Hell, I'd take it. It was a lot better than horny like the kid I'd tripped into the pool, who was still standing just to the side of me. I glared at him, but his eyes were focused on someone else, Samantha.
It's hot as hell out here,
Mia commented. Language, I snapped out of habit. She raised her eyebrows at me.
I don't see Mom. Hell, hell, hell.
You're going to be the death of me, Mia. I sat back on my chair and reached for my cards to keep from reaching for Sam, but the chair put me at eye line with her ass, so I stood back up. Go swim.
I'd love to get in,
Sam said and touched her toe to the water. I'd love to get in too, the skinny kid remarked with a whistle, his eyes wide as he blatantly appreciated Sam a little too much. My arm was out before I could stop it, my open palm connecting with his chest and sending him back into the pool.
Grayson, what the hell?
Sam asked, racing to the edge of the pool. He spit water out as he surfaced. What? Is she your sister too? When he'd checked out Mia, it had annoyed me, but putting his sights on Sam sent cold rage through my veins, locking my muscles. Fucking far from it.
Gray, language,
Mia mocked me. I didn't bother to turn around, just kept my glare locked on skinny, no-mannered asshole until he got the point. Stop catcalling my girls. Shit. I blinked. When had I started to think of Sam as one of my girls? The moment you caught her off the counter.
Oh my God, do you need a hand?
Sam leaned over the water with her hand extended. The guy looked at her like she'd grown 3 heads, then swam to the opposite side of the pool before getting out. Good plan.
Caveman much?
Sam glared up at me. He was... I lost all words.
Checking me out, hitting on me, maybe thinking of asking me out?
She crossed her arms, which only raised her breasts. Get your mind out of her fucking pants.
Grayson, I'm single. Did it ever occur to you that maybe I would like to be asked out?
You want someone like that? Someone who just wants you because of your body? Your very tight, very fuckable body? She rubbed her fingers into her temples.
No, but that's not your call to make, hothead. It's mine.
I caught Mia laughing like a loon over Sam's shoulder and glared harder. Sam's expression changed, her features schooled with a sugar-sweet smile.
In fact, I think you should cool off.
She looped her leg around mine, hitting her heel in the pit behind my knee, and my leg buckled. Sam, I pitched toward the pool and knew impact was coming, but I wasn't going down solo. I pulled her to me as we tumbled into the pool. My feet hit the bottom and I pushed off, bringing us to the air. Sam coughed and looped her arms around my neck. We were deep enough that I could touch, but she couldn't. I can't believe you did that, I said, my mouth slightly agape. She grinned, biting her lower lip.
I can't believe you took me with you.
Good reflexes. God, she felt good against me. Her curves slippery, but I carefully kept my hands on her waist. My gaze dropped to her lips, and I swallowed, hard. Her fingers sent little electric shocks as she absent-mindedly stroked the back of my neck. I looked back to her eyes and caught my breath. Her grin faded and her eyes widened, waiting for something I wasn't sure I was even able to give. Fuck. She looked kissable. The dynamic between us shifted like the world had tilted on its axis. We were strapped into a roller coaster, awaiting the inevitable, but not knowing when the first drop was coming. Sam had gone from a never to a not yet in the 5 weeks I'd been living with her. What would she be in another month or two? Everything, a little voice whispered in my head. We stayed there, locked onto each other, both tasting the shift between us until water hit me in the back of the head. So this is where you guys are hanging out, Josh said, leaning over the edge of the pool. Sam let her hands fall away from my neck, looking anywhere but at me. Hey, Samantha, I whispered. She jerked her eyes back to mine and raised those perfect eyebrows. I hoisted her out of the water and tossed her into the deep end of the pool. She landed with a splash and more than one curse word while I stifled the urge to laugh.
There's something different about you here. You're lighter, somehow. Not, I don't know, normal gray.
Mia glanced to Sam, who had swum over to talk to Josh.
She's good for you.
He dunked Sam playfully, and she came up with a gasp. Ice crawled through my veins, and suddenly it wasn't the pool I was standing in, but the channel. And that wasn't Sam laughing. It was Grace screaming. Then silence. So much silence.
Gray?
Mia touched my arm and I jerked.
You okay?
I nodded and shut the past out, studying the way Sam lifted her hair away from her face, her smile so warm that it brought the deadest parts of me to life. She was infuriating, captivating, confusing, and worth every second. Our lines were blurring, and for every inch I backed away, she pulled me twice as close without even realizing it. Being around her was more addictive than the caffeine she survived on, and I was constantly jonesing for a hit of her.
I mean it, Mia added. She's good for you.
Yeah, well, I'm not good for her. Problem was, I wasn't sure it was a good enough reason to stay away from her anymore.
Chapter 11. Sam. Bye! God, where was that damn hang-up button? Mom's face disappeared from the screen, and I rested my forehead on the laptop for a moment. She'd been utterly disappointed in my choice to enroll in a beneath-me community college, but she said she'd pay for it, which was more than I could have ever hoped for. I clicked open my email and weeded through the mess until I got to a name I didn't recognize. Play1@yahoo.com. My fingers tapped absently above the keys. Get over your shit. Right. I opened the email and my stomach dropped. How did you like your latest rejection? Once a whore, always a whore. Too bad you can't sleep with them to let you in. Just stop trying. Shaking hand and all, I closed it. It was what I deserved, right? My penance for my sin. 100 Our Fathers and 32 harassing emails. It didn't matter anyway, right? I had a fresh start on Monday and time to rebuild myself. Yeah, until you apply at another school or finally face it at Colorado. Oh, I was totally pulling a Scarlett O'Hara on that one. I'd think about it tomorrow. Or never. Whatever. But this, I could stop now. I might deserve it, but if I was going to move past it, I couldn't have it thrown in my face every time I checked my email. I adjusted my settings and only let in known email addresses to my inbox and Victoria's Secret. I could never have enough Vickies. Or chocolate. One click at a time, I took back this aspect of my life. This definitely called for brownies. I skipped down the stairs and almost ran smack into Grayson as he was coming up. Hey! Did that come out as breathless as I felt? The guy usually sucked the oxygen right out of my lungs the minute he entered the room. But in an ACU flight suit? Holy shit. For someone who'd never even wanted near a soldier, well, I wanted to be very near Grayson, like within a breath, a touch, under him, over him, pinned between his yards of muscle and the wall.
Hey, yourself.
His eyes lit up like he knew exactly what I was thinking. Good day? I forced out.
Great day. I passed my 5 and 9 test.
His eyes danced, and I found myself grinning like a lovesick moron, but I couldn't help it. He looked happier than I'd ever seen. Oh, yes, this is definitely a brownie kind of day. I'm going to get your kitchen so dirty. My nose scrunched while I tried to pull off the innuendo. He didn't so much as flinch, just kept that intense Grayson stare.
Have to leave in about an hour. Our flight to Nags Head is tonight.
My shoulders stayed straight, instead of slumping the way I felt, like a balloon that had been popped. He'd just been there last weekend. Well, Ember is on her way, so I guess that leaves more for us. I pushed a smile out.
Save me one. I'll be home Sunday.
I nodded, and he tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, once again depriving me of oxygen. Somehow he felt lighter, easier after passing that test. We did the awkward both step to the left, both step to the right, before finding our way around each other. and I headed for the kitchen and pulled out a box of brownie mix. Eggs, water, oil, easy. So what, he was leaving for a couple days? He went home like twice a month. It wasn't like this should have been such a shock or even an issue. Hell, he wasn't even mine to have an issue about. I had a crush, a stupid, inconvenient crush on my incredibly sexy roommate. That's all there was to it. 12-year-olds get crushes, not you. I cracked the egg and poured the ingredients over the mixture after I warmed up the oven, then turned the mixer on low. My fingernails tapped out a steady rhythm on the top of it as the powder turned into deliciousness, but my brain just wouldn't quit. I wasn't even staying here. This was a pit stop in the road to educational and, well, moral recovery. Grayson wasn't staying here either. He'd graduate flight school in December and no doubt asked to be assigned somewhere close to home. Except that he'd just called Alabama home. He'd gone from calling it here to home. Besides, if anything even happened between us, we'd only have 6 months together. Not that anything was happening. Yet. My hand slipped and knocked the lever on the side of the mixer. "Fuck!" I shrieked, as the mixer whirred a shrill pitch and batter exploded, hitting the walls, the cabinets, my face, everything. I sputtered as some landed in my mouth and slammed my hand against the lever to turn it off. This was going to be a bitch to clean up.
"Are you okay?"
Grayson ran in, hair damp from the shower. His eyes widened as he took in the state of his precious kitchen.
"You weren't kidding about the mess."
"Oh, this?" I smiled. "It's a new aeration technique. I totally meant to do this." My awesome excuse died as a glob of brownie mix fell off the tip of my nose.
"Is that so?"
he asked, walking over to me slowly, consuming my vision. My breath hitched as he swiped his finger across my cheek, and then licked the brownie mix off the digit. Holy hot.
I think there is something to be said for this method. Maybe a little more air in the batter?
My mouth popped open. "Are you making fun of me?" He smirked, which must have had a direct link to my panties because they unanimously voted to drop now. There was sexy, and there was Grayson's tongue sweeping across his lower lip, which was a step beyond hedonistic. His eyes took on a mischievous glint, but kept the same signature intensity that held me captive, unable to look anywhere else as he lowered his face toward mine. What was he doing? Do you even care? Nope, not one bit.
"Maybe another taste to be sure?"
he asked, his voice low as his lips skimmed across my jawline.
Definitely more.
Shivers coursed down my body. Holy shit. His mouth was actually on me, and I was awake. He flipped the switch on the mixer and chocolate flew. "You did not!" I let my knees buckle, so I slipped to the floor, leaving Grayson to be splattered by the flying confection.
"I most certainly did."
He lifted me up like I weighed nothing, and batter smacked the back of my tank top.
"Man, you're slippery."
He mock-dropped me. I yelped, locking my ankles around his waist and my hands around his neck. He turned off the mixer and chuckled low in his throat. "You can laugh?" I asked, yanking my head back to look at him.
"I have been known to on occasion,"
he answered, that stupid, crazy, sexy smirk in play, despite the chocolate on his cheeks and forehead. How the hell could someone look so hot while literally dripping brownie batter? I like it, I admitted. His smirk disappeared, and his grip tightened on my bare thighs as his gaze dropped to my lips. They parted as he'd freaking asked them to. We weren't just stepping out of the friend zone here. We were on a damn missile into let me jump you-ville.
I do too,
he whispered. His lips moved toward mine, and I threw up my last defense, placing my finger over his lips before I was lost to all things Grayson. Wait, don't you think... He supported all of my weight with one of his arms and gently pulled my fingers an inch away.
That's the problem. When you're near, I don't think. I can't.
He sucked my middle finger into his mouth and swirled his tongue around it, licking it clean. My entire body clenched, and my breath whooshed from my lungs as he did the same with my pointer finger, then let it slip free.
I'm so damn tired of trying to.
He cupped the back of my neck with the hand that wasn't cradling my ass and brought my mouth to his in a consuming kiss. I responded instantly, opening to him as he swept inside with sure strokes of his tongue. He tasted like chocolate and sin and sex. Really good sex. He growled, his hand fisting my hair to hold me to him. I sure as hell wasn't going anywhere. Not if I could get another sound like that out of him. Heat radiated from his skin to my hands as I stroked his neck to wind my fingers around the back of his head. I arched into him, pressing my breasts into his chest as our tongues rubbed and danced, setting fire to every nerve ending in my body. There was nothing else in the world for me, just the feel of Grayson under my hands, the taste of him filling me. He eclipsed everything else until kissing him was my existence. He moved backward until he settled onto one of the tall dining room chairs and held me in his lap. My feet slipped from his waist to brace myself on the chair's supports. I rolled my hips over him, and he hissed as I brushed against his erection. Holy shit. He was hard. Already. For me. I broke the kiss, pausing a breath away from his lips as we both took gasping breaths. Grayson, I whispered.
More.
His eyes shone nearly silver and cut through any protest I might have managed, if I'd been thinking logically enough to even contemplate stopping. His answer sent a spiral of pure lust streaking through my body, and I whimpered as he pulled me back into him, using his tongue and lips to caress every inch of my mouth, then biting my lower lip gently. I clung to whatever shred of sanity I had left, but it fled when he ran kisses down my neck, sucking at little patches of skin and then licking to soothe the burn. I shamelessly rocked against him, then ran my fingers down the carved muscles of his back. There wasn't a spare ounce of fat on him. He was perfectly cut, honed, and strong enough to do whatever I asked him to. The thought sent another surge of heat through my stomach, pulling lower. A low rumble started in his chest as he gripped my ass, his hands squeezing and shaping me with the perfect amount of pressure.
Samantha.
My name sounded like a prayer on his lips, like I was something worthy of worship, worthy of him. Say it again. His eyes turned hazy, and one hand drifted up my back to tighten my hair.
Samantha.
He dragged out the syllables until it sounded like a personal request to climb him like a freaking tree and use him as my personal playground. He tugged, arching my neck, and I gasped as he set his mouth to it, kissing lower to my collarbone. The muscles in his arms bulged as he lifted me higher, running his tongue just under the neckline of my tank top. Could he hear my heart pounding? beating out a rhythm that was demanding. "Hey, are you ready to head to the airport?" Oh, Mia exclaimed. My head jerked down, slamming my chin into the top of Grayson's head and rattling my mouth. To his credit, he didn't drop me. This is so not happening. Heat fled from my stomach and lodged in my face. What were we? 16 and getting caught making out in his parents' basement?
Knocking, Mia.
He growled against my skin, lowering me until I was sitting in his lap again. "It's a kitchen, Gray." He rested his forehead against mine, eyes closed, and took a deep breath. Then he leveled a look on his sister that had her backing up. She got the point. Or I think she did. I couldn't exactly see out of my peripheral vision, and there was no way I was going to glance in her direction, not when she'd just caught me dry-humping her brother. "I'll just, make sure I got everything out of your room." "Right." She practically ran. Grayson turned to stone beneath me and slowly turned his gaze to mine. "Grayson, what does this mean?" Oh, great. Ask him the ultimate girl question. Good job, Sam. Not that it has to mean anything, right? I mean, we're both adults.
Stop. Please, Sam.
His hands were strong but gentle on my waist as he lifted me off him, waiting until I was steady to release me. He stood slowly, then put the dining room table between us, just like he had the first morning we met. Did he need to protect himself from me? Wait, he kissed me first. My fingers skimmed across my swollen lips. He swallowed, examining the table.
"I don't know what it means, and I know if I try to figure it out this second, I'm going to end up saying something we'll both regret, one way or another."
What the hell does that mean? It was suddenly hard to swallow the lump in my throat. That you shouldn't have kissed me? My jumping Grayson high was quickly plummeting to a he regrets me low. You should be used to it. Sam, the quick fix regret later gal.
"I don't."
He shook his head.
"I don't know. I never act on impulse. I just... God, I don't know. I have to go. Our flight is in a couple hours."
I nodded, locking my jaw, trying to trade the ache in my heart for anger. "Yeah, you should go. Do not cry. Don't do it." He came around the table, and I kept my eyes trained on a large spatter of brownie batter on his shirt.
"Samantha."
I shook my head. "Just go." He tilted my chin up, and my rage died. His eyes said everything he didn't or couldn't, and were filled with a kind of pain I couldn't fathom, but illogically needed to soothe immediately. His cheeks scratched my palms with this 5 o'clock shadow as I cupped them and forced a smile. "Hey, it doesn't have to mean anything. I'm a big girl."
"I have to go."
"You always have to go," I whispered, and immediately regretted opening my mouth when his eyes closed. "Grayson, go. It's okay. We can talk or not talk when you get back. I'll be here." He opened his eyes and held me captive with a single longing look.
"You'll be here."
"I'll be here. I promise. But you do have to do one thing first." I wrinkled my nose.
"Oh?"
That smirk came back out to play, and I just about sang the Hallelujah chorus. "Take another shower. You're covered in brownie mix." He looked down as if he'd forgotten he wore the sticky mess inside.
"Right. Okay."
He paused, glancing at my lips, which still hummed from his kiss. His fingers covered mine, and he leaned into my palm.
I have to go.
I raised my eyebrows. Yes, you do. He nodded, then turned and pressed a kiss into the palm of my hand. Then he left me standing in a brownie-splattered kitchen. I think you're good for him, for whatever my opinion matters, Mia said, looking over the half wall at the mess we'd created. I'm not sure I'm good for myself, let alone Grayson. I wet the kitchen sponge and headed to the counter. But your opinion means a ton, Mia. I'm so sorry you walked in on that. Slightly mortified, actually. I just graduated high school. Trust me, I've seen worse. Just not with Grayson. It's nice to see him happy. I raised my eyebrows at her and she grinned. Well, as happy as he gets, I guess. Oh, I almost forgot my phone charger. She raced up the stairs. Ellie Golding blared out of Mia's phone on the counter. Mia! I called out. Your phone! She didn't answer. I peeked at the caller ID. Parker, Grayson's other little sister. Mia! I yelled a little louder. I debated for about 5 seconds before swiping the phone on. Hi, Parker. This is Sam. Mia ran upstairs for just a second, but she'll be right back. I kept my voice chipper. Wait, was that a scoff on the other end? Sam, as in Samantha? Of course. That tone was anything but friendly. Did you want to hang on? No need. If you can just pass a message to my sister and brother for me? Her voice changed to syrupy sweet, and my spidey senses tingled. Absolutely. Tell Grayson that they've transferred Grace to OBH for a bad kidney infection. Her parents made sure to get the room with the pull-out couch for him, since, he barely leaves her side when he's here. He's such a good boyfriend, don't you think? Boyfriend? My stomach lurched. No, not again. The counter took the brunt of my weight as I leaned over on my elbows. Yeah, he's something else. Well, it was nice to meet you, Sam. Tell Mia and Gray I'll pick them up at the airport. Absolutely. My voice didn't shake, which was hard to believe when the rest of me trembled. Breathe. Just breathe. Bye now. She hung up without waiting for me to respond and left me staring at the phone when Mia walked in. Sam? You okay? Is that my phone? Her forehead puckered. Parker called. Something's wrong with Grace's kidneys, and they just transferred her to OBH, but there's a pull-out couch so Grayson can stay with his girlfriend. That sounded normal, right? Maybe a touch flat, but at least I wasn't screaming, just internally. Oh, man, that's the last thing she needs. Mia rubbed her hands over her face. So, he has a girlfriend? I asked, my voice cracking on the last word. She stilled, then slid her hand down her face. Truth sang out from her eyes, no matter how she tried to hide it. Grace is really complicated, like amazingly soap opera-worthy complicated, and it's just not my place. I promised him. She whispered the last part, a plea in her brown eyes to understand. Oh, I understood all right. You're so incredibly stupid. Well, at least you didn't fuck this one, right? You guys need to get going, or you'll miss your plane. She skirted around the wall into the kitchen and took my hand, which was suddenly freezing. You need to let him explain. Don't jump to conclusions. Don't be that girl who freaks out over a miscommunication. Just give him a chance. Name one reason why I should, I asked. Because he's alive around you. You're the first reason I've seen him smile in almost 5 years. Seeing him here with you, it's like having him back again. You don't see it, but I do. That's why I came here. The minute he said your name in the car, it was like a light clicked on. I had to know you. Please, give him a chance to explain. What was there to explain about a girlfriend back in North Carolina? Of course, that's why he went home as often as possible. How stupid could I have been? I took my hand back and gripped the kitchen counter. What the hell was wrong with me? Was I only attracted to guys who were already taken?
Mia!
Grayson called, barreling down the steps.
You ready? We have to go now or we'll miss our flight.
He rounded the corner and shook his head as he looked at the kitchen.
Sam, I'm sorry to leave you with this mess.
I laughed, snorting as I sucked in air and then continuing like a hyena. The kitchen? That's your idea of a mess? His mouth dropped open a fraction, the mouth I'd had against mine just a few minutes ago.
Samantha?
He moved to touch me, and I jerked back. She knows about Grace, Mia offered quietly. He swung toward her like he'd been slapped.
You...
Parker, she whispered. Fuck, he seethed. It only made me laugh harder, nearly hysterical. Oh, now you swear.
Sam, it's really complicated.
He stepped forward, but I retreated until my back was against the chocolate-covered counter. My laughter died. Do you have a girlfriend in North Carolina, Grayson? A muscle in his jaw ticked and his hands flexed.
That's not a simple question, and it takes a hell of a lot more than 5 minutes to answer.
We're going to miss our flight, Mia said quietly. Why was I drawn to cheating bastards? Like mother, like daughter.
Take my car and go, Mia. I'm not coming home this weekend.
Go, Grayson. My fingers dug into the counter, brownie mix sliding into the crevices of my fingers. My hands remembered all too well the feel of Harrison's face as I slapped him in the quad, the satisfying sound of retribution and anger. But where I tried to draw up anger here, there was only sadness. You are the last person I want to see right now. So just go. He shook his head.
No, I'm not leaving you until you understand.
You're going to miss your flight. Don't come any closer, please.
I don't care, Mia. Take my car and go. I'll get it from the airport tomorrow.
You have to go, now, because your girlfriend there is in the hospital with kidney problems, and the girl you just kissed here doesn't want anything to do with you. My knees started to shake, and my stomach roiled. How the hell did he have the nerve to look like I'd just snapped his heart in two? He raked his hands over his hair, and I could almost see the devil and the angel on his shoulder determining his choice. He sighed and closed his eyes, and I knew North Carolina and Grace had won, as she should have. He reached out slowly, like I was going to bite him, and cupped my face. I flinched away, but he followed me.
This conversation isn't over. I'll explain as soon as I'm back, and you're going to listen.
Planes don't wait for anyone.
Sam,
he whispered. Go. He searched my eyes with an intensity that made it impossible to look away. Then he nodded once.
I'll call you when I get there.
I I didn't answer, just like I planned to do with his phone calls. He could shove them where the sun didn't shine. He walked out of the kitchen, taking Mia with him. A few moments later, I heard the front door open and shut, then Grayson's truck pull out of the driveway. My knees gave out, and I slid down to the floor, wincing when the cabinet handles dug into my skin. I wrapped my arms around my knees and tucked into the smallest ball possible. I wasn't sure how long I sat there, but my butt was numb by the time Ember opened the front door. "Yoo-hoo!" "I'm in the kitchen," I called out, my voice inflectionless. She walked in and dropped her purse on the counter as she surveyed the damage. "Well, this is one way to redecorate." "I made such an epic mess," I sobbed uncontrollably, my entire body shaking from the force of emotion I couldn't contain. No matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't get my feet under me, couldn't seem to unbury myself from the crap I just kept heaping on. Ember sank to the floor, wrapping her arm around me and pulling my head to her shoulder. "We'll clean it up, Sam, no matter what it is." I cried in the arms of my best friend until my tears ran dry. For the part of me that died the minute I found out the truth about Harrison, for getting kicked out of school, for every rejection letter, for every one of my mother's expectations that I'd failed, for losing Grayson when he'd only been mine for the duration of a kiss. I told her everything as the tears fell to a trickle, from Harrison to Grayson, and she didn't speak, only listened until I'd verbally vomited everything but the emails. "He's my roommate, Ember. I'm such an idiot." She rested her head against mine. "You see the best in everyone, Sam. You always have. You have the biggest heart of anyone I've ever met, and if that makes you an idiot, then I wish everyone was stupid." And how stupid and selfish does it make me that for the smallest of seconds, when I found out about her, I didn't care. I just wanted to keep feeling the way I do around him. That just makes you human. I had to be stronger than my mistakes if I was ever going to stop the epic fuck-up train I'd somehow boarded this last year. I sent Ember out to dinner with Josh and scoured the kitchen top to bottom, and then I rearranged everything just to piss Grayson off. And when he called, I didn't answer.
Chapter 12. Grayson.
"I come bearing gifts." Miranda smiled as she waddled into Grace's hospital room, a cooler bag over her shoulder. Her blonde hair was pulled back into a ponytail, highlighting the heart-shaped face she shared with Grace. "You're not supposed to be carrying anything." I took the warm bag. "Yeah, well, I figured you could use some good home cooking." She made her way to the chair at Grace's bedside and deflated into it. "God, I feel the size of a house." "You're beautiful." She raised an eyebrow and ignored me. "Nothing new?" I shook my head. "She's on antibiotics, so now we wait for the infection to clear." "How have you been?" she asked, motioning to the bag. "Eat while you talk." I unpacked hot biscuits and gravy. "A lot better now, thank you, Miranda." "Life in Alabama?" Sam's face flashed across my mind. Damn it. Why wouldn't she answer my phone calls? I had to explain. She had to understand. "Gray." I blinked. "Busy." "Mom says you're still here once a month, if not more." I nodded. "I get back as often as I can, and it's never really enough." "I appreciate that. She does too." She sighed. "But you have a life to lead, Gray. You can't just waste away here with her. I know you want to. I know you would have died in her place. But you didn't, and you deserve a life that doesn't revolve around—" She motioned to the hospital room. around all of this.
My appetite died a swift death. It's exactly what I deserve. She tilted her head to the side and rubbed her hand over her stomach.
You didn't do this to her, Gray. I know no matter how many times I say that, you're still not going to believe me, but you didn't do this.
My gaze darted to Grace. Her eyes still closed peacefully as her chest rose and fell with even breaths. It was easier while she slept, where I could pretend that she'd wake up and we'd have the same fight about me going off to the Citadel while she had opted for UNC. When she was awake, well, there was no pretending. An alarm beeped on Miranda's phone and she sighed as she silenced it.
Well, that's my signal to get upstairs to OB. Time for the weekly poke and prod. This little gal is just about ready to make her jailbreak.
I offered my arm and pulled her to standing.
Thanks, Gray. I'm awful with balance lately.
No problem.
We're still really hopeful for her cord blood, she said as she neared the door. I read a ton of research on stem cells, and if she's a match, there's a chance the University of Texas...
That's great, Miranda. I'm really happy for you and James. Your daughter's one lucky kiddo to get you to his parents. I had to cut her off. Hope was something I couldn't afford anymore. Not after 5 years. She tilted her head, so Grace-like, and paused before a small smile peeked through.
I meant what I said, Gray. You've grown into a good man. None of this is your fault. None of it.
She left for her appointment, and I turned my attention to Grace, pulling my chair closer so I could hold her hand while she slept. Her fingers were so slender, long to match the rest of her dancer's body. Well, the body that had once danced. It didn't matter what anyone else said. I knew the truth. I'd done this to her. Sam still wasn't answering my calls. I gripped my cell phone so tight I thought it might crack and rested my forehead against the wall in the hospital hallway. I was ripping into half of me here with Grace, where I was obligated to be, and the other at Fort Rucker, where I needed to be. I touched the icon next to Josh's name, and it started to ring. Man, I have no clue what the hell you were thinking, but you've had me cock-blocked all weekend. How is she? Damn, was that my voice or a frog? My girlfriend? She hasn't had nearly enough sex due to the insane ice cream mope fest your girlfriend is putting her through? Or wait, are you in North Carolina with your other girlfriend? Does kissing the hell out of your roommate make her your girlfriend? I'm all sorts of confused. His voice was about as subtle as a razor blade. What the hell was Sam? My girlfriend? My friend? My roommate? Fuck. I wanted her. That much was pretty self-evident by the raging hard-on I got the minute we breathed the same air. But it wasn't just sexual. I admired her strength, her courage, the way she stood up after she got knocked down. Hell, I even liked the way she had an impetuous streak, as long as she kept her ass off the bar. But saying she was my girlfriend was a commitment, and how could I make that kind of statement when I was still committed to Grace? Masters! Yeah. Is it true? Do you have a girlfriend there? His voice dropped just beneath hostile. Shouldn't there have been an audible boom or something else to signify my worlds crashing together? Shit. I needed advice. Have you ever kept something from Ember? Something you knew wasn't deliberately to hurt her, but could just wreck everything? I had officially turned into one of those drunk frat boys at 1 a.m. telling everyone he loved them. Josh went quiet for a breath. Yeah, I have. Jagger has too, and we both almost lost the women we love because of it. All I can say is learn from us, and don't wait until it's almost too late. We both fucked that one up. Whatever's going on, you have to put your cards on the table with Sam. She's been through too much shit for you to pile yours on too. Lay it all out, and then let her decide if she wants to put up with your ass. It's just really complicated, and that didn't begin to cover the half of it. It always is, otherwise we wouldn't keep it from them, right? Besides, weren't you the one dishing out the same advice to Jagger not too long ago? Yeah, well, it's a hell of a lot harder to get perspective when you're in the middle of it. Josh laughed. Yeah? The view is a hell of a lot clearer from that really tall horse you like to ride. I scoffed. Kiss my ass. A nurse waved to me, signaling that they'd finished running this round of tests. I have to go, but I'll be home around 5. Sounds good. Sam works this afternoon, so don't be surprised if she's not here when you get back. Thanks for the heads up. At least he was still looking out for me. Hopefully they weren't waiting with pitchforks and torches when I got back. I'd done some serious damage to Sam, and she'd been their friend a hell of a lot longer than I had. We hung up, and I headed back into Grace's room. I only had another hour or so before I had to leave for the airport. She was sitting up now, staring toward the television screen where she watched One Tree Hill for the 10th time. Hey, I kissed her forehead, and she blinked. I'd gotten used to that being the only response I'd get. How about we do some reading? You usually like that. I pulled out the new copy of The Odyssey I'd just ordered. It had shown up on the syllabus for Sam's fall class, and I could use a brush up on my Greek poetry. It was the hardest to read for me, and the best practice. I made it through the first page without issue, watching Grace to see if she'd react, or even acknowledge that I was still there with her. I flipped the page and started again, but paused when my brain didn't want to cooperate. You'd think this would be easier after all these years, right? I asked Grace. But here we are. I'm still reading to you like we're 7, and you're still listening to me without judgment. Except she didn't climb into my lap anymore. I got back to the pages and began to read aloud. Oh, for shame, how the mortals put the blame on us gods, for they say evils come from us, but it is they, rather, who by their own recklessness win sorrow beyond what is given. My voice trailed off. It was my recklessness that brought us here. God, I'm so sorry, baby. I closed the book and laid my cheek against the back of her warm hand, wishing the other would come over to run her fingers through my hair like she used to, wishing she'd offer the advice only a best friend could. I'm sorry for everything that's brought us here, and for what I have to tell you now. I sat up and took the empty place on her bed so I could look into her eyes, even if she wouldn't look back at me. I know you can hear me, and I wish so many things, but I would kill for you to speak to me, Grace. Her skin was soft beneath my fingers as I picked up her hand and placed it against my heart. I've met someone, Gracie, and I don't know what it means. I don't. She's not you, I whispered, and then laughed softly. She's hard where you're soft, and she's stubborn where you're so peaceful. She's all fire and sass and a touch of insanity, I'm pretty sure. But she does something to me, makes me see the world again. She's so hurt, and she's struggling to repair this wreck she's made of her life, and I think I can help her. I crossed a line with her that I'm not sure I should have, and I kissed her. I'm so sorry. But I don't know where the line is anymore. It's so blurred when it comes to her and you and everything that was between us, is between us. I don't know anymore. I don't know anything except what I feel when I'm around her, and she makes me feel alive in a way I haven't been since I lost you. She makes me feel like I'm flying my helicopter, free, like I'm standing on the edge of something I can barely control, and it could be the most amazing ride of my life, or I could burn one into the ground. I squeezed her hand as my voice broke. God, Grace, tell me what to do. You've been my best friend since we could walk, the only woman I thought I'd ever keep around for the rest of my life, so tell me what to do, and I'll do it. I searched the big brown eyes I'd grown up loving, the ones that had cried when she'd skinned her knee riding my first bike, or gone hazy with passion when we'd lost our virginities our junior year. Now they stared through me, like she couldn't bear to hear what I was saying. I waited for words that never came. She wasn't going to absolve me of this sin any more than she was going to scream at me for betraying her. I would get the same silent treatment I always did, no matter how many days I stayed at her bedside. The same silent treatment I deserved. Hey, you ready? Mia asked as she knocked gently on the door. I pulled the raw edges of my nerves back together and kissed Grace's forehead, receiving just the blink as usual. I'll see you in a few weeks, baby. While I gathered my things, Mia said hi to Grace in hushed tones I couldn't quite make out. She held in her excitement until we reached the elevator to the ground floor. You coming home for your birthday? Mia asked with a huge grin, pulsing a few times on her tiptoes. I'm coming for the 4th of July with my friends.
Oh, Sam? Is Sam coming?
I don't know, Mia.
Man, you're grouchy. Not enough hospital gym time or something?
She mocked and pressed the button.
Just explain it to her. Sam will be okay.
I sighed. I'd actually worked out a ton while I was here. It was becoming increasingly hard to be around Grace, and the gym was the one place I could work my body and my brain to exhaustion. The elevator doors opened, revealing Parker lounged in one of the waiting room chairs. Damn, I'd managed not to see her the whole trip since Mom had picked us up at the airport. Parker? My jaw flexed.
Gray?
She flashed me a sunny smile.
How's our girl today?
On an IV drip. I passed her, not waiting for her to get out of her seat as I headed for the parking lot. She raced after us, her flip-flops louder than rotor blades as she ran.
Wait up!
She clicked the unlock on her car, and I held out my hands for the keys.
Oh, there's no way you're driving my car, Gray.
Well, I'm sure as hell not giving you an ounce more control over any aspect of my life, Parker, so give me the keys or I'll call a damn cab.
Language?
Mia shouted from the back seat. Parker glared, but there was zero chance I was backing down on this one.
You wouldn't pull this shit with Constance or Joey.
My older sisters were easily the most logical of the four. Yeah, well, neither of them would have taken my love life into their own hands and wrecked an innocent woman because they didn't approve. Joey and Connie would both love Sam. I was sure of it.
Your love life is here, Gray, in case you forgot. Grace needs you.
Apparently Parker was not going to be on Team Sam. I inhaled through my nose and exhaled through my mouth, counting to 10. Give me the damn keys.
Language. Oh, shut up, Mia,
Parker yelled. Don't talk to her like that. She didn't do this. You did. You stuck your nose where it didn't belong, and you hurt Sam. You hurt me. Her eyes widened.
You care about this other girl?
Yes. Her shoulders drooped, and she dropped the keys into my hand before walking around to the passenger side and climbing in. I adjusted the seat for my height and cranked the engine. Parker didn't speak until we were crossing the bridge to Roanoke Island, and I wasn't complaining.
Grace needs you.
She sounded like a broken record. I shook my head. Yeah, well, maybe I need Sam. Did that ever occur to you?
No, it's always been you and Grace. G squared. The it couple of First Flight High School. You have to give her some time.
I hit the brakes a little too hard at the red light. Does this look like high school, Parker? Does it?
No,
she mumbled. I've given her 5 years, and it still wasn't long enough. Do you think this is easy for me? I pulled into the tiny airport and parked while Parker seethed.
Parker, Sam is really amazing, and Gray is happy around her.
Mia tried. God bless her, but I silenced her with a look in the rear view. I didn't need her involved in my love life either. Life would have been a hell of a lot easier with 4 brothers.
So you're giving up on her? Are you too good now?
Parker fired back, crossing her arms over her chest.
Mr. Top of my class at the Citadel, big bad army lieutenant. Funny, I didn't realize they let people in too stupid to read.
Mia sucked in her breath.
Parker.
I snorted. Yeah, well, let me know when you decide to see if there's life beyond the OBX, Parker. At least I wasn't too scared to leave. My feet hit the pavement. Then I dropped her keys in the empty seat, and Mia handed over my backpack. I love you, Mia, I said, squeezing her hand.
I love you, Gray, and I think you need to get back to Alabama and fight for Sam because she's phenomenal.
Yeah, she is, I agreed, then turned to where Parker sulked. Why was she so hung up on this? Parker, I love you no matter what, but grow up and worry more about your life than mine. I shut the door on whatever protest she was going to make and made my way inside. Mia was right. Sam was phenomenal. But was she going to stay once I explained everything to her? I wandered into the tiny gift shop while I waited for my flight and passed a Kitty Hawk deck of cards. Josh was right, too. I needed to lay my shit out in front of her and let her decide. As terrified as I was of letting her see that I was nowhere good enough for her, she deserved the truth. I bought the cards. The gym was busy as I walked in at 4:30 p.m. I'd driven like a bat out of hell to get here before her shift ended. At least here she couldn't run away from me. Her eyes were puffy and had dark circles under them as she leaned over a math book with Avery. Shit. I'd been the reason she'd been crying, like she didn't have enough going on already. I leaned on the counter and waited for her to notice. "What do you want, Grayson?" she asked, her voice tired. "I'm not good for you."
"So you keep saying." She smiled as a high school boy signed in. "That's my cue to leave," Avery drawled and practically ran.
"Sam?" I fiddled with the card in my hand.
"What could you possibly want that couldn't wait?"
"You." She sucked in her breath, and I forged ahead. "You once asked me what you did to get past the mistakes, the stuff that keeps you up at night and leaves you nauseous in the morning." She nodded her head.
"Yeah, well, I'm not exactly an angel, right? Is she, your Grace? Is she as perfect as you no doubt need her to be? Because honestly, I don't see you with an imperfect person. You're too good for that. Or I thought you were. All this time, I've thought I was the one too damaged for you, and yet you're the one kissing me while she's waiting for you."
"Can't you stop talking for a second?" Her mouth snapped shut. "Thank you. I told you that I understood that kind of mistake, like the one you're running from, and yes, you ran 5 states away from it, don't argue. I understood that choice because I've done something that I still can't recover from." The wariness in her eyes killed me. I wanted the trust back, the ease between us. I would forsake kissing her for the rest of my life if I could get the trust back. Yeah, you know what she tastes like now, so try and keep your hands off her, you liar.
"What could you have possibly done that's so bad?"
She scoffed and turned to dismiss me. I grabbed her wrist, careful not to bruise her skin, and put the ace of spades into her palm face up. "I'm responsible for what happened to Grace. I killed the woman I loved."
Chapter 13. Sam. Seriously? He gave me a fucking card, declared himself a murderer, and then walked away? I pulled the e-brake in the driveway and tried to compose myself. He couldn't have really meant it. They didn't let murderers into the army, and he'd clearly been going to visit someone. And I'd bet my life that Grayson wasn't any kind of murderer. I opened the door and put my keys next to his in the dish on the entry table, and then hung my purse in the hall closet. The house smelled like steak. "Grayson?"
"Kitchen!"
he called out. Of course he was. "Hey," I said softly from across the half wall. He pulled sweet potatoes out of the oven and then turned toward me.
"Hey."
What are you cooking?"
"Sunday family dinner."
he answered with a raised eyebrow, like he hadn't dropped a bombshell on me an hour and a half ago.
"Wash up. It's on the table in 5.
"Where are Josh and Jagger?"
They made themselves scarce."
He responded with a shake of his head, like it hadn't been his decision.
"Are you scared to be alone with me now?"
I shook my head. Of course not. I saw 2 plates. He exhaled and closed his eyes in obvious relief.
"Right."
"I'll be right back," I said, then ran upstairs. I changed out of my work clothes, throwing on cargo capris and a soft-fitted tee. "Don't freak out. You can do this." Great. I was seriously pep-talking myself in the mirror.
"You ready?"
Grayson asked, holding out my chair as I came back into the dining room. I took a seat, and he took his on the corner next to mine. He laid out green beans, sweet potatoes heaped with marshmallows, and a succulent steak. My stomach growled, reminding me that I hadn't given it a decent meal that wasn't out of a processed bag since Friday. "Thank you for cooking dinner."
"Well, it's Sunday. It was a little harder since nothing is quite where I left it."
he said with a half-smirk that still sent a jolt through my core. My body apparently didn't care that he had a girlfriend or had killed her. I rearranged. Want a beer? I asked, hopping up to get to the fridge. I did, or a shot of tequila, whatever would help me through what was going to happen next.
Nope, not tonight.
Well, I'm having one. Or 14. Whatever. I popped the top and took my seat, digging into my food as he was. We ate in silence, both looking up at each other at intervals, and neither of us brave enough to say the first word. But it had to be spoken, right? You didn't just declare yourself a murderer and then ignore it. An entire steak and a beer later, I pulled the ace of spades from my pocket and put it on the table before him. Explain. He stood, took a deck of cards out of the cargo pocket on his shorts, and sat back down.
Diamonds or hearts?
I'm sorry?
Diamonds or hearts? Pick a suit.
He had them separated before him. Hearts. Because he'd stuck a knife in mine and then turned it. Hell, I think he was sitting in the actual chair where I'd basically ridden him like a prized pony.
Fitting,
he muttered, handing me the stack and then clearing our dishes to the sink. The bare wood of the table was instantly very intimidating. I had a feeling we were about to cover it with his secrets. What are we doing? I asked, my pulse skipping. He consumed his chair again, curling the brim of his Citadel baseball hat and leaning forward on his elbows.
I watched Jagger nearly fuck up everything he had because he was too stubborn to tell Paisley the truth from the get-go.
Right, I remember.
You and I, whatever we are or could be, that won't be us. I'm going to tell you every bad, ugly thing about me. You're going to tell me every bad, ugly thing about you. And then we'll decide what to do about this insane pull between us.
I licked my bottom lip. Oh, you think there's a pull between us? I thought we were just friends. His gray eyes sliced through me, cutting me all the way to my soul.
Samantha, if we weren't about to discuss our deepest secrets, I'd lay you across the table, strip those sexy little capris off your ass, and bury my tongue between your thighs. God knows I've thought about it enough. How's that for friends? Really? It's more a force of nature, but I'll settle for you admitting that there's a pull.
My mouth was suddenly dry. I was never going to look at this table the same way again. There's a pull, I admitted softly.
Good. Now that we have that established.
He took a deep breath.
Grace and I grew up together in Nag's Head. Well, Owen, Grace and I did. It was always the three of us, but she was my best friend and I was hers. And one day, that flipped and we fell in love. We've been together since we were 15.
I wanted to throw in a smart-ass quip about how perfect that they were high school sweethearts, but it would be a defense mechanism. And if he was stripping his defenses from me, I owed him the same courtesy, even if it hurt like a bitch. Okay.
The summer of my senior year, we had a huge party at the beach. Everyone was there, and everyone was drunk. I'd had a couple beers, but I made sure to stop a few hours before I knew we needed to leave. I wasn't stupid enough to chance anything with Grace, you know.
His eyes darted between mine, begging for understanding, but he hadn't told me anything I needed to understand yet. I nodded. Right.
Owen got a brand new truck for graduation. This amazing Chevy, and he wouldn't let anyone wear dirty boots inside the cab, let alone drive her. And he got late, and Grace needed to get home. I told Owen to leave it at the beach and we'd get it in the morning, but he wouldn't hear of it.
His eyes dropped to the table, and he took a shaky breath. Grayson took off his hat and rubbed at his forehead like the memories were physically painful.
I should have fought him harder. I should have stolen the keys or hog-tied him and put him in the car. But I didn't. I shook my head and said, "Suit yourself." Can you believe that shit? Suit yourself.
He swallowed and then brought his eyes back to mine.
I killed Grace with those 2 words.
My stomach rolled. He deserved a happy story. Even if he'd kissed me when he belonged to her, I wanted to hear that they woke up the next morning and laughed about how drunk they'd gotten.
Grace and I took off for home. I drove her car since mine was in the shop, and we got into a fight about colleges. I'd been accepted to UNC like her and I wanted to go there, but she was pushing the Citadel. She knew I'd been accepted there too and how badly I wanted to go.
His knees started to bounce with nervous energy.
We were stopped at a light before the bridge, and when it turned green, Owen passed us driving way too fast in that goddamned truck. He cut off the oncoming traffic before jumping back into our lane, but he overcompensated.
His eyes went vague, and I knew he wasn't with me anymore. He was there, on that bridge, with Grace in the car. And I didn't want to know, but I had to.
He slammed into the guardrail, and I swerved. I mean, I couldn't hit him head on, right? We'd both be killed. Grace's little car wouldn't stand a chance. So I swerved and went through the rail into the channel. She screamed, and we hit so hard. The airbags deployed, but my head cracked against the window, and I don't remember anything for another couple minutes. When I came to, we had already sunk and landed on our side. Funny, I used to think cars always landed on their tires, right? They don't. Not when there's uneven terrain to land on. The water was what woke me. It was already up to my shoulder. Grace, she was under it, unconscious.
I held my breath like it was me underwater and reached out to hold his hand. Grayson. He ran over my whispered plea.
She had one of those crazy seatbelt cutter things, thank God. She was always so paranoid about that stuff. I cut myself free, then cut her free, but she wasn't breathing, and the car was filling with water faster than I could think. I held her as tight as I could, and I used the glass breaker to destroy the window. God, it was cold. The pressure pushed us back into the car, and it was dark. So dark. I got us out and made it to the surface, but she still wasn't breathing. I swam us to the nearest support pillar and tried to hoist her onto it, but I didn't have any leverage swimming, and mouth-to-mouth wasn't working in the water. By the time I got her onto the base of the pillar, my fingers were bleeding from scraping the concrete, and she was blue. I pulled myself up on top of her and did compressions. And I prayed. I prayed so hard.
His hand squeezed mine, but I knew he was still there, pressing on her chest.
She finally sputtered out the water on reflex, but wouldn't breathe on her own. So I did it for her until help came.
"How long were you down there?" I asked softly, unable to imagine what that must have done to him.
Probably about half hour until they got the boats out to get us. They'd sent the ambulances to the bridge, but we couldn't get back up there. They took us to the hospital, and I fought when they tried to take her where I couldn't go, so they sedated me.
Oh, Grayson, how much worse could this get?
Days, then weeks passed, and she got strong enough to come off the ventilator, but her brain swelling had already caused the damage.
He looked up at me, a shell of the man I usually knew.
She's comatose. She's been in a persistent vegetative coma for almost 5 years. She sleeps. She wakes. But she's not there. I killed her. I didn't take his keys. I shouldn't have swerved that wide. If I hadn't passed out, I would have gotten us out before we sank, before she drowned.
This was not your fault. You did not kill her, Grayson. You were in the wrong place at the wrong time, but you are not responsible for what Owen did.
He told the police that we'd been racing, that other than his alcohol level, I was just as at fault as he was. I was never charged, but I'm pretty sure most people believe him, even my own father.
Silence stretched while I put it together. You go home to sit by her bedside. He nodded.
Yes. She has no chance for recovery according to the docs, but I know she's still in there, locked away.
I reached over and stroked my hand down his face, cupping his cheek. He leaned into it. And you've been faithful to her, haven't you? That's why you freaked after we kissed.
There's been no one else. I don't let anyone in because I don't know how to anymore. I haven't wanted to. What's the point of loving someone if it hurts that much? Every second has been spent studying, exhausting myself at the gym or home with her. There's never been someone that I was willing to betray her for, and I know it's not betrayal. I've been through counseling. I've made peace with the fact that she's gone in all except heartbeat, but I can't forget that last kiss. There's never been a woman I was willing to replace it with.
He stroked his thumb over my lower lip.
Until you.
My lips parted, and my heart stopped, then pounded a furious beat.
You moved in and infuriated me because you took down every single one of my defenses before I had a chance to fortify myself against you. I never stood a chance, especially not with us living together.
I leaned away from his touch and dropped my hand. He couldn't do that. Put me up on the pedestal Grace stood on. Not when I was anything but worthy.
Samantha?
He leaned forward. We can't do this. Be together. I shook my head, hating the words as they slipped free and fanned out my suit of hearts. I had way more sins than 13 cards, and his only fault wasn't even a transgression. It was a horrific accident, something he'd had no control over, where mine were conscious choices. Bad choices.
Because of Grace?
I grabbed his hand and placed my ace of hearts in it. Because I'm no good for you. Because I'm not a good person. I'm selfish and spoiled and entitled and make horrible decisions that hurt people.
Sam.
You want every bad and ugly thing? Do you want to know why I got kicked out of college, Grayson?
Yes. But you need to know that it doesn't matter. Not to me. It won't change how I feel about you.
Well, it matters to me. I got kicked out over a guy. My entire collegiate career gone. Poof! But he was nice and showed interest in me when I was all alone. Ember had left for Vanderbilt. My mom had moved to Kentucky, and I was on my own, really on my own for the first time, and it wasn't freeing like I thought it would be. I was so lonely. So I took summer classes to fill the time, and I met Harrison. He was everything I thought I was supposed to want. Stable, educated, worldly, I guess. He made me feel like the luckiest girl when I was with him. Fall came and I swallowed. What was he going to think of me when he found out? Would he label me a whore, say I deserved the emails that popped into my inbox? Grayson squeezed my fingers gently, and the card pressed into my skin.
You don't have to if it's too much. I'm not doing this to hurt you or to find an excuse to walk away. And if you're not ready, we can do this slowly.
Of course he was giving me an out, being supportive, pulling me off bars and out of strip clubs. He was everything I needed and nothing I deserved. Stop being so nice! His brows drew closer together, hurt streaking through his eyes.
What?
He was my professor, Grayson. I slept with my professor, and it wasn't a one-time thing. We were together for months. 4 months, 13 days, if I had been counting, which I had.
Okay.
His thumb stroked over mine, and I focused on that small movement to get me through the rest. It wasn't just sex. I loved him, or what I thought was him. I didn't ask questions when he was busy. I never wondered why he was so against spending the night at my house. I mean, come on. He was a 28-year-old ethics professor, and I was a 21-year-old student. Of course he couldn't spend the night with me. He was risking his job by being with me. I couldn't ask more of him when he'd already given me so much. A sour laugh slipped free. You have to know where this is going, right? I'm the only naive one who didn't see it coming. His eyes weren't judgmental once I found the courage to meet them. But of course they weren't. The closer I got to Grayson, the more I understood that he wasn't aloof because he felt superior. He was aloof because it kept him alive.
You weren't the only one,
he whispered. I shook my head. It seemed so romantic, so forbidden. I kept thinking that he must have really loved me if he was willing to risk so much. But then I slipped into his office one day with this sexy little note to sneak into his pocket, and I found it. His wedding ring. It had been cool in my palm, that tiny circle that flatlined my heart. Grayson's deep inhale was the only sign that he'd heard me. Guess the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Huh. I forced a fake smile. He tipped my chin to pin down my gaze.
Your mother?
I hated her for years because I couldn't have my dad. He was already someone else's husband, someone else's father, and after yanking us around for 4 years, he chose them. Funny how I turned out just like her after I swore I'd never make her mistake. Does that earn me another card? Maybe the Jack or something? He leaned forward, pressing his lips firmly to my forehead.
This is not your fault. You didn't know he was married. You are not responsible for his sin. He and he alone is.
The pit in my stomach widened, threatening to suck me in. You don't understand. There was this moment when I held his wedding ring in my hand. I thought, just for a second, about simply putting it back and not saying anything. I'd been so happy, and I didn't want it to end. I wanted him to choose me. I'd finally realized why Mom had stayed all those years, waiting for a man who would never keep his promise, and I hated myself for being weak enough, selfish enough, to even contemplate the same.
But you ended it.
Sure, before Harrison could. Before he could make the promises that he'd leave his wife or say that I was his world, only to eventually walk away.
Like your father.
I nodded, unable to really voice what Grayson knew. I wigged out in the middle of the quad when he came running after me, and slapped him so hard he wore my handprint on his face to his next class. A corner of his mouth tilted up.
I bet you did.
Another professor saw it and reported it. Harrison didn't press charges, but I didn't exactly show up for the disciplinary hearing either. I shook my head and dropped my gaze. His family is an institution there. His mother is on the board, and his sister works there too. No one was going to believe me, and even if they did, I still struck a professor.
Classes?
He ran his hands down my arms, warming my chilled skin until he clasped my hands in his. How long until he saw me for what I really was and pulled away? I quit going. I tried. Once. I made it all the way to the parking lot. But when I saw the other students, I couldn't do it. By then, there was a video posted online someone had taken. Harrison had it removed, mostly for his dignity, but everyone saw that I hit him. I couldn't sit in his class. Hell, any class where the teacher had been warned about me. That was November. December, I missed finals, and my expulsion letter came before Christmas.
You were scared.
Terrified. Paralyzed with it, and unable to say how much until this moment. Telling my mother meant she'd know, but I haven't told her the whole truth. I can't stand the thought of her looking at me any differently or seeing her bad choices echoed in me.
You are not the villain here.
Being a villain and being guilty are two different things. I still could have ripped apart that marriage. Maybe it's my mother's karma biting me in the ass, or maybe it's because I'm incredibly selfish. But I will screw this up somehow if we try.
Let me make that call.
His chair squeaked against the hardwood as he pushed back from the table, but he didn't drop my hands. Instead, he tugged, pulling me to my feet and then into his lap. His strong arms surrounded me, and my head fit perfectly against his neck.
I'm so sorry for what happened.
What? I asked. Why on earth would you be sorry? You've been through hell. I'm an adulterer. There's nothing for you to be sorry about. If anything, you should be tossing me off your lap and heading for the nearest exit, not pulling me closer." He did just that, one of his hands dwarfing the side of my face as he stroked my cheek with his thumb. "I don't even know what we're thinking. You only have 6 months before you graduate."
"Yes, and we'll handle that when it comes."
He gently lifted my face.
"Samantha, take the chance. No matter what's happening between us, whether we're friends or more, whatever we decide, I will be here for you. I will not abandon you, no matter what you've done or what you do. If you can still trust me, take a chance on me, and I'll prove it."
"Why? I slept with my professor, dance on bars, and apply at strip clubs. I'm not the kind of girl you need. I wasn't Grace, and never would be."
"Well, you're the only girl I want."
My heart cracked, flayed open in front of him, for him. But could I do this for only 6 months? Could I try? Trust? Hold him far enough away to salvage whatever he didn't take of my heart when it was over? But could I forgive myself if I didn't take the gamble? Let him walk away? No. I took the 3 of hearts and put it face up on the table. "I only sleep on the left side of the bed." He cocked an eyebrow. "That's a selfish fact," I warned, "not an invitation."
"I'd sleep on the floor to get closer to you."
I was so fucked.
Chapter 14. Grayson. I executed the roll-on landing with precision and tensed my hand to keep from fist-pumping. Fucking perfect. I taxied and parked us, then started the shutdown. "Good flight," Mr. Stewman, my instructor pilot, said as we walked off the flight line. Stewman was a retired CW5, pushing 50, with a stocky build, and wouldn't hesitate to kick my ass if I screwed up. He was more than a little terrifying and quizzed us mercilessly during debriefs. "Did I kick your ass? I did, didn't I?" Jagger asked with a cocky grin once we were headed toward the car. "No," Stewman answered as he came up behind us. "You didn't. Study up and have a nice night, lieutenants." He waved his dismissal. "So what's up with you and Sam?" Jagger asked once we were headed home. Shit. We hadn't exactly labeled us in the last 2 weeks. "Man, you can try to ignore the question, but I'm still going to ask it until you answer." Why was he always grinning? He stayed silent, even as we rolled out of the gate, but his eyes stayed on me. I knew Jagger. He'd wait me out, prying, cocky friend that he was. "I'm not sure," I finally answered. "Is she sure?" "What? Did she say something? What did she tell you?" Holy shit, I'd gone back to junior high. Never mind. He had the nerve to laugh. "No, but it's not like we haven't noticed you guys sneaking out on Friday nights, and the way you two orbit around each other, you're definitely something." I swallowed. Orbit. That was the word for it. She was the Earth, full of life, raging rivers, erupting volcanoes, mysterious oceans, and breathtaking views. I was a satellite in her orbit, witnessing from a distance while she bloomed. Damn, I loved to watch her shine. She's doing great, isn't she? Nailing her classes, holding down a job, helping Avery out with her summer school. She'd seemed lighter, like laying her cards on the table had physically unburdened her. "She is," Jagger agreed. "I think you bring out the best in each other." "I'm not sure I have a best." "Okay, then she makes you less statue, more human." "Ha ha," I debated, then went for it. "We're exploring the possibility of an us, slowly." "What's holding you back?" Jagger asked as we crossed the Enterprise line. I glanced at him sideways and back to the road. Oh, come on. You watched me break down when I almost lost Paisley, and you pretty much held me together. I'm not going to judge. I nearly snorted. No one is as harsh on me as I am. You don't scare me. Yeah, well, you scare everyone. Well, everyone but Sam, but she's fucking fearless. The corners of my mouth lifted. She is. Fearless, passionate, strong, tender, and mine. If I would just reach for her instead of dancing around what we now knew we both wanted. I was running out of reasons not to. So about that 4th of July trip we were talking about, he said while looking anywhere but at me. I may have rented a beach house in Nag's Head for the weekend. Right. You're cool with it? I'm not thrilled, but I'm not ready to kill you over it. I was a little nauseous about my parents finding out exactly what I'd been up to, though. I'd really like you guys to not mention what we're doing here, though, and not ask why. I know you like to keep shit separate. Come hang when you can, and when you can't, just be, you. We're not going to be pissed. Who is this we? I asked. He cleared his throat. Josh and Ember are going to Colorado to see her family, so it's you, me, Paisley, Sam, Morgan, Carter. I hit the brakes a little too hard at the red light just to toss him against his seatbelt. You invited Carter? I nearly growled as I took off at the green light. Morgan insisted, said he was lonely or some bullshit, so now I get to vacation with my girlfriend's ex. It's glorious. He rubbed his hand over the back of his neck. He's really not all that bad. Okay, that earned a half smile. He's growing on me. Josh? Jagger laughed and shook his head. Hell no. Those two glare at each other more than high school girls. We pulled into the driveway and I nearly bolted to the door when I saw Sam's car. Relax. It's only been 10 hours. I tossed my keys as I walked in the door and Jagger sang out, Honey, we're home. Oh! She squeaked from the kitchen, but I didn't see her as I looked over the half wall. You guys are early. It's after 5, I answered, coming around the wall to see... Holy shit. The floor was covered in water, as was Sam with her bare legs extended from beneath the kitchen sink. All the cleaning crap that was normally kept under the sink lay scattered around her. Samantha. I gripped her warm calves and pulled gently, dislodging her from the cabinet. She grimaced and then gave me a really fucking cute smile as she waved a wrench. Grayson? What the hell happened? Jagger asked, leaning over the wall. I raised an eyebrow at Sam as I pulled her to her feet. Her soaked red tank top clung to her skin, and I pried my eyes away from her hardened nipples before I decided to suck on them. Get a grip, you're not there yet. I held out my hand and she wrinkled her nose, but put the wrench into it. Samantha, I asked again, loving the way her name sounded. She reached in her back pocket and then handed me a very wet 4 of Hearts card. I tend to get in over my head before I ask for help. She blinked up at me. I took her card and pocketed it. Apparently. Jagger burst into laughter. She's all yours. She grinned shamelessly up at me. I kind of am, she admitted. I know. My voice dropped and I stood there like an idiot for another minute, a breath away from her, standing in a giant puddle of water craving her mouth. What happened? I, lost my ring. She licked her lips. So you ripped apart the kitchen sink? She nodded enthusiastically. Seemed the most logical path to getting it back. Right. I unzipped my uniform top and hung it on the back of the dining room chair before taking Sam's place under the kitchen sink. Only a few more turns and you would have had it, I said as I finished removing the U-bend. What's the story with the ring? She took the pipe out of my hand and dumped the contents into a bowl. Thank you, she sighed, taking the sapphire ring out of the mucky leftovers. It was my grandmother's. Mom gave it to me when I turned 16. My grandparents are dead, so it's the only link I really have left. I'd rip the sink apart for that too, I answered, putting it back together. As I washed my hands, Sam hopped onto the counter and swung her feet. You know, I could have done that if you'd explained how. You didn't have to get gunked up or take over all man style. I grimaced, reached into my pocket, and handed her the 8 of spades. I overstep boundaries to fix problems the women in my life can probably handle themselves. Maybe it's from growing up with 4 sisters, or maybe I'm overprotective.
That's hardly a sin,
she said with a grin.
but I'll take it.
She hopped to the floor and tugged her shorts down so they covered her to mid-thigh.
So, Friday date night?
She asked. My fingers tightened on the counter. I know we usually go out on Friday.
Are you canceling on me?
She shot me a look so full of sass that I almost kissed it off her. Hell no. I was thinking we'd keep it low-key tonight. Jagger is headed to Paisley's, and Josh is out, Josh called as he passed by the kitchen. I can make it to Nashville by 10 if I leave now, so I'll catch you later. Right, I finished. Sam swayed toward me.
Are you trying to get me alone? Maybe score a little makeout session?
My stomach muscles tightened as she ran her fingers down the sides of my abs. Sam, we're not 15, and if all I wanted was a makeout, I'd carry you upstairs and shut my bedroom door.
That's a date night I could get behind. Or I could set the timer for 7 minutes and pull you into the closet.
Her eyes sparkled. Dinner? Movie? Closet. Gotcha. She laughed, brushed her lips across mine, and skipped off to the shower. It took all my willpower not to follow her in.
I like this,
she said a couple hours later, her head in my lap as we pretended to watch whatever chick flick she'd chosen. Me too. I skimmed her cheekbone with my thumb.
You know what would make this room perfect?
If you were naked. What?
A window seat. I mean, it's almost my perfect house. Hardwood in the kitchen, granite counters, porch swing out front, a big backyard. It's almost there.
And the window seat would make it perfect?
A window seat and a view of the Front Range?
She smiled wistfully. You want to live in Colorado? My stomach plummeted.
It's the only place that's ever really felt like home. I still have this hope that I can get back in. Even if I have to face him, it would be worth it.
You can. Are you excited to see your mom? She nodded.
It'll be nice to spend a few days with her. Definitely worth making up my classwork for. Her homecoming is still on schedule, so this time tomorrow night, I'll have her.
And this time Thursday, I'll pick you up in the Outer Banks, I promised.
That I can't wait for. She cupped my cheek. Look, just because I'm there, don't think you have to...
Her gaze fell away.
I mean, I don't expect to bake brownies with your mom or anything.
1, if you bake brownies with my mom, please get her recipe. She's insanely stingy with it. 2, Samantha, I'm not hiding you. In fact, my parents want all of you to come over for dinner when we get there. You're a part of my life, and I want them to know you. A small family gathering was exactly perfect to introduce her to our madness.
I'll wear a longer skirt,
she promised. Just be you, Sam. That's all I need. She sat up on my lap and kissed me softly, sweetly.
I'm going to miss you.
I captured her hand with mine and pressed a kiss to her palm, savoring her indrawn breath. Same here. Have I ever told you what beautiful hands you have? Everything was beautiful on her, fingers included.
You'll like them better once they're on you,
she promised, her eyes darkening. Anytime you want, Samantha. Sex wasn't something we'd really discussed, and our hands had stayed strictly above clothes, although I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep my hands off her skin without going insane.
Soon,
she whispered. Soon. Hey, you should be at the airport, I lectured Sam, balancing my phone on my shoulder so I could check my watch.
We're pulling into the airport, she said.
Good. I just got here to help Jagger unload.
I'm glad you got out early today.
Me too. We'd all been able to catch an earlier flight, which gave me a couple hours to kill before I got my hands on Sam. Almost 6 days without touching her was killing me.
Don't be a dick,
Morgan yelled at Carter as he held the tiny strings of her swimsuit high above his head. Wear something that covers more than 2% of your body.
Or maybe not,
Sam laughed.
I can hear them from here.
Comfortable silence passed while I heard the doors opening and shutting. I'll see you in a couple hours?
Yeah.
She drew out the word. What's wrong?
Hold on a sec.
She put the phone down while she said goodbye to her mom and then picked it up again.
Sorry, she's not one for goodbyes, so I try to give her an excuse to not look all emotionally unavailable.
I'm happy to be your excuse. What's really bothering you? She sighed, and I pictured her lower lip between her teeth.
I was at her welcome home ceremony, and there was this woman there, balancing a little girl on her hip.
Okay.
It could just be that homecomings are emotional, especially for me since Ember's dad died. It's probably stupid.
There was a rustling of paper.
Roanoke,
she told the attendant.
Thank you so much.
So you were emotional? I kept at her because if I didn't, she wasn't going to offer up the truth.
Yeah. This mom was maybe a year or two older than I am, but she'd held herself together through a deployment with a kid, and I was lucky to have not ended up a stripper.
I'm listening.
How freaking long is this line? Security sucks.
I heard flights called through her speaker while she debated, so I waited.
She was the kind of woman you'll need. Someone who can handle her own crap and shoulder yours too. Someone who isn't a giant pain in the ass.
You're not a pain in my ass. In fact, you have a very nice ass.
Focus, Grayson. It just hit me. You're in the Army. That means deployments and PCS moves and temporary duty assignments and all the shit that comes with it.
I clamped down on the panic that was clawing its way up my throat. Does that bother you? I waited. Sam?
That's the thing. It's everything I've sworn up and down that I don't want in my life. There's never been a big enough pro to outweigh the cons of that lifestyle for me.
Fuck.
But even when I'm looking at all the cons, it still doesn't stop me from wanting you, from choosing you. What does that even mean?
That we're done dancing around this, that I'm yours as much as you are mine. Fuck. Why couldn't she be here for this conversation? My hands itched to touch her, assure her. Just get here, Sam.
So we can beat this subject to death?
So I can kiss the hell out of you. My voice dropped an octave.
That may be worth standing in this line.
2 hours, and then I had 4 days to introduce her to my family, my home, and maybe make her realize that I was the only pro she'd ever need on that list. Oh, it will be. I promise. Chapter 15. Grayson. What do you have in here? An elephant? I asked Sam as I carried her suitcase up to the 3rd floor of the rented beach house.
Oh, come on. Like you don't have the muscles to carry a few pairs of shoes?
She teased, tossing back a flirty grin. The white, wide-brimmed sun hat just about did me in. Or maybe it was the flirty pale green sundress, or seeing her here in the Outer Banks. Few pairs, right. I followed into her bedroom, set her suitcase down at the foot of the king-sized bed, and cursed the fact that I'd promised my mother I'd sleep at home. That mattress was going to swallow Sam's tiny frame whole if I didn't hold down one side. Stop making excuses and admit that you'd kill to sleep next to her. I glanced around the room. It was a typical OBX rental, decorated in soft blues and whites. And remind me why you had to have the room farthest away from everyone? I asked, turning to see her open the wide French doors that led to a private balcony overlooking the Atlantic. The ocean breeze blew her hat toward the bed. That impish grin made an appearance again.
It has the best view.
She brushed her hair from her face as we stepped out onto the deck, easily 50 feet in the air. She didn't look down, only rested her hands on the polished wood of the banister and looked out at the waves.
It's beautiful here.
Yeah, beautiful, I said, my eyes locked to the delicate lines of her face. Sam caught me staring and smiled, then trailed her fingers along the railing as she closed the distance between us. My hands cradled her head, and I brought my lips to hers, kissing her gently, trying to show her without words how much it meant to me that she was here. I struggled to keep myself in check. With Sam, one taste was never enough. Our lips lingered a breath apart until she made the next move, grabbing fistfuls of my shirt and arching up on her tiptoes. Her curves crashed against me, and I took her mouth without hesitation, sweeping inside to taste her. She rubbed her tongue along mine. Damn, she felt so right in my arms. Her whimper frayed what little restraint I had left, and the kiss spiraled as I sank deeper into her, losing myself along the way. I let go of her face only to slide my hands up the backs of her thighs. Her skin was hot and softer than silk. "Samantha," I whispered against her mouth.
"Touch me," she pleaded. "Just touch me, Grayson."
We were crossing the line, and I couldn't bring myself to give a fuck. I let her thighs slide through my hands until I palmed the perfect globes of her ass. Holy shit. By her bare skin. My thumbs grazed upward, feeling the tiny, easily breakable straps of her thong, and I groaned as I lifted her higher against me so she could feel my raging hard-on against her stomach. She brushed her palms along my cheeks, trusting me to carry her full weight, and kissed me with abandon. I lost my common sense to the feel of her under my hands, the sweet slide of her tongue with mine, the press of her breasts against my chest as she arched to get even closer. Blood pounded in my ears, keeping rhythm with the crashing waves beneath us. She wound one hand around the back of my neck, licked along my lips, and I sucked her tongue into my mouth. She stroked the roof of my mouth and ran the sensitive ridge between my teeth. Fuck. Just like that. Her sweet little moan snapped the last of my control. I pivoted her slight weight into a bridal carry and made my way to her bed, laying her in the center without so much as breaking our kiss. Careful to keep my weight on my elbows, I licked and sucked my way down her neck, inhaling the scent of vanilla that was becoming home to me. I pressed my lips along her collarbone and nudged the spaghetti straps of her sundress down her arms. My eyes locked onto hers as I pulled her dress down, looking for the slightest hint that she didn't want this. Instead, she arched her back to make it easier and exposed the nude lace of her strapless bra. "Please?" Damn. This gorgeous, brilliant woman was actually asking me to put my hands on her. My mouth watered as I tugged her bra down just enough for her breasts to spring free and my breath caught. Everything about her, from her pebbled nipples to the way she filled my hands, was perfect. Her gasp filled the silence as I swirled my tongue around one nipple, her nails biting into my scalp as she held me to her. Make her do that again, now. I switched breasts and repeated the treatment, savoring her reaction.
"Oh my God, that feels incredible,"
she whispered. "You're incredible," I told her, blowing lightly across her wet skin. She jumped, and I immediately warmed her again with my mouth. Her legs parted and she brought her knees up, settling me right fucking there. Damn. A couple tugs of fabric and I could be inside her. Just the thought had me painfully hard. I thrust my hips against her once, matching with a pull at her breast, and she moaned. "Again?" "Yes, ma'am." This time the moan was torn from my throat. I felt her heat through my board shorts and counted to 10 to keep control as I thrust against her in a gentle rhythm. Then my thoughts ceased as she pulled me into her kiss. Nothing existed in the world outside Samantha and my craving to be absolutely everything she needed. One of her hands took mine and placed it on her thigh, then slid it up under her dress. My fingers grazed the lacy scrap of underwear. "Fuck, I can feel how wet you are."
"I want you,"
she said without embarrassment. I plunged my tongue into her welcoming mouth as I slipped my finger under the lace, just grazing. "Hey, you two, we're going to be late." Jagger's voice echoed up the stairs through the open door. Damn it. Fucking Jagger. Fucking family dinner. The only thing I fucking wanted was already under me. I rested my forehead against hers and tried to calm my breathing, but she was looking up at me, those green eyes hazed with lust, and then she had the nerve to giggle. "What's so funny?"
"I've never heard you swear so much, ever."
She grinned, like our little predicament was funny, so I slowly slid my fingers from underneath her panties, catching her gasp as her giggle died.
"Grayson,"
she whispered as she closed her eyes. "Screw staying with my parents. I say we stay here. in this bed the whole weekend. The pillow collapsed under the weight of my arms as I caged her in.
And tell your mother that you missed your family dinner because...
Well, if that didn't kill my heart on. Right, my mother.
Grayson, Sam, Jagger says we need to get going,
Paisley called up.
I am most certainly not saying that, Jagger Bateman,
she hissed. Put your dick back in your pants and let's go, Jagger yelled. I'm starving. Sam snorted and I rolled my eyes. I wish my dick had made it out of my pants, I mumbled. Sam full out laughed, and it was the sweetest sound I'd heard. You drive me insane, Samantha.
Well, I hardly think your mom should meet my girls.
She dropped her eyes to her beautiful breasts, still bare, and if I gazed there much longer, we wouldn't be leaving.
So maybe we should put them away?
If you insist. My tongue ran across her lower lip, still tasting her. I fucking insist. Let's go. Jagger sounded closer this time. I rolled to the side, blocking her from view in case he decided to come in, while she tucked herself away and pulled the straps to her sundress back up. Shall we? I stood and held out my hand.
We shall.
She put her hand in mine, and I walked her into the lion's den.
Why don't you stay with us?
Paisley asked me as I carried my bag out of the back of the Yukon Jagger rented. My parents hadn't come out of the house and ambushed my friends, so we had a chance at this not being a total disaster. You guys are a little tight on bedroom space, I answered, looking at my parents' much smaller house and thinking the same thing about theirs. Morgan, Paisley's best friend, raked her hand over her dark brown hair.
Are you sure I'm not intruding?
You're never an intrusion, Morgan, and we're happy to have you along. Carter, on the other hand, I raised my eyebrows.
Fuck off,
he answered, climbing out of the back seat.
He, teases people now?
Morgan whispered to Paisley. Who said I was teasing? I kept my face as still as possible, and Morgan glanced between me and Will, no doubt trying to figure out if I was kidding this time. Yes and no. Sam wound her arms around my back, immediately calming my introducer to my parents' nerves.
You can always sleep next to me.
I pulled her under my shoulder and kissed her forehead. I will take that under consideration. Yeah, only after we decided on having sex. There was no way I'd be able to keep my hands off her fuckable little body if she slept next to me. I was already perma-hard whenever I smelled her, let alone touched her.
Gray!
Mia bounded out of the house and skipped down the long staircase and didn't stop until she had her arms around my neck.
We need to talk,
she whispered in my ear. I nodded, setting her down. Okay. Morgan, this is my baby sister Mia. Carter, stay the hell away. He rolled his eyes at me while Mia hugged Sam.
I'm so glad you're here. Me too. And the house is gorgeous. Dad built it when Connie was born.
Mia explained as I started to lead them up the steps that would take us to the first level. Everything was stilted to accommodate the times. The island was more water than land.
Gray, I seriously need to talk to you,
she said, coming up next to me. Right now? I asked as we made it to the porch. She tugged on my sleeve.
Before you get... Grayson!
Mom came through the sliding glass door and hugged me, her dark curls coming to just beneath my shoulders. Hey, Mom. She turned my face left and right, inspecting for damage as usual.
Well, you're no worse for wear. Your father is closing the shop, but he'll be here soon. Introduce me to your friends.
Sam stepped onto the porch, and my heart swelled like a damn girl. I guess I appreciated what I had, too. She hung back, worrying her lip between her teeth. I pointed to each of them in turn. This is Carter, Morgan, Jagger, and Paisley. Then I held out my hand and raised an eyebrow at Sam. Take the challenge, Sam. She swallowed, straightened her shoulders, and raised her chin enough to remind me she'd been raised in social circles a hell of a lot higher than mine. Then she smiled and took my hand. I reeled her in until she was securely tucked beneath my arm. And, Mom, this is my Samantha. Sam's wide eyes flew to mine at the same time Mom's assessed her quickly and smiled.
I'm so happy to meet you, Samantha.
She pulled Sam into a hug and held it until Sam visibly relaxed, and then she let her go.
We're so glad you're here.
Sam tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and gave me a shy smile that told me she was still on her toes.
Oh, you can call me Sam, and I'm thrilled he asked.
Then she turned that smile on me, and it became genuine.
Well, now that we're all acquainted, let's get inside. Supper is about ready.
Mom ushered the crowd in.
Gray, now?
Mia asked, her eyebrows furrowed. Mia, what's wrong?
Mia, get inside and help your sisters,
Mom ordered in the I said now voice.
Yes, ma'am.
She mumbled, but did as she was told. Whoa, Sam whispered as we entered the living room. It was vaulted to the 3rd floor and boasted huge canvases of Dad's boats in full sail.
You built these?
Not all. I pointed to the one furthest left. That was before me, but the one over here is the one we built my junior year in high school.
That's amazing,
Paisley remarked. What the hell are you doing flying helicopters? Jagger asked. These are seriously badass. I cringed and checked to make sure Mom hadn't heard. She'd already found her way to the kitchen. Can we keep the helicopter stuff a little more quiet? I got what the hell looks tossed my way, but they didn't have time to ask before Mom came back over.
We're all set up out back.
What? Out back? On the deck? It faced the channel with a nice view, but were we all going to fit on the deck?
Aren't you hungry?
She asked, not really answering. Yes, ma'am, Carter replied, somehow manifesting the southern drawl he'd beaten out of himself at West Point. Mom led the way and I held Sam back, kissing her just because I could. Welcome to my home. She glanced around.
I like it. It feels solid, sturdy.
Anyone else might have taken that as weird, but I understood what she was saying. She'd never had a home for more than 2 years, so to Sam, solid was golden. She unleashed an impish grin.
Do I get to see baby pictures?
Hell no. I glanced down the hall and made sure everyone had followed Mom out onto the deck, and then I kissed Sam again, gently sucking on her lower lip.
Your mom is going to catch us.
Let her. She laughed, making my house feel more like home than it had in the last 5 years, and kissed me enthusiastically with a smacking sound.
Stop avoiding your family and feed me.
I nodded, resigned myself to the insanity of the evening, and walked with her down the hall, pulling her past the pictures that lined the hallway with a promise that she could examine them later. Later like never. I'd been scrawny until a few years ago, and I knew she was attracted to this body. I'd keep that. Mom opened the sliding door to the back deck with a huge smile and bright eyes.
It's about time, Gray. We have a little surprise for you.
My stomach clenched. They wouldn't. They know better. I held Sam's hand while she stepped over the barrier, but the deck was empty. I will fucking kill them. Mom pointed to the edge of the banister, and I just knew.
What a gorgeous view,
Sam said, looking over the water as the sunset turned it an array of colors. Then she looked down.
Whoa.
Surprise! The crowd yelled from beneath us. There had to have been 70 people, all crowded onto the patio and the pool deck, hell, even the walkway to the beach. I swallowed and held Sam's hand in a death grip, using her to ground me in the present. Happy birthday! They shouted in unison. Every muscle in my body tensed, and my stomach contents turned over, threatening to make an encore appearance. Sam looked up at me, her eyes wide and a little hurt.
It's your birthday?
I let go of her hand and stretched out my fingers. I couldn't hurt her. I had to keep in complete control. Space. I needed space. Then I turned to my mother, whose mouth had drooped slightly, understanding that her plan had failed. I gave a swift shake of my head and walked back in the house before I devastated her feelings by saying something thoughtless. "Gray," she called after me. I didn't look back.
Chapter 16. Sam. The moment Grayson disappeared, his mother stepped to the banister and raised her arms. "Thank you! Let's get this party started!" She sounded joyful, but the small tremble to her jaw told me otherwise. Something had gone terribly wrong. I searched for Jagger in the crowd, and when I found him with one arm around Paisley, he raised his hand in the what gives position. I shrugged in answer, but I wasn't going to stand there like a clueless idiot when Grayson was obviously in pain. Over a birthday? Music blared to life through the speakers around the pool, and people started mingling and heading for the bar that had been set up near the beach. Nearer the water, I could see a volleyball net. His parents had gone all out for him. It was a phenomenal beach party.
The summer of my senior year, we had a huge party at the beach.
His words sliced through my memory, and I gasped. Mia charged up the steps, and I finally understood why she'd been trying to get his attention on the front porch. She'd been trying to warn him. I turned to his mom. He wasn't ready. It was half excuse, half accusation, but I let it hang there between us for a few seconds until Mia reached us. "Sam!" she started. "Where is his room?" I interrupted. As much as I adored Mia, I wasn't in the mood for anything she had to say. "Up the stairs to the 3rd floor. It's the one on the left," his mom answered, her voice low and a little defeated. I squeezed her hand. "He'll be okay." Not that I had any right to make a promise like that. Were people ever okay after they went through what Grayson did? I walked inside the house and found the stairs, following them to the 2nd floor, and then taking the spiral staircase to the 3rd until I located his door. I knocked once and opened without waiting for an invitation I knew I wasn't going to get. He sat on the queen-size bed, his back to me as he stared out at the water. Every line on his body was tense, sharp, as if he might explode at any second. The bed sank under my weight as I sat next to him, but he didn't speak or even look at me, so I simply waited. Gone was the teasing demeanor he'd grown into over the last few months. This was the Grayson I'd met in the kitchen, aloof, hard, and cold. But I could be warm enough for both of us. I reached out my hand, letting it rest between us without touching him, and waited. 67 breaths later, he slid his hand over mine and wove our fingers together. Relief streaked through me, and I squeezed his fingers gently. "It was your birthday party 5 years ago." He nodded. "I'm so sorry." I scooted toward him until our hips touched, and then I rested my head on his shoulder. "How old are you?"
23 last Friday. I figured we'd be safe coming tonight.
He cleared his throat.
For a math major, I figured you could add better than that.
At least he was trying to tease me. That was something, right? Maybe I just wanted to hear your voice. He turned his head and kissed my hairline.
It worked.
Friday as in the night we stayed in?
Being with you was the closest to a celebration as I've wanted to be. You made it perfect, and you didn't even know.
But I wish I'd known. I would have baked him a cake or bought him one. But maybe he'd known that. I let the minutes pass without speaking, content to just be there. This wasn't about words or even comfort, but simple presence, and I could give him that. Without moving my head from his shoulder, I surveyed his room. The walls were dark navy with white trim and covered in sailing pictures, but they weren't like the ones downstairs, professional and staged. These were candid shots of Grayson sailing, beautifully intense as he handled a boat. They were taken close up by someone who obviously knew the value of the moment, watching him firmly grow into developing the control he was so known for now. I knew without asking that Grace had taken them. I reached over to his nightstand where a picture sat framed of a gorgeous blonde. Her smile was effortless, her hair blowing in the wind with the full sail behind her. She radiated warmth, kindness from her brown eyes, and the way she looked at the photographer, it was love. For Grayson. What was she like before? I asked, my voice soft. He took the picture from my hands and stroked his thumb over the line of her cheek.
Kind, slow to temper, completely selfless. She was pretty perfect as best friends go.
The opposite of me. How could I even compete with that? He reached across and put the picture back on his nightstand. An uncomfortable chill crawled up my spine. You're trespassing. Like this, Grayson belonged to Grace, and I had no right to kiss him or hold his hand. Would he always be haunted by her ghost like this? Would he ever be able to celebrate a birthday with happiness? Or would it always be a date he avoided, tucked away? Did I even have the right to question it?
We should probably head down,
he said, his eyes still locked on her picture. We can do whatever you want, I offered. If he wanted to leave, I'd steal the keys from Jagger and strand the rest of them here.
No, they went to a lot of trouble for this. I can't hurt Mom's feelings.
He stood, stiff and guarded. He'd blocked me out, thrown up the walls he was so well known for, and it hurt. But this wasn't about me. Okay, I answered, then followed him downstairs. He never let go of my hand, even when we descended the porch steps to where the party was in full swing. Do you know all these people? I asked before we hit the crowd.
Yes, some family, mostly friends of family or friends from high school. Everyone is home for the holiday weekend.
Tension rolled off him, reminding me of the waves that struck the beach. Gray! Mia called out from the bar area, and Grayson led us over. He acknowledged everyone we passed with a nod, but his fake smile looked more like a closed-lip grimace. We found Mia next to 3 other women, who, by their similar looks, must have been Grayson's sisters. I'm so sorry, Mia said as she hugged him. He looped an arm around her waist briefly.
It's okay,
he replied. But it's not. I had no clue what they were planning until this afternoon. I swear.
Let it go, Mia.
He gently pulled me forward, then looked left to right as he introduced us.
Sam, you know Mia. This is Joey, Connie, and Parker, my other 3 sisters.
I flashed a nervous smile. Joey was older by a few years, with a tomboy look and a quick grin. Connie was the oldest and resembled Grayson's mother the closest. She smiled back at me with the same warmth, and then smacked Parker in the arm lightly. That didn't stop Grayson's younger sister from glaring daggers into me. I guess we're not going to be friends. It's so nice to meet you, Connie said, stepping forward and embracing me. Mia won't shut up about you, Parker snapped. Or Grayson. Joey shot a sideways look at Parker. He tensed. I'm so happy to meet you all, I said, proud that my voice didn't shake. It's really beautiful here. A greeting and a compliment. Mom would be proud. Yeah, well, it's nicer when the dingbatters leave, Parker said with a pointed look my direction.
Parker,
Grayson warned in a soft growl.
She means Taurus, and she won't say it again.
My cheeks heated. and I bit down on my tongue. Parker wasn't some girl to annihilate with a sharp retort, no matter how much I wanted to. She was Grayson's sister. "Don't be a bitch," Joey snapped, and I internally fist-pumped. "Whatever." Parker turned a sugar-sweet smile on her brother. "I'm going tomorrow morning to visit with Grace. Want to come with? Or are you staying there tonight?" Ouch. That wasn't supposed to hurt, right? He sucked in his breath, and my teeth nearly drew blood on my tongue. That's what she was after. My blood. But she couldn't have his. I reached over and stroked his arm under the cuff of his rolled-up shirt and squeezed the hand that held mine. "I certainly don't mind." His eyes snapped to mine, and he held my gaze while we communicated wordlessly. I kept mine open and honest as much as possible, and gave him a soft smile, hoping he couldn't hear the way my heart was ripping at the thought of sharing him with someone else. Don't be selfish. This had to be torture for him, splitting himself between Grace and me, between Fort Rucker Grayson, whom I was falling for, and Outer Banks Gray, who belonged to someone else entirely. "It's okay," I whispered. "Just pretend I'm not here." His eyes flew wide. "Sounds good to me," Parker snapped before walking off. I counted to 5 as I released my breath. "I mean, just spend your time like you normally would. I'll be fine. More than fine. Do what you need to do. It's not like I don't live with you. In the roommate sense, of course. Stop word vomiting already." Mia cleared her throat. "Can I get you a drink?" Joey offered, motioning to the bartender. Tequila sounded perfect right about now. "Sure, I'll have a," I said.
"No,"
Grayson shouted at the same time. "Coke." I blinked at his outburst. I wasn't going to drink, Grayson. I whispered the last to him, but it didn't take the panic out of his eyes. "It's okay." They were all staring. Holy fucking awkward. "Sam, you have to see this view." Paisley slid behind me and grasped my dangling hand. "Thought I'd stop the hemorrhage," she whispered in my ear. "Absolutely," I said to Paisley. Grayson was still staring at me, utterly unreadable, like a stranger, like he hadn't had his tongue in my mouth and his hand inside my panties an hour ago. "It was really nice to meet you," I repeated like a freaking parrot as I took my Coke, and then let Paisley pull me down to the beach. "You okay?" she asked as we crossed the wooden walkway to the beach. I'm so glad I was an only child. I stopped dead in my tracks. Holy shit! Paisley, I'm so sorry. I wasn't thinking. Could I stick my foot in my mouth any more? She shrugged. Peyton had her moments of being a pain in the rear. She nodded to where Jagger, Will, and Morgan had commandeered the volleyball net. Let's forget about everything. That was something I could go for. We played as the sun set behind us, the colors dancing pink off the channel. Even Paisley jumped in for a few minutes, much to Jagger's disapproval. She'd had her heart surgery 3 months ago, but he still hovered. I felt his eyes on me before I saw him, as though the intensity he radiated traveled the 30 feet that separated us. He leaned against the wooden railing of the walkway, looking over at me with walls up and locked away. I picked up my sandals from where I'd left them and climbed the steps to where he stood, leaning my back on the railing so I could see him. Hey.
Hey.
His eyes darted toward mine before wandering back to the channel. Every line in his body was rigid, tense, and utterly breathtaking. The shiver that caught me by surprise wasn't just because of the falling temperature. I rested my hand on his forearm and winced when he pulled it away.
People are starting to leave,
he muttered. Okay, I answered. Would you like us to head out? Say no. His jaw flexed, and he threw a look back over his shoulder when his name was called from the party.
Maybe that would be best. You guys can't be having fun at this thing.
He was sending us away, because we didn't belong in this part of his life. I didn't belong. I ignored the deep, dull ache in my chest and slipped my strappy sandals onto my feet, and then folded my arms, rubbing my skin. Okay, I'll get everyone. My legs felt shaky, or maybe the ground beneath me was simply moving.
Is he okay?
Jagger asked while we walked the bridge back to the party that was swiftly dying. I don't know how to answer that, I said as we passed the bar, and I spotted Grayson talking to Joey. It's like he's an entirely different person here, and it's more than the party. I get being pissed over the party, but the rest of him, he's not Grayson, you know? Jagger nodded and threw an arm around my shoulders.
Sam, you're one of the most genuine people I know. The good, the bad. You put it out there with no regrets and no apologies. But some of us, we're not that easy. Sometimes we're one person with our families, and another once we're out from under them.
I watched as people said their goodbyes to Grayson. He was stiff, formal, with a tight, closed-lip half-smile. He was 10 steps beyond the guy I'd met when I moved in. But which one is the real Grayson? I asked. Jagger glanced back to where Paisley walked between Morgan and Will.
In my experience, limited as it may be, he probably doesn't know.
He always seems so steady.
Sometimes steady is just stuck, Sam.
Look at you, all wise, I joked, elbowing him in the side.
Yeah, well, the love of a good woman will do that for you.
He stopped us at the edge of the patio and turned to face me with his hands on my shoulders.
Grayson is a hell of a lot more grounded than I am, and, oddly enough, a hell of a lot more damaged. But, Sam, I've never seen him as happy as he is around you, as relaxed. Don't forget that.
You guys ready? Paisley asked, slipping her arm around Jagger's waist. Yeah, I answered, shivering slightly when Grayson's eyes met mine over the couple he was talking to. The older woman touched his arm, and he covered his hand over hers and turned his attention back to her.
Why don't you tell Grayson we're leaving and we'll meet you in the car?
Will suggested. I agreed, and they filed out, all stopping to thank Grayson's mother for having them. Sick of hovering, I walked over to where the bright red paint of a classic convertible peeked out from under the carport between the support stilts of the house. Holy shit! Is that a 66 and a half? No way, I whispered as my hand stroked over the immaculate paint job. It's Grayson's Mustang, Mia answered. He barely drives it, but it's his. It's beautiful. Classic, strong, and old-fashioned like Grayson. Even the dent on the right front panel. Just a little damaged. What's that from?
A lapse in judgment,
Grayson answered from behind me. I'll give you guys a second. Mia winked at me where Grayson couldn't see and skipped off. We're heading out. I turned, and Grayson stepped forward, effectively trapping me against the passenger door.
Can I see you tomorrow?
He asked, his walls firmly in place. Do you want to?
I'm not a fan of staying in separate houses,
he admitted with a slight raise of his lips.
I like you where I can keep an eye on you.
I'm a big girl. He brought our lower bodies flush. A rush of heat spiraled through my stomach, and I simply wanted him. But I wanted my Grayson back, not the Gray I'd been watching all evening.
You're tiny.
His hands encircled my waist, his heat warming my skin through my thin sundress. I raised an eyebrow. You know what I mean.
I do.
His gaze dropped to my lips and they parted. If Grayson was half as good at flying as he was kissing, he was pretty much guaranteed top position on the OML. He lowered his head, and my blood sang in my veins, vibrating at a pitch that threatened to explode. I closed my eyes as his lips grazed over mine, and he whispered my name.
Samantha.
Just like that, my Grayson was back. I smiled and leaned into him, ready for a real kiss, the kind he gave that turned me on more than sex ever had, the kind that melted every reservation at the first touch of his lips and made me hungry for the feel of his hands on my body. God, they were such delicious hands. Grayson, I whispered as he... Gray? Parker called from a few feet away. Really? Mom and Dad are looking for you. I ducked my head, resting my forehead against the firm muscles of his chest. I had to get him out of this shirt at some point. Mom! He's here! Parker shouted over her shoulder before she walked away. Or I just needed to get my head out of Grayson's freaking pants. Holy shit. I'd never been this hot over a guy before. Grayson steadied me and then stepped back as his parents walked over. His dad was a well-built older version of Grayson, with a kind smile and a firm grip on his wife's waist, but his eyes were as hard to read as his son's.
So this is where you've been hiding her,
he teased. Grayson's jaw flexed.
I'm not hiding, Sam. Just trying to keep her out of Parker's crosshairs. Good luck with that.
His mom smacked him lightly in the stomach with the back of her hand. Sam, why don't you come to dinner tomorrow night? Just you and Gray? We'd love to get to know you better. A chance to get to know Grayson's family. It might be the key to unlocking him. I'd love to.
She's on vacation. I highly doubt she'd want to.
We spoke at the same time, then locked eyes. His mouth set in a firm line as my eyebrows lowered. Then it's settled. We'll eat at 6. It's been lovely to meet you. She smiled, but it was guarded. Gray, the Bowdens would like a word.
Yes, ma'am,
he replied without taking his eyes off me. They returned to what was left of the party while I glared at Grayson. You don't want me at dinner? He looked away for a moment and then back to me.
Things are complicated here. I'd rather be at the beach house with you.
Right, where you can be Rucker Grayson instead of Carolina Gray, so you can keep your two worlds neat and tidy.
You have no idea.
I stepped to the side, then backed away from him. Right, because you won't let me. You don't let anyone know both sides of you, do you? I swear, since I landed, you've given me whiplash. You know what? If you don't want me here, then I certainly don't want to be here. Give your mother my thanks and make my excuses.
Sam!
I shook my head and turned around, walking toward the Yukon.
Samantha!
I sucked in my breath at the almost desperate edge to his voice and paused only long enough to turn around and say, I'd do just about anything for you, Grayson, but I'll never stay where you don't want me. Chapter 17. Sam. The sun warmed my skin as the ocean breeze cooled it. I turned the next page in the Odyssey, lounging on the beach while Jagger and Paisley walked through the surf. English was never my strong subject, and if I got this book read before fall term started, I'd be ahead. I had to ace those classes if I was going to get back into a university. Besides, all my chem and lab work was caught up. "Sam!" Mia's voice rang out, and I lowered my sunglasses as she skipped down to my lounge chair in capris and a sleeveless polo. Her smile was contagious. "What are you doing here, Mia?" "I told Grayson I wanted to show you around, so he gave me the address." Instead of showing me around himself. Not that he'd bothered to so much as call since I walked away from him last night. What was I supposed to expect? I told him to treat me like I wasn't here. I couldn't really be hurt when he did just that. Except that I was. Hurt, annoyed, missing him. He made me a kaleidoscope of mixed emotions, and I would have killed for a single solid picture. "Well, I'm glad to see you." "Good. Now get dressed." She took my book out of my hand and headed back to the house, leaving no room for argument. I changed into a flowy knee-length magenta skirt and a white halter top, loving the contrast against my sun-darkening skin, and found Mia in the living room sitting opposite a smiling Will. "It does have the best dancing in the Outer Banks," she cajoled.
I'll definitely think about it.
He grinned. "I'd be happy to show you." "Oh, nuh-uh, not happening." I tapped Mia on the shoulder from behind her chair. "Your brother would be happy to show Will what the ocean floor looks like. Let's save his life and send Morgan with him, shall we?" Mia flashed Will a killer smile. "Shame." He flat out laughed, which brought Morgan in from the kitchen. "What's so funny?"
Look me up when you're about 4 years older, will you?
He asked Mia. "Oh, you bet," she answered, as I pulled her out of the chair. "Or when you have a different brother," I muttered, leading her through the house until the sunshine hit my face. "Okay, where are we headed?" She unlocked a black Jeep Liberty and motioned to the passenger seat. I got in and buckled while she did the same. "I figured I'd give you a tour, but I need to drop some stuff off to Parker first." She pointed to her purse in the back. "She's volunteering today and might want to buy lunch." "No problem." Parker didn't exactly strike me as a candy striper. Where the heck did she volunteer? The Outer Banks House of Pain? "I'm so glad you're here." Mia began to chatter as we headed north toward Kitty Hawk. 2 run-red lights and 3 stories later about how her boyfriend dumped her since she was leaving for UNC in the fall anyway. We pulled into the hospital parking lot. Who the hell taught this girl to drive? Besides, Gray needs you, and I want everyone to see what you do to him. Well, this just got awkward. He's different here. She parked, killed the engine, and then grabbed Parker's purse from the back. Go figure, it was black to match her soul. She's probably not that bad. Gray hasn't been himself since it happened, Mia answered. The closest I've seen has been when he's with you. I didn't know what to say to that, so I stayed silent. She patted my hand like she was older, and not vice versa. "How about you come in with me? I don't want to leave this at the desk, so I might need to hunt a minute or 2 to find her." It was better than sitting in the hot car. "Sure." The doors opened, and the sterile air conditioning swept over us. "Hey, Mia," the receptionist called out with a wave. Small towns. "Hey there, Susie. Have you seen Parker? She forgot her purse." She lifted it up. "I think she's up on the 8th floor today. Who is your friend?" She sent a curious look my direction. Mia just about glowed. "Oh, this is Sam. Grayson brought her home from Alabama for the weekend." "That's not exactly what—" "Isn't she gorgeous?" Mia cut me off, looping her arm around my waist and pulling me to her slight frame. "They're adorable together." Susie's stare became instantly appraising, and she swept up and down my figure, no doubt cataloging everything about me to recall at a later time. "Well, it is lovely to meet you." Mia pulled me toward the elevator as I called back, "You too." Mia punched the number for the 8th floor as the doors closed. "I figured we'd check out Kitty Hawk, maybe swing by Jeanette's pier." "Sounds good," I answered, happy for the distraction. The doors opened, and Mia continued to rattle off potential destinations as we walked down the sterile hallway. "Mary!" Mia called out to a nurse with flip-flop pattern scrubs. "Hi, Mia," she smiled, obviously busy. "Have you seen Parker? I want to drop off her purse." "I think she was with Miss Bowden." She motioned her head a few doors down. "Thanks." I followed Mia to the room and waited outside while she popped her head in without knocking. "Mia!" I hissed. What if the patient had been naked or something? "She's not in there." She pursed her lips. "Okay, you stay here with Grace, and I'll go find her." My stomach plummeted. "Grace?" "Bowden." Mia nodded, already looking down the hallway for Parker. "Yeah, she's watching One Tree Hill, so just go in and sit next to her. They had her watching cartoons for a while, but then I read this news story on this guy who was in a waking coma for like 12 years, and when he came out of it, he was so pissed about them making him watch Barney. So I figured she loves One Tree Hill, right?" My mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. "Oh, come on." She pulled me through the door, where a frail blonde girl sat semi-reclined on our hospital bed. "Sam, this is Grace. Grace, this is Sam. Grayson brought her home for the weekend." "Stop saying that," I whispered. My eyes locked onto Grace's vacant stare in the direction of the flat screen. "Please, Grace would love that Grayson has found someone. She wouldn't want him to live his life like he has been." Mia's hand stroked over Grace's cheek. "She doesn't have a mean bone in her body. She would want him to be happy." Then she turned to me with a wide smile. "You make him happy, Sam. Therefore, Grace would love you. I'll be right back." She left. I froze, staring at the empty door frame. I should leave. I can't be here. But I couldn't just leave either. I couldn't walk out and pretend that Grace didn't matter, even if the situation brought a whole new meaning to awkward. Turning slowly, I tried to swallow, my throat suddenly dry from the hospital air. Pretend she's not, comatose. The chair. Right. I could sit for a little bit. The armchair next to her bed was surprisingly comfy, except for the lump under my butt. I reached under and pulled out a black hoodie. I didn't even have to look at it to know whose it was, because it smelled like Grayson, just like that was his backpack leaned against the wall. I brought the hoodie to my nose and inhaled the scent a little more. Need slammed through me, the need to hold him, heal him, touch him. "I wish I could figure him out," I said to no one. To Grace, really. He has these walls no human can climb. Or maybe I'm not the human he needs. Pain streaked from my heart, radiating through the rest of my limbs as though I'd physically been stabbed. Knowing I wasn't the one he needed was one thing, but saying it out loud was brutal, crushing. I folded the hoodie neatly and laid it across my lap before I looked over at Grace. "I think he needs you. I see that now, the way he comes here all the time." Her mouth hung slightly slack as her head rested on the pillows. "I feel like a lunatic talking to you like this. You're his girlfriend, and I'm his—" I dropped my head into my hands. God, I don't even know what I am. The girl he kisses because he can't kiss you? No, I know that's not true. He's not the kind of man to do that to someone. He's Grayson. He doesn't only save me, he inspires me to save myself, to change. He lets me in long enough for me to start falling for him, to want this life I have no right to ask for. And then he shuts me out. And it's not like he pushes me away. He's too good a guy to do that. He disappears into himself, this little world where I can't follow. When he does that, I can see him, touch him, but part of me wonders if he's really here, with you. If he'll ever really be mine. Could I truly fall for him, knowing that I'd only have half of him, if that? There was a piece of Grayson that would always belong here, with Grace. But how big of a piece? Was there even a way to compete? She was perfection in his memory, and I had more flaws than could be counted. My eyes burned, and I blinked back tears. I guess what I'm trying to say, as convoluted as it's coming out, is that I want what's best for him. I reached for her hand and took it in mine. Her fingers were long, elegant, as I knew she had been. I imagined her dancing in Grayson's arms, the perfect picture of a high school romance turned lifetime love. They would have complemented each other, her lithe frame and his strength. Their genetics alone would have made gorgeous babies. But their fairy tale had a nightmare ending. And then there was me, coming along after Prince Charming was broken, trying to cram my oversized foot into Cinderella's slipper, willing to cut myself to the bone to make it fit. I am so sorry for what's happened to you, for what's happened to both of you. Neither of you deserved any of this. From what I've heard, I know that in his life, you are the love story. And I know that I'm standing here with a second-place ribbon stuck to my heart. But he's worth it. I've never met anyone like him. He's strong and smart and loyal, and he makes me want to be the person he sees in me. And maybe I'm selfish for taking what I know isn't mine, but I'm really hoping that I can make him happy. I smiled through the lone tear that crept down my face. You know, as happy as Grayson gets. But I'm really praying that you'd be okay with us, if you're listening, because he needs you. I see that now, but I need him so badly. She blinked, and I gasped. You blinked? Oh my God, you blinked. I had to tell someone. A nurse, right? Yes. I jumped out of my chair and nearly ran over the guy walking in. He caught me by the shoulders, and I looked into a pair of concerned brown eyes. What's wrong? She blinked, I squeaked. His eyes drifted to Grace and back to me. Yes, she does that. Now it was my turn to blink. Brain-dead people don't blink. He tilted his head to the side and smiled. Wow, this guy was actually really good-looking. Maybe a little too soft, too boy next door for me, but good-looking nonetheless. She's not brain-dead. At least I don't think so. Medical opinions vary. He stepped back and dropped his hands. Hi, I'm Owen, a friend of Grace's. You are? Owen. That name should mean something, but I couldn't remember where I'd heard it. I forced a polite smile, still a little shaken. I'm Sam. I'm a friend of Grayson's. His eyebrows shot up. Gray? Is here? Was that panic in his eyes? No, I mean, his stuff is, but I haven't seen him. Then I'll only stay a minute. His eyes swept over me.
You know, you don't look like his type.
What the actual fuck? Because I'm not a blonde white girl? He's startled.
No, you're gorgeous. You're just not...
His eyes shot over me to Grace again.
Comatose. He hasn't shown interest in anyone since Grace's accident.
Because she still owned his heart. He didn't have to say what we both already knew. I rubbed my hands down my arms, warding off the cold that was seeping into my bones with every moment I spent here. Every second I realized what I'd done to my life. Again. I was falling for someone who belonged to another woman, and the worst part was that I didn't know if I could stop. I wanted Grayson so badly that having even a fraction of him was better than nothing. Right. Owen stepped around me and went to Grace, taking her hand in his. So you don't think she's brain dead? I couldn't help but ask. He shook his head.
The doctors say so, but she wakes and sleeps and blinks. Maybe I'm an idealist. She slept the whole first year, and when she woke up, everyone was so excited. But she still wasn't. Here. They say she's brain dead. I choose to think she's healing. But maybe that's because I can't wrap my head around her never recovering.
He sent a sympathetic smile over his shoulder at me.
But Gray's never left her. He keeps visiting, even as hard as he's become. I hear he's different around you, though.
My eyes narrowed. From whom?
Parker?
He was friends with Parker. That explained how I'd heard his name. Yeah. She's not exactly my biggest fan. He laughed.
That's Parker. Don't let her get to you. She's holding out a torch for G squared to get back together.
G squared? He turned back to Grace, his thumb circling the back of her hand.
Grayson and Grace. You know, like Brangelina or Bennifer.
My mouth popped open. They had a freaking name? Of course they did. They were perfect. Where the hell was Mia? You know, I think I'm going to go find Mia. She was actually looking for Parker.
Miranda. That's Grace's sister. She's in labor. My guess would be that's where Mia and Parker ran off to. Did you hear that, Gracie? You're about to be an aunt. What the hell are you doing here?
Grayson's voice boomed before he stepped fully into the room. I stepped forward, ready to explain my shoving another foothold into his life and apologize. But it wasn't me he was yelling at. Owen stood from Grace's bedside and put his hands up.
Gray, I just wanted to stop by and see her. I didn't realize you were home this weekend until I saw...
Grayson grabbed a hold of Owen and shoved him against the wall. What the hell?
You come here. You don't get to see her. Ever.
A framed painting fell off its nail and crashed to the ground, shattering the glass. His forearm pressed against Owen's throat, and then he leaned in. For the first time, Grayson's strength scared the shit out of me.
I'm sorry, Gray,
Owen garbled.
I've tried to tell you for years. I'm so sorry. I check in on her when I'm in town. You're sorry?
Grayson's voice dropped dangerously low. I'd never seen him so angry, so ruled by emotion. What the hell could this guy have done to bring down Grayson's prized control?
You're fucking sorry? Let me know when sorry wakes her up and gives her back the 5 years you've taken from her, from all of us.
It clicked. Owen. He was the one driving that night. He was responsible for what had happened to Grace. Grayson leaned further, and Owen's color changed from a mottled red to a sickening purple. "Grayson!" I shouted as I ran to him. His gaze pivoted, full of so much loathing and hatred that I barely recognized him. I gasped, my hands inches from his skin. The second he recognized me, his eyes widened and his face softened. His grip on Owen didn't. I stepped forward slowly and laid my hand on his arm. "You have to let him go. You're going to kill him." His breath released in a rush. Without taking his eyes off mine, he released his hold on Owen, who slid to the floor among the glass shards.
"What are you doing here?"
"Trespassing. Again." I flinched. "Mia brought me. She told me to wait here while she found Parker."
"They're with Miranda."
His voice was flat, and I retreated, putting the physical distance between us that the mental seemed to call for. "Owen?" I called out softly, leaving my eyes locked on Grayson. "You should probably go. Now." He scurried to his feet, coughing, then passed me as he moved to the doorway.
"Gray, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong, but I thought you were dead, and I lied. You and Grace were my best friends. Were."
Grayson snapped.
"Never forget that."
Owen swallowed and looked at me.
"I hope Parker's right, that he's different around you, because that," he pointed to Grayson, "unforgiving prick, is not the Gray I grew up with. Maybe you killed him that night, too."
Grayson moved, blocking Owen from my view with his massive back.
"Never speak to her again. Ever." "Which one?"
Owen's tone was challenging for a guy who'd nearly been choked to death. "Don't make him choose. I'm not ready for the answer." Grayson stepped forward.
"You've already ruined Grace's life, and if you come near Sam again, I'll finish what I started 5 years ago."
"Both of us. How diplomatic."
"You're going to try to hit me with your car again? I won't miss, and even Parker won't be able to save you this time. Do you understand? Loud and clear."
Owen's footsteps faded, and I stood entranced by Grayson's back as it rose rhythmically with his breaths. He finally turned around, pinning me with his eyes. Everything we were and could be simmered there, just out of reach. Too far away to keep me warm, but too dangerous enough to incinerate what was left of my heart. "Grayson, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. Mia just kind of dumped me here." His eyes flickered from mine to Grace and back again.
You can't be here. It's too much."
He shook his head like he'd answered a question that hadn't been asked and walked away, leaving me alone with Grace. I blinked furiously as my eyes prickled with tears. "Suck it up. You barged in where you don't belong. This was what I wanted, right? To know who Grayson was behind the defenses he so painstakingly maintained. I just hadn't expected the revelation to hurt so fucking much. See what I mean?" I asked Grace as I picked up the largest pieces of broken glass. "The man has walls you'd need a miracle to break through. Because I wasn't her. I never would be." Chapter 18. Sam. Grayson.
"I'll be there in 15 to pick you up for dinner."
The text message flashed across my phone as I applied the last of my makeup. "Shitty apology," I mumbled. "He's a little difficult to read," Paisley answered, sprawled out on my bed, flipping through a magazine. If there was a manual on Grayson, it would be written in a dead dialect of Aramaic and then published in Braille. He's impossible. She smiled up at me. "He looks stunning." I rubbed my lips together to evenly distribute the gloss. I'd dressed carefully, stopping at the outlet mall and picking up a new dress with thicker straps, a fitted bodice, and a flirty yet classy skirt. Thank you. I'm still half tempted to tell him to shove this dinner up his ass. Paisley sat up, the scar from her open-heart surgery peeking out the top of her shirt. It was a jarring reminder of how close Jagger had come to losing her. He loved her so completely that I could feel it when they were in the same room. Hell, in the same state. I'd use this time to snoop. If he won't let you in, then ask his family the questions you want answers to. I narrowed my eyes at her. Miss Southern Politeness 2015? Really? You never snooped into Jagger. You wouldn't. She chewed her bottom lip for a second. You're right, but Jagger and I kept too many secrets. We should have come clean early, and it would have been so much easier. Do you love him? What? Love him? I wouldn't go that far. I care about him. Deeply. I love things about him, but I wouldn't rush into using that word. No, that word got me screwed in more than the literal sense in the past. What? I strapped my wedges onto my feet. You remind me of someone. Who? Morgan? Our outspoken natures had been compared more than once. Me, right around the time I started dating Jagger. Grayson called my name before I had time to process that. Have fun, Paisley called out as I headed down the steps. Grayson waited for me at the bottom of the stairs, wearing pressed khakis and a light blue dress shirt that was unbuttoned at the top and rolled up just past his elbows. I stopped on the second-to-last step, making me equal with his height, and ran my tongue across my lower lip. He looked incredible.
Wow,
he said, as his eyes scanned over me and then came to rest on my mouth. He leaned forward, and I stepped back up a step. Oh, no, I said. You're not going to kiss me and think that gets you out of what happened today. I shook my head for emphasis. A corner of his mouth rose.
I didn't think it would.
Don't do that half-smile thing. It makes me think you're back to being my Grayson and does things to me. He stepped up the next step.
I'm always your Grayson. Now tell me more about these things.
I put my hands on his chest to stop his assault and nearly groaned at the feel of his muscles playing beneath my fingers. No, you give me whiplash, I swear. Now take me to dinner. I'm not starting this with you again to get called out of it halfway through. Hell no. I liked sex, loved sex, and the need I felt for Grayson's body had me ready to rip his clothes off on the stairs. But I selfishly wanted all of him with me, every thought on me, every touch only for me. I didn't want to share him for a single second, and I didn't know if that was possible after seeing things go down today, or if I could separate sex from my feelings for him. They ran too deeply already. His arms slid around my sides, pulling me off the step and into his arms.
The next time I get my hands on you, Sam, I'm not stopping. So if you're not sure about this, about us, well, this is your warning.
I wound my arms around his neck as he carried me down the steps. Mad or not, I wanted him too much to not enjoy the tiny moment. It's hard to be sure about anything when you keep me locked out. I cringed as the wall went up behind his eyes.
We're going to be late.
The drive to his parents' house was only about 10 minutes, but I enjoyed every one of them. He pointed out places that held significance to him and held my hand. Are we going to talk about today? I asked. fidgeting with the hemline of my dress as we pulled into his parents' driveway. He parked and turned to me.
Yes, I promise. Let's get through dinner, and we'll talk after.
I had to ask, did you really hit Owen with your car? Is that the damage on the front end? His jaw locked.
I hit the fence post right next to him.
You're a different person here, I whispered as he held my face. I don't like it. He answered with a soft kiss.
I promise. After.
I nodded. Okay. He held my hand as we walked up the steps to the door, but paused before we went inside.
Oh, Sam.
Oh, Grayson? I smiled up at him, soaking in this one moment that he was still my Grayson.
Can you remember not to mention anything about flight school?
His forehead puckered. Sure? Why would... He kissed me again, this time swiftly sliding his tongue along mine. I quickly forgot my name, let alone what I'd been asking. Ahem! Mia cleared her throat. Maybe you should come in before Mom comes out. Grayson released my mouth with one more quick kiss.
After.
I nodded, and then growled as my head cleared. Stop doing that.
Stop doing what?
He asked with mock innocence, kissing me to stop me from asking questions.
You look very kissable while asking questions,
he answered as we stepped into the house. Excuses, I laughed.
Where is everyone?
Grayson asked Mia, who was grinning at us. Oh, Mom set up the table outside. There were too many people here for the dining room. At the look on Grayson's face, Mia clarified, Only family, I swear.
Good,
Grayson replied as we walked toward the back of the house. I stopped at the doorframe that led to the kitchen. You have one.
What?
Grayson asked. My fingers skimmed over the inked lines with dates and names. Your heights. They're all marked as you grew up. Yeah? Mia asked. My cheeks warmed. It's just really cool to see you guys grow up in this house. It's all right here, a family story. I stood, my eyes prickling, and brushed imaginary lint off my dress. You probably think I'm stupid. Grayson tilted my chin.
Mia.
Yes?
Leave.
He didn't wait for her response. Instead, pressed me against that doorframe and kissed me breathless, tilting his mouth over mine to get the deepest, sweetest angle. I was dizzy and ready to strip him by the time he finished. What was that for? I asked, unable to tear my eyes off his mouth.
Now it has the next chapter of my story. I'll never look at it again without thinking of the way you taste.
Excuse me while my panties evaporate. I swallowed and tried to get my reaction under control. Grayson Masters, his mom called from the back of the house.
Coming, ma'am,
he responded, but his eyes sparkled in a way I hadn't seen since before the disaster of a party. Maybe kissing him was my best weapon, the key to keeping my Grayson in the world that demanded gray. Your accent isn't as strong as theirs.
My dad's a northerner. I always tried to emulate him, so I guess mine was never as heavy.
We walked onto the deck, and my hand had tightened reflexively around Grayson's. The family stood around a perfectly set beach-themed table, and Grayson led me to a set of empty chairs so I'd be sandwiched between him and Mia. He held out my chair and then pushed it in as everyone sat. His dad did the same for his mom. Chivalry wasn't dead in North Carolina.
Sam, you remember my dad, Constance and her fiancé Brian.
He skipped 2 empty chairs.
Mom and Parker, of course.
Hi, I smiled, waving to everyone, especially Parker. She wasn't getting the best of me tonight. I needed all my strength to deal with her brother later.
Who are we missing?
Grayson asked. Sorry we're late. A couple in their mid-40s came up the porch steps behind us. The woman reminded me of a blonde Gillian Anderson, and the man looked like someone had permanently pinched a nerve in his ass.
Ian, Tess, we're glad you made it.
Grayson's dad welcomed them and motioned to the empty chairs.
How is Miranda? A healthy girl, Amberly Grace.
Ian grinned.
We couldn't be more thrilled.
You two should be celebrating. Connie handed down a bottle of wine. Well, we wouldn't miss a chance to see Gray, would we? Tess smiled at Grayson as she accepted the bottle. He nodded to them.
It's good to see you.
Maybe they were an aunt and uncle. Grayson took hold of my hand under the table.
Sam, these are the Bowdens. They're very close friends of my parents and own the house next door.
As Grace's parents, Parker added with a smile. They're family. I figured they'd want to meet you, Sam, so I asked Mom if we could invite them. Of course you're always invited, his mom agreed. My stomach fell 20 feet to the patio below us. Of course Parker invited them. How better to slam it home that I wasn't wanted in his life. Like today's reminder hadn't been enough. Grace was ingrained in every single detail of his life here. In an instant, my excitement over getting to know Grayson's family and hopefully find out more about him was squashed under the awkwardness of his girlfriend. Wait, was she still his girlfriend? As long as he wants you, that's all that matters. I straightened my spine, pushed my shoulders back, and gave Grayson some side-eye. I was the daughter of a colonel in the United States Army. I'd held my own at parties with people a lot more powerful and with harsher ulterior motives than Parker could ever dream. I could handle Parker. Thank you, Mom. He brushed his lips over my ear in a delicate kiss and whispered,
I didn't know, and I'm so sorry.
I gave the tiniest nod possible and tried to remember what he'd said.
I'm always your Grayson.
But how would he hold up when everyone expected Grace's Gray? Dinner was passed family style with grilled chicken legs, roasted potatoes, green beans, and some kind of stuffing that looked delicious. The others made small talk while I dug into the stuffing, lifting the fork to my lips.
No!
Grayson shouted, knocking the fork out of my hand. It clattered to the table, nearly taking out my wineglass. Well, there went the small talk. Gray? His mom asked while I stared wide-eyed at him.
That has pecans in it,
he explained to me. Panic in his eyes, then matter-of-factly switched our plates, since his had yet to be touched by the stuffing. Thank you, I said softly, as his hand brushed across my cheek. He took a deep breath like he was steadying himself.
Sam's allergic to nuts.
Oh, my, Sam, I'm incredibly sorry, his mom apologized. Don't be. You didn't know. Holy shit, that could have been bad. I didn't even bring an EpiPen, I said to Grayson. It's at the beach house. What was I thinking? He squeezed my hand under the table.
I carry one. Don't worry.
What? Since when?
Since I almost fed you that banana walnut muffin. I ordered it online.
He answered with a shrug. Seriously? Parker asked.
Seriously?
He shot back, his voice harsh. We all chewed in relative silence. He carried an EpiPen? For me? Wow, crap if I didn't love that about him now, too.
So, Sam, how did you and Gray meet?
Grayson's dad asked. I swallowed my food. It had begun. We're roommates.
You're living with this young woman?
Ian set his knife down abruptly. Better than picking it up, right?
Funny story there.
Grayson cut in.
I thought she was a guy when I said yes to another roommate and, well...
The way he looked at me caught my breath.
As you can see, she's an incredibly beautiful woman.
So you're living together, in a relationship and living together, Tess said, then took a shaky swallow of her wine. That's nice. So, Sam, what are you studying in school? Connie asked, trying to keep the peace. Mathematics. I gave her a thankful smile. You want to teach? His mom added, and my head swiveled to the opposite end of the table. No, ma'am. I tutor now, but it's not my strong suit. I'm more interested in applied mathematics. I tucked my hair behind my ear, and Mrs. Bowden cleared her throat.
Grace was going to be a teacher,
Ian Bowden added.
She thought it would be a perfect fit once Grayson came home to take over the shop.
Take over the shop? He'd never even mentioned it. Joey sat up a little taller and all but stabbed her chicken. This was definitely going down as the most awkward meal I'd ever had. What was I supposed to say to that? I'm sure she would have been a wonderful teacher. He looked somewhat appeased. Math, huh? Parker raised her eyebrows and leaned forward to make sure I saw. I bet that's useful while you're helping Grayson study, right? Crap. I should have asked him what he did tell his family. Grayson tensed beside me.
Parker?
Oh, I'm sorry, Gray. I didn't tell you. I found your study guide today at the hospital. She threw his 5 and 9 cards into the middle of the table.
What is that?
His father asked in a tone that was anything but forgiving. I reached across Grayson and snatched them, putting them in my lap. I'm sorry. I must have left those in Grace's room today. Right, because you fly helicopters, Parker laughed.
Helicopters?
Grayson's dad shouted.
Gray!
Grayson stared straight ahead, unfocused, so I looked to Mia, who looked devastated. Gray? His mom prodded. Silence stretched. Not even silverware hit the plate.
Tell me this isn't true, Grayson. We forbade it. You agreed. I never agreed,
Grayson said softly, finally looking up at his father.
You assumed and never asked what branch I chose after I graduated. You simply assumed it was the engineer corps because it's what you wanted.
Answering questions about my collegiate career would be less awkward at the moment, and I slept with my teacher.
You will quit immediately. This isn't up for discussion.
His father slammed the side of his fist on the table, bouncing the flatware.
This isn't something you quit. I'm under a contract with the government.
Grayson's voice was even, but it scared me more than his outburst had this morning.
You will find a way. No.
His mother gasped.
You got your degree in maritime engineering, Masters and Son, remember? You doing a few years in the Army Corps of Engineers while we waited here at home. That was the agreement. You come home, and I agreed to let you and Joey both manage the shop. You getting yourself killed playing pilot wasn't in the deal.
Wait, was he using Joey to leverage Grayson? Joey all but slammed her glass on the table. Yep.
And that hasn't changed. But I've always wanted to fly, to serve my country. And I'm doing just that.
If his grip hadn't intensified on my hand, I would have thought he really wasn't affected.
What is going to happen when you crash, Gray? Well, I'm banking on that not happening, Dad.
It was like watching a macabre tennis match, everyone's eyes darting between the two of them.
And when it does, when you screw something up, read a gauge wrong, what are we going to do when you get yourself killed? Then I guess you can cremate me and put me up on the mantle where you can control everything I do. Or better yet, put me in the shop with you.
Why wasn't someone stopping this? Everyone from his mom through his sisters looked shocked, but no one did anything.
Don't upset your mother. Then have a little faith in me, Dad. I'm not asking for a lot.
Mr. Masters' jaw flexed, like Grayson's did when he was ready to lose it.
How did you even get into flight school? Who the hell would let you in? I'm a good pilot.
Grayson's voice dropped while his father's raised.
It was a nightmare teaching you to drive a car, and now you